Chapter 231 Going Home. Gu Yiru. Gu Yining's father Gu Feng is the lord of the Huaxi City base. Gu Yiru was loved by her parents when she was a child. And she was a child who grew up in a honeypot. When Gu Yining was born, her mother had difficulty in giving birth and died after giving birth to her. She had no mother's love since childhood and only had her sister to accompany her. In addition, as soon as I can remember, the end of the world has begun again. The world in Gu Yining's eyes is completely different from the world in Gu Yiru's eyes. This is why the personalities of the two sisters are so different. After the end of the world, as a qualified lord, Gu Feng cared about the common people, but he cared even less about his daughter. Basically, little Gu Yining is taken care of by her sister, and Gu Yiru's gentle temperament also gave her sister a lot of strength and a lot of love. Ever since she was imprisoned here, Gu Yining has not been worried about her sister for a day. But she also knew that her sister was beautiful, had not experienced any setbacks, and had no ability to deal with things. It would be difficult for her to survive to the end. So she kept working hard and living a good life, telling herself that she must live even if she was hurt every day. Only by surviving can you avenge your sister in the future. But it's really hard to predict the fate of a person. No one expected that Gu Yiru, who was like a little white flower, would really survive in the end and get out of here alive. The bus was not moving very fast, and the little people on the bus were holding open the windows and looking out. But Shui was concentrating on coaxing the child in her arms. "Is he your brother?" The love in Shui's eyes was almost overflowing. "It's my son." For Shui, Tang Mo is her savior. So she naturally answers Tang Mo's question seriously. "My child's father and I met when we were in college. And then we unexpectedly had him and gave birth to him. Who knew that this child's life would be bad? And he would die soon after he was born. How much love it would be to be able to decide to have a child while still in school. If I hadn't known that my son and my husband were waiting for me, I wouldn't be alive now. Thank you very much. I never thought that not only would I be able to come out alive, but I would also be able to hold my son in my arms again." Tears fell from Xiaoyi's eyes and fell on the little boy's face. The 2-year-old child actually already has the ability to perceive emotions. He stretched out his little hand to wipe away the tears on his mother's face. Tang Mo remembered the numb and empty expression on Xiaoyi's face when she was taken out that day. But now Xiaoyi Tsai is more like a living person with vitality and feelings. When the bus was about to reach Huaxi City, Tang Mo asked Qi Heng to order the 2 cars to stop. Then soon, the end of Tang Dynasty killed Qi Heng's 2 followers. Then let Qi Heng get on the bus as the driver, and drove the bus slowly into Huaxi City. He drove himself to prison by himself. If Qi Heng had been conscious and knew what he was doing at this time, he doesn't know how devastated he would be. At the gate of the Huaxi City base, the bus was stopped by the guard at the gate. The car door opened, and Gu Yiru and Gu Yining got out of the car. Seeing her long-lost home, Gu Yiru's tears immediately fell. She thought she would never return home and never see her father again. "It's the eldest lady and the little lady." How could the guard at the door not recognize the young lady that their Huaxi City base had tried their best to find? A quick emergency call was made to the base office. When Gu Feng heard that his daughter was back, he threw away the documents in his hand while he was in a meeting and ran directly to the entrance of the base. "Ruru! Ningning!" Seeing his 2 daughters standing properly in front of him, Gu Feng's eyes immediately turned red, and he hugged his 2 daughters tightly. They say that men don't shed tears easily. But they are not sad yet. His wife passed away, leaving only 2 daughters. He had treated them like eyeballs since he was a child. As soon as his daughters disappeared, Gu Feng felt that his entire life was gone. "I have lost a lot of weight in the past few months. Dad, I miss you so much." Gu Yiru was already crying with snot and tears. Compared to Gu Feng and Gu Yiru, Gu Yining can be said to be very calm, just holding her father's arm quietly. "It's been so long. Where have you been?" After taking a careful look at his 2 precious daughters, he found that they were basically fine. Gu Feng felt relieved and began to ask about the whereabouts of his daughters. "Dad, it's a long story. I'm hungry and I want to eat." People who have been in a state of tension and stress before will ignore many physiological phenomena. Now that they relaxed, the stomachs of the 2 sisters Gu Yiru and Gu Yining started growling. "Eat. Go home and eat." The bus drove into the gate of the base, and Gu Feng also saw a dozen children on the bus, as well as Qi Heng sitting at the front. "Qi Heng is a complete bad guy. Dad, arrest him first, and we'll talk about it in detail later." At this moment, Gu Yining's little head was the wisest. After all, Gu Feng had been in office for so long. When he saw these children, his missing daughter, and Chi Hung who appeared with him, he already knew what was going on. His face turned cold, and he had Chi Hung arrested. At the request of the two sisters, the dozen children and Xiaoyi also started eating. And after the meal, Gu Feng arranged careful medical examination and treatment for them. Most of these children are lost children in West China City, and they will be sent to their respective parents later. And Xiaoyi's home is also here. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the two sisters dragged him to eat with Gu Feng. At the dinner table, the two sisters told Gu Feng their experiences in the past 3 months and everything they saw in that place. Gu Feng became more and more frightened as he listened. He didn't expect that under his strict rules, Chi Hung would dare to do such an unscrupulous thing under his nose. What was even more frightening to him was that his two darlings almost died there. Fortunately, his two daughters came back safely and were not harmed. After the two sisters talked about Tang Mo's help to them, Gu Feng looked at Tang Mo with full gratitude. Tang Mo? Girl, are you the #1 Tang Mo on the Chinese ranking list? Every name on the Chinese ranking list is remembered by the people in power, let alone being at the top of the list. My little girl is really grateful to you for escaping from the tiger's mouth this time. Gu really has nothing to repay. And for the lives of those dozen children, Gu is here to thank you on behalf of their parents. Every child is the life of one or several families. At the end of Tang Dynasty, this time he saved the lives of more than a dozen families. Chapter 232 Aftermath. I happened to be passing by, so I stopped by. Tang Mo's words were also true. She really just did it casually and didn't put much effort into it. Dad, there are more than 30 girls there. We need to rescue them quickly. And that Chi Hung, we must not let him go. Don't worry. Dad will never let such a scum go. Listening to what the father and daughter said, Tang Mo just lowered his head and ate his meal silently without saying a word. She could only bring out so many children this time, and there was no way to rescue them all. But she took these people away this time, and it would be even more difficult to save those people. Brother who must have a lot of informants in this Huaxi City base. What happened to Chi Hung cannot be hidden unless the base moves quickly enough. Without further ado, we'll leave in a moment. This was the last thing Tang Dynasty could do for the remaining people. When the people sent by Gu Feng arrived at the location of the gang, it had only been more than 2 hours since they came out at the end of Tang Dynasty. But within these 2 hours, the place was already deserted. Brother Hu and his men are all gone. Even the 30 girls were gone. It's actually hard to predict a person's destiny. Sometimes heaven and HL are just a matter of one's own thoughts. Just like Shui, because she mustered up all the courage in her life to hand over a piece of paper. Her fate was very different from that of those 30 girls. Sometimes people just have to fight for their waistline, and they can only passively fall into the abyss by doing nothing. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she only stayed in Huaxi City for 1 day before leaving. She had other things to do next, and she had been delayed here long enough. Before she set off, Gu Feng insisted on presenting her with an exclusive medal from West China City. What's the use of this medal? Tang Mo looked at the small extra medal behind his ID curiously. Counting this medal, he already had 2 medals. Not everyone can get this medal. Strength and power are useless. Only those who have made great contributions to the base can get it. With this medal, you can enjoy supreme power in West China City. If you encounter anything in the future, Huaxi City will also use all its power to help you. You helped us rescue so many children this time and eliminated a huge cancer. You deserve this medal. This medal represents the great contribution made to the base and is the benefactor of the base. Each medal is also regarded as a promise. If the benefactor is in trouble in the future, he will naturally help him. So that's it. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at his other medal. There was an S on it. It seems that is the medal of S base. This medal was not given to her privately by Qin Ling. It was only after the alien beasts attacked the city last time that this medal appeared behind my ID. It seems that it can be regarded as a reward for the contribution he made to the S base that time. But Qin Ling didn't tell himself. Thinking about it, Qin Ling knew much about Tang Mo's temperament and didn't care about it at all. He was afraid that she would feel burdened, so he didn't mention it. Miss Tang, where are you going next? West China City is a small base, and there is no helicopter. I will send a car to take you there. At this time, Gu Feng had great respect for Tang Mo. Thank you then. Tang Mo thought for a while, and agreed. She was delayed here for a few days. If she stayed too long, she might miss her own business. So she might as well get a special car. when Tang Mo took Jingjing to the car. It was Gu Feng, Gu Yiru, and Gu Yining who came to see her off.
Remember to come and play with me in the future.
Gu Yiru didn't have many friends, and was very reluctant to leave Tang Dynasty.
We'll meet again if we are destined.
In the end of the world, you have to say goodbye to most people seriously, because it is very likely that it will be the last time you see each other. After Jingjing got in the car, she grabbed Tang Mo and asked for several crystal stones, which made her feel a lot happier. Ever since Tang Mo met those men that day, he listened to Mo's words and ran to the nearby jungle. Jingjing originally had little attack power and was a spiritual beast. But these days, I have been wandering around alone as a beast, and I have learned to use my mental power to attack, hunting for myself to find crystal cores to eat. It seems that both humans and beasts must be pushed to their limits to reach their true potential. But where could the crystal core be as delicious as the crystal coins? Jingjing held the crystal coins in Tang Mo's arms and happily absorbed them. The distance between Huaxi City and Donglin City is not very far. The place Tang Mo wanted to go was on the outskirts of Donglin City, a small fishing village near the sea. So she asked Cheda to drive her half a tank of gas away. And then she took Jingjing and walked for 2 days to get there. The most unaccustomed thing about this post-apocalyptic world is that the distance that has been broken before has been restored. Even in 2 neighboring cities, it is not easy to really meet. Not everyone can afford to drive a car in the apocalypse. Nowadays, fuel is an important and rare resource, and it has not reached the level of universality at all.
Wow! It's so beautiful here.
The closer you get to the seaside, the cooler the air becomes, with the salty smell of the sea breeze. Jingjing, who had been living in the jungle since birth, had never seen the sea before. She was so happy that she couldn't bear to close her eyes and sniff the air vigorously. Tang Mo looked at everything in front of him. There were some small houses scattered on the ground mixed with sand and soil. Some people in simple clothes were sitting on the bench outside, collecting the seafood they caught from the sea, which was their food. The children were chirping and playing. They looked up and looked a little further away. They saw the boundless sea, with some small boats moored at the junction of the sea and the sand. This place seems to be God's favorite, as if the end of the world has nothing to do with this place.
Who are you?
Seeing outsiders, the people in this small fishing village immediately became vigilant. An older woman came over with a bad look on her face.
I'm sorry to bother you. I came here unexpectedly. I'm a little tired from the long journey. I don't know if it's convenient to stay here for a while.
Tang Mo's words were very polite. One of the pictures and texts she got was in this small fishing village in Donglin City. She needs time to figure it all out, so living here for a while is the best option.
Inconvenient,
the woman answered very simply, without any hesitation.
The world has really changed, and more people are coming to eat and drink. That's right. The person I took in last time even took away a bunch of dried fish I dried on the roof. And the guy who came last time.
Life in this small fishing village is very simple. When outsiders come, everyone quickly gathers around and starts talking about the previous events. Chapter 233, Staying in the Fishing Village. Tang Mo listened carefully to every word of this busy discussion, and she finally understood. It turns out that this small fishing village was very hospitable before. I don't know why they who live by the sea have not been affected much by the apocalypse. Strange beasts on land rarely come close to here, and even if they do come occasionally, there are only a few here and there. Although the creatures in the sea have mutated, their attack power is almost zero. They still rely on the sea for food as before. The relatively peaceful life did not change these simple and honest people at first. But gradually, there are often people who come here accidentally and want to take a rest. It would be fine if they just rested for a few days. When those people saw how peaceful the life here was, some simply didn't want to leave and wanted to live a life of free food and drink. And some people even want to pick up some food while walking. Over time, the attitude of the people here towards outsiders changed, from being hospitable to being very resistant. It turns out that's the case. No wonder. In the end of Tang Dynasty, he actually understood the thoughts of this group of people. In the end of the world, kindness will always suffer. The cost of losing money now is much higher than the cost of losing money before the end of the world.
Hello, sister-in-law. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to take advantage. I will pay the rent.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he directly moved a 20-gene bag of rice from the space.
Can I use the rice as rent? If my stay here is not long enough, I will add more. Don't worry. I won't be short of food.
At the end of the Tang Dynasty, It could be seen that the people here were still simple in nature. But they were afraid of suffering. Most of them are just ordinary people living their daily lives. Crystal nuclei, crystal coins, etc. are not as good as rice to them. You must know that in addition to crystal core coins, rice is also a hard currency. Seeing Tang Mo suddenly take out a bag of rice out of thin air, the onlookers, sisters-in-law and aunts were all shocked. They have seen so many people living for free for so long. Are they still not used to it when someone actually pays rent? Rice. With their backs to the sea, they were starving to death. But when it comes to rice, everyone forgets how long it has been since they had it.
Stay at my house. My house is spacious and there is room. Sister-in-law Wu, your house is so close to the sea and so humid. How can a girl from the inland stand it? You'd better live in my house. Your family? You still have that little baby who cries in the middle of the night. And you're not afraid of disturbing others' rest?
It seems that the power of rice is indeed huge. In the late Tang dynasty, it quickly changed from an uninvited guest that everyone found annoying to a delicious food that everyone was fighting for.
Stop grabbing it!
Before Tang Mo's arm was almost torn off, the sister-in-law who spoke first spoke.
Since you don't want to live in vain, you can stay here. I'm the manager here. Just ask me to come.
Since you are not eating and drinking for free, but you are showing sincerity, it is not impossible to stay here.
I don't know what your accommodation requirements are, girl, so I can arrange them for you. I don't have any requirements. I only have 1 fox per person, as long as I have a clean room.
The late Tang dynasty did have requirements for the quality of life. But now that he is not on vacation, of course there is not that much to do.
Okay, Sister Xiang, go and call that boy Dayu over.
Na Lai's sister-in-law quickly arranged a family for Tang Mo. After hearing Lai's sister-in-law say the name of Dayu's child, the sisters-in-law here stopped talking and stopped fighting.
Girl, you don't know your name yet? The end of the Tang dynasty. The end of Tang dynasty?
Hearing the words Tang dynasty, Lai's sister-in-law looked a little surprised. It couldn't be such a coincidence that the person who ranked first on the list came to live with them. The sisters-in-law nearby didn't have any superfluous reactions when they heard Tang Mo's name. They were still immersed in the grief of losing rice. Obviously, life here is too comfortable. Even if most people have ID watches, they don't focus on it. Everyone still lives their lives as before. Tang Mo just smiled, and it seemed that his sister-in-law didn't say anything.
Since you are a guest here, let me tell you about the situation. Dayu's child is 15 years old this year and has a younger sister. His parents did not come back when they went to sea last year. It is not easy for him to hold his younger sister now. Our house was built the year before Dayu's father died and is still new. And there are many rooms available. So it's just right for you to live there.
Lai Sa gave Tang Mo a brief introduction to the situation. Dayu was 15 years old. And he was a boy after all. He was afraid that the end of Tang dynasty would mind. So he said it in advance. 15? To Tang Mo, who had lived 2 lives. He was just a little baby. Besides, there is no need to pay attention to that nowadays. For safety reasons when going on missions, it is common for men and women to crowd into the same room. Compared to living, other things seem not so important. However, Tang Mo could tell from this incident that the people in this small fishing village were still very kind-hearted. Lai's sister-in-law allowed herself to live in their home in order to take care of the 2 children. After all, these 20 kilograms of rice can feed 2 children for a long time. Dayu quickly ran over under the leadership of Na Xiangmei, running so fast that he was still panting and bending over in front of Tang Mo.
You kid! No one is chasing you!
Lai's sister-in-law patted Dayu on the back. After Dayu and Xiaoyu's parents died, she took care of the siblings more.
Auntie, are those 20 kilograms of rice real?
I heard that as long as I stayed in a room, I could get 20 kilograms of rice. Dayu was so excited that he couldn't believe it.
It's true. Isn't the rice just on the ground?
The sister-in-law next to her pointed to Dayu, the 20 kilograms of rice placed on the ground.
It's done! It's done! Let this sister live in my house. I have more rooms.
Dayu Li's lips were grinning to the back of his ears. With rice, he can cook rice porridge for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is only 3 years old. If he eats more rice, his belly will not be so big. In this way, Tang Mo followed Dayu to his home, while Demi was held firmly in Dayu's arms, as if he was holding some treasure. Dayu's home is a moderate distance from the seaside. The house is much newer than others in the surrounding area, and the workmanship is exquisite and the materials used are good. It can be seen that Dayu's father was a serious and hard-working man when he was alive.
Xiaoyu, look what my brother brought you back. You can eat it in the evening.
Dayu's house has 3 rooms. He and Xiaoyu live in one room, and the other 2 are empty. Dayu first opened the door of his room to see Xiaoyu. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he only saw a small-looking girl crawling around on the bed, with a rope tied to the head of the bed around her wrist. Chapter 234 Dayu's Parents. If it hadn't been for Dayu's words, Tang Mo would never have known that the dirty little girl crawling around on the bed was now 3 years old. A big belly and thin limbs are the most typical symptoms of malnutrition.
Elder brother.
Seeing Dayu coming back, the little girl crawled towards Dayu, but her arms were tied by chains again, restricting her movement. Tears welled up in worry. Dayu put down the rice, untied the rope from his sister's arm, and held Xiaoyu in his arms.
Sorry, I'm not at home usually. Xiaoyu is too young, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Dayu explained a little embarrassedly. Tang Mo nodded. She completely understood. For a 15-year-old kid to be able to do this is already very impressive.
Your room is next door, so you can stay here peacefully. Neither Xiaoyu nor I will bother you.
Dayu speaks very politely, and at first glance, he looks like a child who has been well educated since childhood. The room that Tang Mo lived in was the room that Dayu's parents used to live in. Although no one had lived in it for more than a year, the room was still spotless and looked like it was often cleaned. Tang Mo took out his bedding and pillows from the space, then moved a large wooden bath barrel and placed it in the corner of the room. She estimated that she would have to live in this Yutsuan for a while, and she had to try her best to make her stay as comfortable as possible. The first place that Tang Dynasty chose to visit was this fishing village in Dongnan City. Not only because this was where the patterns were located, but also for another important reason, which was that Tang Dynasty wanted to confirm a conjecture in his heart. People have always faced strange beasts on land, but as we all know, the ocean has the greatest variety of creatures. So are there those terrible existences in the ocean? If it really existed, what kind of scale and strength would it be? These were questions that the late Tang Dynasty was thinking about. After all, the evolution speed of alien beasts on land is getting more and more terrifying. So Tang Mo's worries are not unnecessary. But from the information she knows so far, the people here have not encountered any terrifying existence yet. I heard from Dayu that the fish and shrimps in the sea have all been mutated. But apart from being larger in size, they are no different from before. So people here only treat them as the previous seafood. But there was one more thing that made Tang Mo curious. Although this small fishing village has a relatively small population and a relatively remote location, but it can be considered a place where people gather. So how can it not be harassed by strange beasts at all? This small fishing village is completely different from other bases. There are no fortifications, not even fences. People just live as freely as before. Is there anything here that makes the alien beasts on land afraid? Tang Dynasty was not in a hurry about all of this. As long as he lived here for a few days, everything would have its own answer. By the time Tang Mo finished taking a bath, washed off all the dust from his travels, and had a comfortable sleep, the sun had already set halfway. The evening in Yutsuan is as beautiful as a painting. The connection between the sea and the sand, the connection between the sea and the sky, everything is shrouded in orange sunlight. There are several small houses scattered here and there, and the relaxed and carefree smiles on people's faces. Tang Mo stood at the door, breathing in every mouthful of salty air here. Xiaoyu was sitting on the sand at the door, while Dayu was holding a bowl of rice porridge and carefully feeding Xiaoyu one mouthful at a time.
Sister Momo, are you awake? Dinner is left in the pot for you. Just get a bowl and serve it yourself.
There had been no movement in Tang Mo's room, and Dayu felt it was inconvenient to disturb him. So he warmed the porridge left for Tang Mo in the pot. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he watched Dayu feeding Xiaoyu rice porridge. But what he ate was a piece of dried fish in his hand. He went to the pot and opened the lid. What Dayu left for himself was the same rice porridge as Xiaoyu. It seems that Dayu himself is not willing to eat the rice porridge at all. That's right. The way Xiaoyu opened his mouth and stammered, squinting his little eyes in satisfaction, made Tang Mo look a little moved. There wasn't that much detail here. The sun during the day warmed the sand. So Tang Mo simply sat down next to Dayu.
Can you tell me about your parents?
Tang Mo had no intention of inquiring into other people's privacy. But Lai's sister-in-law said that Dayu's parents died while going to sea last year. It should be the early days of the end of the world at that time. The reason for their death may be of great significance to the understanding of this sea in the late Tang Dynasty.
It's nothing inconvenient. My father is the best at fishing in our fishing village, and the fastest at work. There are many houses here that my father helped build. My mother is the gentlest and most gentle person I have ever seen.
The kindest and most hard-working woman.
Even the food in their hands was given by Tang Mo. Tang Mo was their sponsor. So there was nothing inconvenient to say. Tang Mo nodded. It was obvious that Da Yu and Xiao Yu's parents must be very good people to raise their children so well.
But last year, my father and mother went to sea together. But they didn't come back until the sun went down.
It is the rule here that fishing boats that go out to sea must come back before the sun sets regardless of whether they have harvested or not. Otherwise, once it gets dark, there is no lighthouse here, and the boats on the sea will lose their way.
Later, Auntie Lai took many people to look for her. After searching for a long time, they couldn't find her. They finally said that my father and mother encountered some danger or were buried in the sea where we rely on for survival.
Da Yu looked at the sea covered with the afterglow of the setting sun in front of him. He both loved the sea that raised them and hated it deeply.
The boat has not been found until now, and even the wreckage has disappeared. My father is the most powerful person I have ever met. I don't believe that he is dead. He must have drifted somewhere across the ocean. They will definitely return home one day in the future.
Da Yu didn't look like he was deceiving himself. He really believed that his parents were still alive in this world. Before his parents come back, he must take good care of his sister so that she can grow up safely and wait for her parents to come back together. This is also the belief that this 15-year-old boy has insisted on for so long. Two experienced fishermen couldn't even find the damage to the boat in the end. Tang Mo had a general guess in his mind, but looking at the determined eyes of the young man in front of her, she said nothing. Xiao Yu is so young that even if he can babble a few words, he still doesn't understand what his brother means. He just opens his mouth wide to show that he still wants to eat.
Children will not grow well if they eat rice porridge. I still have some milk powder there. Go and boil some hot water.
Chapter 235 Going to Sea for the First Time.
Milk powder? That's so precious.
Da Yu was shocked and flattered by Tang Mo's words. Of course he knows that milk powder is the best thing for Xiao Yu now. But milk powder is a nutritional supplement and is too precious. These 20 kilograms of rice are far more than the rent. And he is too embarrassed to accept milk powder from others.
I'm not giving it to you for free. Let's make a deal.
Naturally, he lived here in the late Tang dynasty. And naturally there were still many places where local people needed help.
I'll provide you with milk powder and some other food. You take me out to sea, and all the harvest from each sea trip will belong to me. How about that?
Inheriting his father's excellent genes, Da Yu is now an experienced fisherman. Later, he also owned a fishing boat again with the remaining savings of his family. What they can harvest from going to sea is nothing more than the things in the sea. They have so much of them that they can't finish them.
So they dry them and eat them. These things are far less valuable than the things Tang Mo's sister gave him. But Da Yu also knew that Sister Tang Mo wanted to help him intentionally, and was not short of supplies. So he finally agreed after thinking for a long time. He doesn't have to eat good food. But milk powder is too precious to Xiao Yu. And he really can't say no. Just treat this advantage as your own. And you will definitely find an opportunity to pay it back in the future. Da Yu made up his mind. In fact, in the late Tang dynasty, he really needed a guide to take him out to sea and understand the things here. And since she was going to live here for a while, she couldn't enjoy and drink well for these two children to watch. That would be really embarrassing. Let's just make a deal. It's a win-win situation, and neither of us suffers a loss. The two made an appointment to go out to sea at 6 o'clock the next morning. And Da Yu hurriedly went to boil water. Tang Mo not only gave Da Yu a few cans of milk powder, but also kindly sponsored a few bottles. Xiao Yu was only 3 years old, and his body was as long as that of a 1 or 2-year-old baby. It was the time when he couldn't be weaned, because milk powder is highly nutritious. Tang Mo saved a lot at the beginning, but she didn't expect that since the end of the world, she has almost never been short of nutrition, and she doesn't need any milk powder. Her younger brother, Yanong, has her stepfather there, almost picking off the stars and the moon, and there is no need for these things in her space. The supermarket in the space at the end of the Tang dynasty will automatically replenish its supplies as long as it is upgraded once. And there is no end to it. The 2 new warehouses were also full of things, including crystal coins and various kinds of food and water. When it comes to supplies, there was really no shortage in the late Tang dynasty. The only thing Tang Mo needs now is to use various methods to improve his strength to face more unknown challenges in the future. For the first meal here, Tang Mo took out a piece of frozen pork and some vegetables, and took out a bag of rice. Dayu's craftsmanship is very good, and it didn't take long to put out a table of 3 dishes and 1 soup that were all delicious and delicious. There were 3 people. 2 of them were eating, and 1 little person was holding the bottle and drinking milk powder that he had never drank before. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was used to being alone outside, except at Base S. He really couldn't eat such hot and freshly baked meals at other times. The prepared meals collected before the end of the world in the space were eaten to pieces. There are always various things going on when I'm at S base, and I can't think of anything to add. She really didn't expect Dayu, a 15-year-old boy, to be so good at cooking, even better than the Win family's chef. It seems that the transaction I made was really worth it. You can also get a chef for free in the future, except when you go to sea. You can help me cook more meals. I will save them for later, and I will pay you the reward. No problem. The boy Dayu felt very embarrassed now, wishing he could do more things for Tang Mo. So he naturally agreed. Early the next morning, Tang Mo got up early and watched Dayu feed Xiaoyu a bottle of milk, leaving another bottle of milk beside him. Before going out, Tang Mo took out a bear doll from the supermarket and placed it next to Xiaoyu. That way, she won't be so lonely at home alone. What are you looking at me for? I'm going out. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw Dayu looking at him in disbelief and threw his hair out of the door. Dayu followed silently. He just didn't expect that Sister Tang Mo, who looked so cool and seemed like nothing was a problem and didn't care, was so thoughtful. Dayu's boat was a second-hand fishing boat he bought from a neighbor with his parents' remaining savings after his parents passed away. He has been on the boat and going to sea with his father since he was 7 or 8 years old. He is now 15 years old and an experienced fisherman. Dayu's boat only rode for about 15 minutes before stopping. Tang Mo stood up and looked in the direction of the fishing village, and could vaguely see the small houses in the fishing village. This distance is enough, and we can already catch the fish we usually eat. Dayu could see that Tang Mo was a little dissatisfied and explained to her. Does everyone usually fish around this distance? I remember that if you fish in the sea, you shouldn't be able to catch them at such a close distance. Aren't they only found in the deep sea? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he suddenly remembered something. This is the sea. From such a short distance, can you catch fish with a small fishing boat? This is not the creek in our school before. It was not possible before. In the past, the fishing boats in the village were powered by motors and could go far away, and they had to be more professional. But now there is a lack of fuel power, so we can only rely on manual rowing, which has regressed to what it was a few decades ago. But fortunately, there seem to be more fish in the sea after the end of the world. Otherwise, the people in our fishing village would have starved to death. If it were so close before, it would be impossible to catch sea fish from such a shallow distance. But now everything is different. The fish are different too. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he put his hand into the seawater and felt the somewhat cold water temperature. Looking under the seawater, he saw a blue sky. It was an unknown mystery that humans in the apocalypse could not explore. Most people fish from this location so they can get home before the sun goes down. Going deeper, there may be more types of fish, but they are also more dangerous. Dayu has a younger sister to take care of at home, so he doesn't take risks. The catch is enough for him and his younger sister to live on. The equipment for big fishing is very complete. I cast the net after taking a look at the location, and then pick it up again after a while. There will be more or less something in it. Tang Mo looked at the fish coming from the big fishing net, holding them in his hands and looking at them carefully. In the past, all I saw in the small fishing village were dried fish. This was the first time in the late Tang Dynasty that I had close contact with live fish in the sea. Chapter 236 Strange Fish. Tang Mo looked at the fish in his hand and felt that it was really strange. This thing can be seen as a fish at a glance, but it is different from the fish before the apocalypse in every aspect. For example, it has brighter patterns on its body, protruding spines on its tail, and even a long, barbed tongue. It was the first time that Tang Dynasty saw a fish with a tongue. It looked so weird that it made people feel a little creepy. But Dayu was obviously not surprised by this. The fish after the apocalypse are all like this, but the meat is still delicious and not poisonous. I heard that the deeper you go into the sea, the weirder the fish looks. Dayu threw the fish familiarly into the wooden barrel made of soft branches that he brought. Does such a fish have crystal nuclei in its body? The presence or absence of crystal nuclei is the most important factor that distinguishes exotic beasts from animals. Crystal nuclei? Yes,
But they are very small. They are just a small bead the size of a fingernail. They are usually swallowed by the way when eating fish, and no one will go out of their way to take them out.
Tang Mo nodded. No wonder the people in this fishing village seemed to be in good health. It seemed to have a lot to do with eating a lot of crystal cores unintentionally. From a certain perspective, although the people in the fishing village do not take the initiative to practice to improve their attributes, they still eat the crystal core like food. But since it is an alien beast, why doesn't it actively attack humans? Tang Dynasty still couldn't figure this out. It's not like she has never seen strange beasts that don't attack humans. But such strange beasts are of very high level or intelligence. For example, her Jingjing and the previous family of big-flowered and small-flowered orangutans are all such beasts. The genes of low-level alien beasts are written to be enemies of humans.
Can an inexperienced person quickly learn to fish and go to sea by himself?
A bold idea rose in Tang Mo's mind. If she could learn the skills quickly, she would be able to go to sea by herself in the future, which would be much more convenient. After all, Dayu is just a child, so we can't just drag him into danger regardless.
No, sister. Don't see that the sea seems simple. But whether it is the control of the boat, the changes in the weather, or the balance of the direction, it cannot be achieved in a few years. Experienced fishermen only look at the horizontal surface. The ripples can predict today's weather and harvest. That's it.
Tang Mo was forced to give up the idea of going to sea. In fact, the harvest of this day can be said to be a lot, but it is neither too much nor too much. At the end of the whole day, I harvested a bucket of all kinds of strange fish. There will be a harvest every time I put down the net. But the harvest each time is only 3 or 2 or 1, which is not really a bumper harvest. For 3 consecutive days, Tang Mo followed Dayu out to sea and saw more and more fish. But the most surprising thing was that due to mutation, every fish in the sea was more or less longer. No, the same. Many fish have colorful spots on their bodies and have sharp teeth in their mouths. But they do not actively harm humans. Only when he was caught in his hand did he open his mouth and try desperately to break free. On the night of the 3rd day, Tang Mo called Dayu to the kitchen. Then he started taking food out of the space in front of Dayu. Rice, flour, meat, snacks, drinks. All Tang Mo took were things from the supermarket. And there were lots of them piled all over the floor.
I'll give you these things. How about accompanying me to a farther place tomorrow?
After these few days, Tang Mo was no longer satisfied with staying at such a close distance. Such a safe distance could not allow her to have a deeper understanding of the sea. Dayu naturally knew what Tang Mo was talking about. He looked at Tang Mo's sister's eyes full of ambition these days, and knew that she wouldn't be able to stay so close for a few days. But no matter how far, Dayu's parents were not the only ones who disappeared into the deep sea. Even earlier, Aunt Lai's husband also disappeared while going to sea. It was precisely because of this sympathy that Aunt Lai took more care of the 2 siblings. However, the number of people who died was only a small number. Most people came back safe and sound after going around for a while, including later. Aunt Lai also organized people to find people in farther places many times. And Dayu himself also went there several times. Good. Looking for wealth and danger. Dayu agreed. Earlier the next day, Dayu temporarily left Xiaoyu at Lai's aunt's house to take care of her. They didn't know how far they would go this time, and they might not be able to come back before dark.
If I don't come back, all the things in the house will be used as expenses for Auntie Lai to take care of Xiaoyu.
There are only 2 people left in the family. Whenever something risky happens, Dayu will arrange an escape route for his sister. The food Tang Mo gave her was enough for Auntie Lai to help him take care of Xiaoyu.
What are you talking about? Silly boy. Come back soon.
Aunt Lai patted Dayu on the back. She has no children and has long regarded the 2 children, Dayu and Xiaoyu, as her own. Dayu did not go out in his own boat this time, but borrowed a larger and sturdier boat from the villagers. The farther you go, the more changeable the weather becomes at sea, and a boat that is too small cannot withstand the wind and waves, because the place to go was far. Tang Mo went boating with Dayu this time. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the strength was much greater than that of Dayu. With 2 people rowing together, the boat moved very fast. But after all, it is manual, and it will take a long time to go further. While passing the time, Dayu told Tang Mo a lot about what happened here. Among them is Aunt Lai. Aunt Lai is the daughter of the previous fishing village chief. A few years ago, a homeless man in his 30s came from nowhere. Although he had nothing, the young man was strong, hard-working and capable, and good-looking. I originally worked as a helper at the old village chief's house. But later I moved in to the village chief's house and married my aunt. The couple had a very good relationship. But not long after the end of the world began, Aunt Lai's husband went to sea and never came back. He was the strongest man in the fishing village, and the old village chief handed the village over to him after his death. But it's gone forever. Not even the wreckage of the ship was found. No living people. No dead bodies. Although many people have died in the sea throughout the ages, the most experienced and strongest people frequently disappear in this sea, which makes people a little suspicious. What kind of accident caused them to stay there forever? If it is wind and waves, the probability is really small. After all, experienced fishermen can predict the weather and will not put themselves in danger at all. At the end of Tang Dynasty, while rowing the boat, he looked at the endless sea water in the distance. This mysterious veil. She really revealed this time. Chapter 237, The Uncharted Sea.
Sister Tang Imo, it must be hard for you to be outside alone all the time.
Dayu saw how relaxed Tang Imo was after rowing for so long, and felt envious in his heart. In fact, he knew that Sister Tang Imo was the #1 person on the Chinese rankings. When he first met her and learned her name, Dayu had not yet thought about #1. After all, how could China's outstanding leader come to such a remote place in his hometown by such a coincidence? Moreover, Sister Tang Imo seemed to be very talkative and had no airs at all. But later on, the more contact he had with her, the clearer it became to Dayu that Sister Tang Imo was not an ordinary girl. She was definitely #1 on the ranking list.
Is it hard? It's okay. You'll get used to it after a while.
Tang Imo meant what he said. In his last life, he was alone in the last days, and it was really hard when he didn't have any relatives or friends around him. But then I gradually got used to it. At first, I couldn't help but cry alone at night. Later, even when a strange beast bit off a piece of flesh from my shoulder, I still wouldn't shed tears. No one will sympathize with you. No matter how miserable you cry. It's useless. No one will feel the same way. Everyone is too busy to look after themselves.
It would be great if I were as powerful as Sister Tang Imo.
Dayu is 15 years old. He was still a carefree child when his parents were still there. But the sudden death of his parents suddenly made him the head of the family, and the burden on him almost crushed him. It would be great if he could be as powerful as Sister Tang Imo.
What do you want to do to become powerful? Leave here?
The people in the small fishing village seemed to have no pursuit of strength. This was the first time that Tang Imo heard words about strength from the people here.
No. As you become more powerful, you can go deeper to find your parents, catch more fish, and let your sister live a better life.
The boy's wishes are simple and unpretentious, and the people here still love their hometown more. Tang Imo nodded. It was a good thing to have higher demands on oneself, so that he could face the unknown things. After all, being peaceful and comfortable now does not mean that it will always be like this in the future. The world is changing too fast. Tang Imo and Dayu paddled for a long time, and the color of the water became darker as they went forward. The big fisherman would lower his net as he walked, and the fish he caught were obviously getting bigger and bigger. As we go deeper, the sky is like a girl's ever-changing face. It's still cloudless on one side, and there's lightning and thunder the next. Fortunately, there was a lot of equipment in the late Tang Dynasty, and homemade roof poles had been installed on the boat long ago to protect it from exposure to the sun during the day and rainwater when it rained. Fortunately, although the weather is changeable, the wind and waves are not too big, and the sea is calm most of the time, which makes people feel nervous. Finally, at the end of Tang Dynasty, the ship arrived at a sea area where the water was as thick as ink. That is not the color that the sea should normally have. This place is beyond the furthest range of Dayu. Seeing the boy's face becoming more and more uneasy, Tang Imo finally asked him to stop.
Just here.
Tang Imo brought a lot of water and food to the boat, which was enough food for 2 people to return. In the late Tang Dynasty, she would take Jingjing with her whenever she went out to sea and let her bask in the sun on the boat. This time she pointed at Jingjing and said to Dayu,
I'm going down in a while, and Jingjing will stay on the boat so we can keep in touch. Staying connected with this little fox?
Dayu was obviously confused. Relying on this fox might as well rely on his ID watch.
Don't look down on the fox.
Jingjing, who had been lazily basking in the sun, spoke. Dayu was startled and pinched himself hard. The fox could still talk. He was not dreaming.
I'm going down now. You wait for me here. Jingjing will tell you what to do if something happens. Tang Mo naturally had his own considerations without using an ID watch to contact him. Sometimes it will be a waste of time to turn on the ID watch when the situation is critical. In special cases, there will be no signal. But Jingjing is different. Jingjing is connected with her. No matter what happens to me. As long as she shouts it in her heart, Jingjing will feel it immediately. Sister, are you just going into the water like this? Seeing Tang Mo standing beside the boat, looking ready to jump off, Dayu hurriedly stopped her. Won't you tie a safety rope? People in fishing villages sometimes go into the water, but they always wear a safety rope. Once you struggle underwater, or for more than 50 seconds, the person above will immediately pull you up to the person underwater. At this time, Tang Mo just took off his shoes and put on a diving suit with long clothes and trousers. It's okay. Don't worry. My sister is a fish. Afraid that his little brother would be too nervous, Tang Mo even joked to him. Tang Mo didn't need to wear a safety rope. First of all, let's not mention that the place she was going to was probably the deepest part of the seabed, and the rope was not that long. Secondly, she can swim and is not afraid of water. Tang Mo had done experiments before. She could use her mental power to create an isolated and sealed space around herself. There is only oxygen in there. Water can't get in, so she is not afraid of lack of oxygen in the water. You don't have to worry about her. You just know she's superhuman and that's it. Seeing Dayu still looking like he was about to cry, Jingjing couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Mo stood on the side of the boat and wrapped himself in a space of about 3 cubic meters with spiritual energy. Why such a big space? Because the larger the space, the more oxygen it contained. She didn't know how long she would stay in it, so of course she wanted to give herself more room. Also, with her current level of mental strength, she doesn't care whether the circle is bigger or smaller. To her, it's just a drop in the bucket. Since Tang Mo's mental power was upgraded, it was much better than his previous mental power in every aspect. But the only bad thing is that the previous mental power was white with some silvery light, which was almost transparent. But now it is shining with golden light. If you want to condense it into a solid form outside and form a circle, this color cannot cover it at all. There was a shining person standing inside a huge golden ball of light. No matter how you thought about it, this scene seemed extraordinary. Fortunately, when Dayu saw the golden light coming from Tang Mo's body, he completely put his heart back in his stomach. The little fox was right. Sister Tang Mo was indeed a superwoman. Tang Mo quickly jumped into the water, in order to save more energy and sink into the sea quickly without swimming by himself. Tang Mo held a 100-pound bag of rice in his arms. With this weight, she sank faster. It was precisely because Tang Mo was almost the same as on the flat ground within the scope of the aperture. So she was able to open her eyes without any scruples and look at everything around her as she sank. The ocean is indeed another world that is much more wonderful and mysterious than land. Chapter 238 Underwater World. At the end of Tang Dynasty, what he saw through the air surrounding him and the sea water outside through the light was a gorgeous scene. She originally thought that the world under the sea should be mysterious and silent, like a silent old man. But it's not true. Human beings attach too much heavy meaning to the unknown under the sea. The world under the sea is actually more lively, colorful, and lovely. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he watched groups of small fish in colorful clothes swimming by him. I also saw countless cute little things, most of which I had never heard of in the late Tang Dynasty, let alone name them. They don't seem to be afraid of people, and they tentatively wander outside the aperture in the late Tang Dynasty. The scenery becomes more beautiful as you sink deeper. If the scenery above is lovely, then the scenery below is magnificent. The deeper the creature, the larger the size. Some of them were docile and friendly, and would wave their tails at Tang Mo in a friendly manner, while some were ferocious and terrifying. But they just walked away from Tang Mo indifferently, without disturbing each other. The creatures here seem to have one thing in common. That is, they are not aggressive. This is not to say that they do not have the ability to attack. On the contrary, they seem to be much more powerful now than before the end of the world. But as if he was restricted by something, he restrained his sharpness and became docile. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he fell quietly and looked at the colorful underwater world with wide eyes. This world was so magical and harmonious. I don't know how long it took, but Tang Mo fell into a deeper place. Not even a trace of sunlight could be seen deeper on the seabed. If Tang Mo's eyes hadn't had night vision, everything around him would have become pitch black. Just when Tang Mo wanted to find something in the darkness, a huge suction force sucked her downwards. When Tang Mo realized something was wrong, her whole body was already falling.
She looked down, but she couldn't see what it was. She struggled upwards. But now she was standing in the ball of light, and could only rely on her mental strength to push herself upwards. The ball of light began to rise upwards, driven by Tang Mo. But the force below was so powerful that even the big fish above Tang Mo kept slamming downwards. If Tang Mo hadn't dodged so quickly, it almost hit her ball of light.
That is,
Tang Mo firmly used his mental power to resist this inexplicable suction force, and then looked down. In the darkness, she seemed to see some huge teeth and some pink tender flesh. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had a bold guess in his mind. Give it a try. She roughly estimated the current situation. If she went down, her chances of escaping were quite high. Since they were all here, there was no reason to turn around and run away while standing in front of the truth. Tang Mo simply gave up struggling and let the suction pull him down.
Jingjing, please let Dayu go home first. Don't worry about me. Remember to protect him.
What he was about to do was full of dangers, and he didn't know how long it would take. Tang Mo conveyed instructions to Jingjing, asking her to tell Dayu to go home first. Tang Mo fell together with the fish around him, fell into the mouth of the abyss, and then slid down a huge passage. There was still sticky liquid on the wall of the passage. Fortunately, there was a protective shield around Tang Mo. Otherwise it would have been quite a torture. This slide lasted for a long time. When it finally stopped, Tang Mo found that his feet were already standing on the ground. To be precise, it's not the ground, but the stomach of a huge animal. That's right. It's the stomach. If I guess correctly, Tang Mo is now in the stomach of the giant beast under the sea. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew that many giant beasts in the ocean did not chew their food because they were too large. Even if she comes in, she can definitely find a way out. And she had a hunch that the mysterious disappearance of many people and shipwrecks in this small fishing village might be related to this giant beast.
It's human!
Sure enough, not long after Tang Mo came in, he heard human voices. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked up and saw that on the pink wall above, there were several small houses built with wooden boards firmly nailed there. Seeing another human come in, several people poured out of the house and gathered around Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at a total of 5 people. 2 couples, and a couple with a baby. It seems that there is no husband here. Tang Mo sighed, feeling a little sad for that strong, independent, and optimistic woman.
No new people have come in here for a long time.
The middle-aged man who spoke was obviously the leader, and his tone was both happy to welcome a new partner, but also a little sad for the situation that the new partner was about to accept.
Where is this place? Who are you?
Although he had a general idea, Tang Mo still asked.
We were the ones who entered here before you, and have been here for a long time. This is the stomach of the giant beast under the sea. We, including you, were all eaten.
It's a bit funny to say that everyone is eaten.
Can you survive for so long after being eaten?
Tang Mo looked at the small house on the wall and thought to himself that they were not only alive, but seemed to be doing well.
Although it was eaten, this giant beast came up to breathe on average once a month. There is still sufficient oxygen here.
This is the stomach and not the lungs. But it can still maintain sufficient oxygen? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he couldn't understand it either. Perhaps this has something to do with the mutations after the end of the world. Today's alien beasts are no longer structures that can be explained by human biological science.
Then the things in the stomach are not digested?
Tang Mo looked at the scattered fish that came in with him on the ground. If it is not digested, then there should be far more than this accumulated in the stomach. Right? Where did all the food other than these humans go before?
Naturally. You can't eat for free. Corrosive liquid will flow in here about once a week. The amount of inflow is not too large. It is only about the height of a person. By then, these fish will lose their water and can only struggle on the ground. The shrimp just float away with the liquid.
The height of a person is probably less than 1/10 of the height of this space. At least when Tang Mo looked up, he didn't see the top at all. The man patiently explained to Tang Mo. He is the one who has lived here the longest. There is no shortage of food and clothing. They are all ready to live here for the rest of their lives. But the biggest trouble is loneliness. There are too few people here who can talk. Corrosive liquid? The height of a person? Tang Mo looked at the 2 houses nailed to the wall and could understand why they did this. Hanging yourself up high like this saves you a lot of trouble.
You can still eat these fish with food. But what about water?
It would be difficult to survive with only food and no water.
You'll know after the water.
The man was a little embarrassed. Chapter 239 One World.
Only later did Tang Mo find out that the water they had been drinking was the saliva swallowed by the giant beast. Brother Bao, the child is hungry. The child in the woman's arms suddenly started crying. The child was almost a year old. Under this situation, it was obvious that he wanted to eat meat with adults. After several people introduced themselves and said hello, they picked up the tools in their hands and looked for suitable fish to make food on the ground. The tools in their hands are all made of fish objects, such as fish scales, teeth, and anything sharp can be used. Only the woman stood aside with her child in her arms and watched everyone doing things. Among these people, Brother Bao is basically the leader. Since she is Brother Bao's woman, she should do nothing. She even gave birth to a child for Brother Bao. After listening to their self-introductions, Tang Mo completely identified these people. She heard the husband of the fisherman called Lai's sister-in-law called Uncle Bao. Regardless of age or personality, they are probably similar to the middle-aged man in front of me. That's right. The other couple are Yu Xiaoyu's parents. This woman. Tang Mo looked at the woman standing aside with her child in her arms. She was probably in her 30s, and was obviously younger than Dayu's parents and Brother Bao. The child's age also happened to match. It's just what they did here. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. What would this giant beast of the deep sea think if it knew that its food was still thriving in its stomach? However, according to Dayu, Uncle Bao and Aunt Lai were very much in love with each other. Isn't this just what it seemed to be like now in the late Tang Dynasty? In 2 years, I even have a child. And I'm afraid I don't even know the name of my wife outside. At this moment, Tang Mo felt a little unworthy of Lai's sister-in-law, who was still guarding that house. Since there are no extra tools, making food is just cutting off the tender meat from the fish. After about making enough, everyone sat down and started eating. Miss Tang, why don't you sit down and have something to eat? You'll be in peace now that you've come. The sister-in-law of the other couple greeted Tang Mo warmly, as if her life here had not made her lose confidence. But she still maintained her love for life. Tang Mo likes people who can stay positive and optimistic at all times. The ID watches here have no signal at all. So even if they know Tang Mo's name, people here don't know that Tang Mo is the #1 person on the Chinese rankings. Tang Mo sat next to the sister-in-law and took the fish from her, smiled and said thank you. Sister-in-law, you said that your family is all in Donglin City. So do you have 2 children in your family? Tang Mo asked. Yes. How do you know? The sister-in-law's face was obviously stunned. I came here from the fishing village in Donglin City. When I was in the fishing village, I lived in a little boy's home. His name is Dayu, and he also has a sister named Xiaoyu. Big fish and small fish? The woman who had always had a gentle smile on her face suddenly became excited. How are they? Are they okay? They are my children. My children. The woman excitedly dropped the fish in her hand and held Tang Mo's hand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was so excited that I scared you. The woman wiped her tears with one hand and apologized to Tang Mo. She really couldn't control her emotions for a while. Are my children okay? Are they having a hard time without me and their mother here? The man's face couldn't hide his excitement, and he looked straight at Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at the couple and was very moved. They love their children so much. No wonder Dayu is so well educated, so kind and responsible. They are living a good life. Dayu is now an adult and takes good care of his sister. Tang Mo told the 2 people truthfully. After hearing Tang Mo's words, the couple's tears kept falling, but they still had smiles on their lips. Well done. I knew my son would be good. The man's tone was full of pride. Hearing Tang Mo say that he came from a fishing village, Brother Bao kept looking at Tang Mo, hesitating to speak. But he seemed to be taboo about something, so he didn't say anything in the end. After the meal, Tang Mo himself used materials in the space to put a few simple boards on the wall above as his temporary place. There are 2 families here except Tang Mo, and there are only 2 small houses. Naturally, there is no place for Tang Mo to stay. After the woman holding the child finished eating, she took the child back first. There is a hanging ladder made of fish tendons under the house. The woman's skills were pretty good, and she returned to the house with one hand while holding the child in her arms. She didn't say goodbye to the others when she left, and the others didn't look at her, as if they were in 2 different worlds. After the woman left, Uncle Bao also came over. How are you doing? Sister-in-law? Yes, sister-in-law is here. Uncle Bao looked at the man in his 40s, and now he looked cautious, like a child. In fact, Uncle Bao is 1 year younger than Sister Lai.
But he is used to calling her sister Lai. It seems that when he is around her, she will always be his little sister. So intimate. There was something strange about the late Tang dynasty. She really couldn't guess what this man was thinking. You have children here, but you still care about your own wife?
I'm living a pretty good life.
But I'm just waiting for an impossible person to come home. I'm probably feeling very tired.
Uncle Bao was speechless for a long time after listening to Tang Mo's words. He lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. In the end, I could only let out a long sigh, then got up and went back. After Uncle Bao left, Dayu's parents also sighed.
It's all fate that plays tricks on people. If he doesn't want to, how can someone force him to be a man?
Isn't this all your own choice? It seems too late to regret it now.
Debeo was the first one to come in, and the old woman was the second one. At first, only the two of them lived here, and everything was fine at the beginning. Unexpectedly, Debeo was stung by a poisonous fish and became unconscious. That woman has long been interested in Debeo. So, hey, anyway, just that one time. Who knew that woman would be pregnant? You don't know that Sister Lai can't give birth to a child. And Debeo has never had a child in his life. He loves children so much and thinks that he may not be able to get out in this life. So he just lives like this.
So, Uncle Bao has never forgotten his sister-in-law? After hearing this, Tang Mo couldn't help but start to sigh. Fate is really unfair. And people who love each other always make mistakes. Chapter 240 Negotiation. Although a wall panel was erected above it in the late Tang dynasty to keep people occupied, she had no intention of staying here permanently. This is the stomach of the alien beast. Let's not talk about nausea. Let's just say that the alien beast suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea without breathing. Although the space here is large, the oxygen will always be exhausted one day. Besides, in a confined space like this, who knows what kind of accidents may happen? It is not a place to stay for a long time. I don't know what kind of strange beast this underwater beast is. An idea came to Tang Mo's mind. She returned to the siding she had built, and then tried to release her mental power and move up the huge space until she broke through the barrier and then went up again. That mental power traveled through too many things, and only at this moment did Tang Mo realize how huge this strange beast was. Every blood vessel is as thick as a road. Obviously, the physical structure of this strange beast was beyond what Tang Mo could understand. But she still tried to find the sea of consciousness of this animal according to her own attempts. It's like searching for treasure in a maze. It didn't take long before Tang Mo's mental power encountered a barrier. It was an impenetrable barrier. Just like a door. Standing there. Done! Only mental power can block mental power. It seems that Tang Mo's guess is correct. This strange beast is a spiritual beast, and its own mental power is much stronger than his own. Tang Mo knew that many creatures in the ocean relied on sound waves to communicate and find food. So he went to find out with the mentality of giving it a try. Because she was thinking about a question. Animals like orangutans and Jingjing can communicate with humans. So if such an overlord in the deep sea finds a communication channel, can it also communicate with humans? Tang Mo's mental power did not act rashly, but turned into a breeze, gently knocking on the door at the barrier. Who are you? Not long after, a message came from the spiritual power within the barrier. The sound is rich and powerful. Hello. I am a human being who was accidentally swallowed by you. I have no ill intentions towards you. I would like to ask if there is a way for us to get out? Tang Mo didn't say this casually. After such a long period of observation, she probably knew that all the creatures in the ocean were not malicious towards humans. We are not easy to digest in your stomach, and we may disturb your peace and cause you some minor troubles. Why not let us leave early and give you peace of mind? This is true. To this strange beast, these little people in its stomach are really like bacteria. In my stomach? Are you still alive? You are quite clever. This giant beast obviously doesn't know how many humans are in its stomach. It inhales too much food every time, and it is normal for it to accidentally inhale anything. But being able to survive after being eaten by yourself is a bit of a feat. But since you have entered my stomach, there is nothing I can do to get you out. If you want to come out, you still have to rely on yourself. The giant beast is also helpless. Who would have thought that there would be something living in its stomach? But it has no choice now. It can't cut itself open and take it out for them. Cheering for you. In the end, the giant beast left an encouraging message to Tang Mo. And it was very serious. Tang Mo held his forehead. Why did she feel that the other party was a bit gloating about his misfortune? Although there is no way this must be true. But that's right.
The stomach of the giant beast is only so big. And having a few little people jumping around inside really won't affect it at all. Not to mention just jumping around. Even if it was slashing with weapons. The giant beast probably didn't feel much. So naturally it didn't matter. Although she didn't find a way out. Tang Mo still gained something from her trip. At least she knew that this giant beast did have a crush on humans.
I would also like to take the liberty of asking you. Are you not hostile to humans? And these creatures in the ocean don't seem to be hostile to humans.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he struck the question while the iron was hot, and asked the question he wanted to ask.
When I was a little whale, I was stranded near a small fishing village out of fun. The humans at that time did not hurt me, but sent me back to the sea. So in terms of hostility, I really have no hostility towards humans. In the sea, everything listens to me, and naturally takes my will as its own.
It turned out to be a mutated whale. No surprise.
But now that I'm too big, I can't just go up and play. It's a shame.
This giant beast has never talked to a human, and the creatures in the sea are afraid of him. So the loneliness he has always made makes him quite like talking to this human. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he could see the nature of this giant beast. Although he became the overlord after the end of the world, he could never change his playful and mischievous nature. Moreover, after being rescued once, he became grateful to humans, and was a kind-hearted whale.
My name is Tang Mo. Do you have a name? Name?
Whale. At the end of Tang Dynasty, there was a black line on his head. Obviously this name was chosen just a second ago.
Okay. It would be great if the leaders in all sea areas were as kind to humans as you are. Then the world would have a lot less trouble.
Tang Mo sighed from the bottom of his heart. In fact, she chose to come to Donglin City first this time, just to see what the situation in the ocean was like, how the creatures in the sea mutated, and what is their attack power. Now she probably knows the situation in the waters of Donglin City. But there are so many waters in China, and the conditions are always different.
If that's what you're worried about, that's unnecessary.
The whale has been listening carefully to Tang Mo's words.
A domain master will evolve in each sea area, and the wisdom of the domain masters in the ocean is extremely high.
When he said this, the big whale sounded a little embarrassed. However, the intelligence of whales is indeed extremely high, and it will be strengthened after mutation. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, some people understood the meaning of evolution. Perhaps for human beings, if their hidden talents in certain aspects are developed to a great extent, and they become strong in a certain field, isn't it a kind of evolution?
We live in the ocean, and no matter how powerful or how large we are, we will never reach land. And you humans can not only live on land, but you can also use special methods to go to the sea. And you can even make countless weapons, so you can easily deal with us on land. Therefore, any fish with some brains will not be your enemy.
These fish in the ocean now have more than 7 seconds of memory. Although most of them cannot speak, they still have some thinking ability.
But I'm not a fish,
the whale added. Chapter 241 Escape. Of course Tang Mo knew that it was not a fish. She had known that whales were mammals since she was in elementary school. Knowing that the creatures in the ocean would not take the initiative to kill humans, Tang Mo felt relieved. You must know that the number of creatures in the ocean is almost endless. It is already very difficult for humans to live. If these enemies are added to the mix, the living environment will be really terrifying. It seems that his visit to Donglin City this time was not in vain. At least, he solved the most important question lingering in his mind. After Tang Mo and the whale said goodbye politely, they returned their mental power. Then a few hours later, when everyone came down from the house to cut food and eat, Tang Mo spoke.
Do you want to go out with me? You've already gone out if you can. You little girl. Don't brag as soon as you arrive.
Uncle Bao's current woman spoke in a sour tone. And she had already disliked him since she first came in at the end of Tang Dynasty. After all, before Tang Mo came, she was the youngest and somewhat pretty woman here. But after Tang Mo, a girl in her early 20s, arrived, she felt that her status might soon be lost. Except for her. Everyone here seemed to have something to do with the small fishing village they talked about. She was the only one who accidentally fell into the sea from somewhere else while going to sea, and happened to be swallowed by the giant beast. In fact, before Uncle Bao came in, this strange beast also devoured many humans. But since Uncle Bao built a house on that, well, people have realized another possibility of survival. After all, who can retain such sense in a difficult situation to find a way to save themselves? Not everyone can build that small house with greasy walls. After the woman's life was saved by Uncle Bao's house, in order to maintain the relationship for a longer period of time and make herself live longer. She simply seduced the men and women. Only in this way can the relationship last longer.
I dare to say this. Of course I have my reasons. You don't have to follow me.
Tang Mo didn't even bother to refute this woman.
How'd it go?
Uncle Bao was the first person to ask about the method. Tang Mo actually dared to come in without even thinking about it. Naturally, he would not put all his hopes of going out on the possibility of successful negotiations with this giant beast. Naturally, she had already thought about how to get out before she came in. It's just a way to get out. Huh? It's not that perfect.
I use my mental power to make a ball of light and put it around our bodies. Then when the highly corrosive liquid flows in next time, we will follow it and the corrosive food out in the ball of light.
Tang Mo explained it very euphemistically. But everyone understood that it was just being excreted by this giant beast. It's not like they haven't thought of this method before. But after testing, they found that the corrosiveness of the liquid was too high. There was no way a person could stay intact in that liquid for 10 seconds.
Your ball of light can indeed block strong acid and not be destroyed?
Uncle Bao has a very cautious temperament, and his decision is almost equivalent to the decision of everyone here. Everyone wants to get out. But if the possibility of getting out alive is really too small, then maybe life is the most important thing.
50% chance of getting out alive. How about it? Do you want to give it a try?
In fact, Tang Mo knew in his heart what kind of existence his spiritual light ball was. Not to mention strong acid. It can withstand attacks from alien beasts. If the chance of success was not 100%, she would not have come in the first place. But now, she just wants to see what kind of attitude the people here have towards going out.
I'm not going out. My children and I are not going anywhere.
The woman immediately screamed. 50%. That means there is half a chance of death. So I won't take the risk. When she came in, she had already experienced the early stages of the apocalypse, which was a world of cannibalism. Now that I am in this small world, I don't have to worry about food and transportation. And I don't have to do anything. Where in the world is there such a good thing? She didn't want to risk going out.
Let's get out.
Dayu's parents were the first to make the decision.
As parents, our children are still outside. For such a long time, we have only been able to survive here for so long by thinking about the possibility of seeing our children again one day. Now let alone a 50% or 50% chance. We still have a half chance. Even if it's 10%, we still have to go out.
The eyes of Dayu's parents were exactly the same, and they were both unexplainably firm. Tang Mo nodded, then turned to Uncle Bao.
I'm going out too. I have to go home.
Uncle Bao didn't hesitate, just lowered his head and murmured.
Go home. You don't want us. Mother and son? You don't want your son?
The woman screamed again. The reason why she lives such a comfortable life now is entirely because of Uncle Bao. If this man left, she and the child would not survive. She had heard about Uncle Bao's previous wife before, but now she was devastated when she heard that he wanted to go home. If he wants to go home, what will happen to her and the child? But no matter how much the woman screamed, distressed, and fought, Uncle Bao remained silent. He said nothing, lowered his head in silence, and allowed the woman to go crazy. But no one could change the decision he made.
Okay. Then when the corrosive liquid comes next time, it will be our departure day.
Tang Mo didn't want to interfere with anyone's decision. In his own life, whether he wanted to leave or stay, he had to listen to his innermost thoughts. According to Dayu's parents, there are only 3 days until the next strong acid attack. For the past 3 days, Tang Mo could only stay helplessly on the board high in the sky. Although Tang Dynasty had enough space to eat and drink during these 3 days, the harsh living environment was still a bit unbearable. The wall constantly secretes these viscous liquids, which is also the source of water for those people. The entire space often trembles suddenly, and the walls often shrink and squirm. The fish on the ground have accumulated a thick layer and have long since died due to lack of water. Now they emit an unpleasant smell that is unbearable. And because of hunger, when there is no fresh food, the other people can only eat the food that is about to spoil. What kind of strong intestines and iron stomachs allow them to eat these things every day and still have the strength to quarrel? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he couldn't help but admire the scene of the woman in the opposite house showing Uncle Bao being upset and acting out every day. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, it was even more difficult to imagine what it would be like to stay here for a few years, let alone a lifetime. Fortunately, 3 days passed quickly. Shortly after a heat wave hit, The high-strength dilute liquid flowed in from above. Chapter 242 Human Nature is Greedy. In the past, before the late Tang dynasty came, what a few people here were most afraid of was the corrosive liquid coming in. Although the place where it flows does not come into contact with the small houses built, the strong smell and temperature brought by the strong acid, as well as the fishy smell caused by corroding the fish, make it uncomfortable. The environment became more intolerable. But now the situation is obviously different. Everyone is looking forward to the liquid arriving soon. Of course, everyone here does not include the woman holding the child. She didn't want to leave here at first, but she didn't expect that Manabeo was so cruel. Even if he tried to give up the child, he would still get out. No matter how she cried or threatened her with her child, it was of no use. In the end, she had no choice but to go out with everyone. After all, she can never survive here alone. But if she goes out, she still doesn't believe that she can't compete with a yellow-faced woman at such a young age. After the woman thought about this clearly, she calmed down. Tang Mo watched the highly corrosive liquid slowly flow down from above, and mentally assessed the power of the liquid. Tang Mo is a professional in biotechnology, and is indispensable for conducting experiments. So he still has some understanding of these things. The acidic liquid's thickness and heat didn't reach a very scary level, so there was absolutely no problem with her mental protection shield at this level of acidity. The liquid flowed down slowly at first, and gradually covered all the fish carcasses on the ground. After about a while, some white bubbles began to appear on the corpses. The flesh and blood slowly melted away, and finally only some white bones were left drifting along with the acidic liquid. In the late Tang dynasty, several people had been watching all this quietly on the wall. This process lasted for more than 2 hours, until all the corpses piled below turned into bones, and the huge space suddenly began to tremble. Tang Mo clutched his siding tightly, and couldn't help thinking that he was really humble. If only he had known that he had not built a small house just for convenience. After the space returned to calm again, a huge vortex appeared on the ground of the space. Unknown to the rear right, the corrosive liquid slowly concentrated towards the center of the vortex and fell. It's now. At the end of Tang dynasty, he used his mental power to surround himself with a larger mental aperture, about 5 cubic meters. Then she stood in it and jumped with her own aperture. Jump down quickly and jump into the aperture. Tang Mo controlled the aperture to float under the 2 small houses, and asked the people above to jump down. She suddenly realized that her spiritual power, which was emitting golden light, was really of great use at this moment. Otherwise, if it were a silver-white transparent aperture, the people above would not dare to jump down. At this time, Uncle Bao and the others who were standing above looked at Tang Mo standing in a huge golden sphere, unscathed by the strong acid, and they all felt relieved. The 5 cubic meters of space is big enough, and the golden light is obvious enough that anyone can jump in at once. Without any hesitation, Uncle Bao took the lead and everyone jumped in one by one. It's quite magical. The woman held the child in one hand and touched the aperture with the other, but his hand suddenly reached out and touched the outside. The woman screamed in fright. Don't move. This thing is only effective within 5 meters of me. If you are 5 meters away from me, don't blame me for not protecting you. In the late Tang dynasty, the spiritual aura was centered on oneself. As long as everyone stayed closely by one side, one would be safe. If one left one side, one would be safe. Then it's a matter of life and death. After listening to this, several people silently sat down next to Tang Mo. Very well behaved. Tang Mo controlled the aperture and slowly floated towards the vortex, and then let it fall with the liquid and the animal bones mixed in it. After entering the vortex, no one spoke in the circle of light. Everyone closed their eyes and didn't know what they were thinking. This is where. What are they going through? Of course they all know it. But compared to being able to escape from here, becoming one of the excrement of this giant beast seems to be nothing. In this way, a group of people sat in the ball of light, closed their eyes and meditated, just drifting along the liquid, imagining that they were drifting on a small boat in the furry sea. After a long time, everyone suddenly felt that the surrounding area suddenly became cooler. When I opened my eyes, I saw that instead of the bubbling corrosive liquid around me, I saw cool seawater. It's the sea! Several people shouted in surprise. It had been so long since they had seen the outside world. It had been so long that they were moved to tears when they saw the seawater that they were most accustomed to before. Sit tight. We are in the deep sea now. It will take a while to get up. No matter how good the water is, it is impossible for a person to swim from here to the sea.
Unless he is a mermaid. There is no reason why everyone should not listen to Tang Mo's words now. They are all very well behaved. They look at the underwater world with their eyes wide open, as if they are in a beautiful underwater documentary. They are all people who are familiar with the sea and have been dealing with it all their lives. But this is their first time to enjoy the beautiful scenery in the deep sea at such a close distance. Just as the light ball was rising slowly, a soft-bodied creature suddenly appeared outside the light ball and was moving forward with the light ball. What was particularly surprising was that there was a glowing star on the top of the creature's head. Bead. The bead didn't look like an ordinary thing, and the outer wall was still shining. But in this situation, even if it is a treasure, Tang Mo has no intention of taking it. Not all treasures can be taken. Tang Mo is not a greedy person. Every precious treasure is surrounded by dangers. That's for sure. But now Tang Mo is accompanied by several people, still in the deep sea. And this is not her home field. Striving for stability in everything, Tang Mo controlled the light ball to rise without squinting. The water creature tentatively touched the ball of light, but seemed to be burned. It quickly left, and then danced next to the ball of light. The late Tang dynasty was not greedy. But that does not mean that everyone was not greedy. Seeing that the bead was within her reach, that she could reach out and reach for it, the woman holding the child was moved. She kept staring at the bead, then found the right moment and quickly stretched out her free hand. Pray, take in the bait. The water creature simultaneously stretched out its tentacles with suction cups, firmly wrapped them around the woman's outstretched arm, and then quickly moved back. Help me! Chapter 243 A Man's Heart. All this happened so fast that by the time everyone reacted, the woman and the child in her arms had been pulled out. Tang Mo glanced at it, and continued to control the light ball upwards without changing his expression. She gave all the instructions that needed to be given. But if someone got greedy, no one could control him. As the saying goes, life and death matter. At this time, Abeo moved. He reacted quickly, and stepped out without hesitation. Abeo was very good at water. He took a few steps out, and grabbed the child in his hand, and then pulled the woman's arm. The aquatic creature's tentacles wrapped the woman's arm so tightly that Abeo couldn't pull it away. After hesitating for nearly a second, Abeo looked at the woman's frightened face. He let go of his hand, and took the child back to Tang Mo's ball of light. Tang Mo stopped traveling upstream when he saw Abeo going out. But he was only a few meters away from him. The first thing Abeo did after returning to the light ball was to hold the child, pat his back, and spit a few mouthfuls of water. He only held the child, and sat cross-legged until the child started crying. No one spoke for a while, and no one mentioned the death of the woman just now. It's like she never existed. In fact, everyone could see clearly that in the situation at that time, if Abeo insisted on bringing her back, he could do it. However, for some reason that everyone knew well, he hesitated and did not do that, and only rescued his biological son. Tang Mo closed his eyes gently. There may be no right or wrong in this world. Right and wrong all depend on your perspective. Regarding Abeo's choice, Tang Mo could only say that he was cruel enough. But is he a bad person? It seems not. Everyone with complicated thoughts slowly rose up, and up until they saw the light shining into the ocean. They finally came out alive. In the small fishing village of Donglan City, there was a young man who had been experiencing a lot of suffering every day recently. Little Fox, do you think Sister Tang Mo is really okay? Dayu walked around the room, restless. The last time he listened to the little fox, he went home alone, leaving Sister Tang Mo in the ocean. But after he came back, he felt something was wrong no matter how much he thought about it. I must have been possessed by ghosts at that time. How could I leave my sister there by myself? How should she come back? With worry and self-blame, the kind-hearted Dayu couldn't sleep well these past few days. Don't worry. She's fine. Jingjing lazily played with Xiaoyu on the bed, feeling extremely comfortable. At this time, the big fisherman's family was suddenly knocked. Sister is back? Dayu had been waiting for the knock on the door for too long. He ran out as soon as the door rang for the first time. But what he saw when he opened the door was not the person he thought he was. Amma? Abba? Seeing the people standing outside the door, Dayu couldn't react. Is he dreaming? How could he see his father and mother? Although he has been comforting himself for such a long time, the bodies of his father and mother have not been found yet. And one day, they will come back. But for my own comfort, I don't need others to tell me how small the possibility is. Big fish! Seeing the son she missed every day, the big fisherman opened her arms and held her son in her arms. Dayu is taller, thinner, and his skin is darker, and he looks more like an adult. But it wasn't until Dayu was held in his mother's arms, and truly felt the hug in her mother's body temperature, that he believed that everything he saw in front of him was real. Why did you come back? There was a cry in Dayu's voice, and the grievances he had felt for so long seemed to suddenly find an outlet and gush out from the corners of his eyes. He hasn't cried in a long time. After his father and mother left, he was the only adult in the family, and the backbone of the family. He had to take good care of his sister, and he couldn't cry. Yes, but he is also really tired. So tired. So tired. My good son. It's all because of my parents. It's because we came back late. The family of 3 just hugged each other at the door and started crying. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stood behind and looked at the family. The world was full of different things, and everyone had their own unique true feelings. After the mood calmed down a little, the whole family went back to the room to see Xiaoyu. When they disappeared, Xiaoyu was still young. For such a long time, Xiaoyu was the most worrying person. Tang and Mo stood quietly at the door. After a while, Jingjing ran out of the room. It's so scary. It's so scary. Humans are really scary. Jingjing's white fur is now covered with snot and tears. If she comes out a little later, she will take a bath with her tears. And over there, I come to my sister-in-law's house. Come on! Sister, I'm back. Lai's sister-in-law was sitting at the door handling dried fish when she heard the sound and looked up. It was the person he dreamed about every night, standing right in front of him, holding a little baby in his hand. You? In the dream, Lai's sister-in-law would cry and laugh every night when she saw him, blaming him for leaving her to face life alone, but laughing at herself that she could see him again. But when I actually saw him today, it felt like there was a ball of cotton stuck in his throat. Lysol looked up at the dazzling sun, and then looked at the person in front of her. It's good to be back. It took me so long. Uncle Bao wanted to explain his life to his sister-in-law for so long. After all, he had been away for too long. Have you eaten? I'll make it for you. Lai's sister-in-law interrupted him, stood up, and walked toward the house. Halfway there, she came back to pick up the dried fish on the ground. She accidentally tripped and almost fell to the ground. Careful! Uncle Bao stretched out his hand to help sister-in-law Lai and helped her up. The child sat in Uncle Bao's arms and pulled Sister Lai's hair curiously. This kid, his mother is dead. Regarding this child, Uncle Bao actually thought about it a lot along the way, and in the end, he didn't think clearly about how to explain it to Lai Mei. Come, Auntie, give me a hug. Lai's sister-in-law reached out and took the child over. She didn't ask anything. She didn't care where Brother Bao had been for so long. They would have a lot of time to make up for the missed time in the future. She didn't care about the child's origins, let alone the child's mother. I'm going to cook for you and the kids. Lai's sister-in-law's attitude was just like every time Uncle Bao came back from overseas, as if he had never been here or left. As long as you come back, it will be fine. Lai's sister-in-law turned around with the child in her arms and said again. Uncle Bao watched the person he loved the most carrying the child towards the kitchen to cook something for him. All the stagnation in his heart for so long seemed to be cleared away. This is the person he loves and the life he wants. Chapter 244 Obtained Pattern. At the end of the night, Tang Dynasty still stayed in the empty room in Dayu's house. But now her stay was indeed a little uncomfortable. After all, as soon as you go out, you will be stared at by the whole family with admiring and grateful eyes. Even someone like Tang Imo, who has experienced such scenes many times, will still not be used to it. Fortunately, days like this didn't last long. The morning after Dayu's parents came back, Lai's sister-in-law knocked on the door with several large bags of things. I heard from our family that it was thanks to you that they came out of that place this time. Our place is small, and there are no rare treasures. These are the marinated seafood that I dried myself. I hope Miss Tang won't dislike it. Lai's sister-in-law has long known that Tang Imo is the #1 person on the list. And even if they turn their fishing village upside down, there is nothing that can impress her. But she brought Brother Bao back, brought her own hope back, and her life had light again. She could not accept such kindness as a matter of course without making any thanks or repayment. How could Tang Dynasty dislike it? I was very happy to accept what my sister-in-law brought. She had long heard from Dayu that in their village, Lai's sister-in-law was very good at making these things. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she loved to collect all kinds of special foods. At that time, she had a lot of fruits on the top of Dahua Mountain, and they are still stored in her warehouse now. Now that she finally came to a fishing village and didn't bring some special seafood back, it was simply not her character.
Lai's sister-in-law brought a lot of things. And Tang Mo knew that they were close to the sea, and there was no shortage of these things. Moreover, the man who came to my sister-in-law's house has also come back. And their family's life will only get better and better in the future.
To tell you the truth, I really came here to find something.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, it was obvious that he had gained the trust of the people in the village. So it was appropriate to say this now.
I wonder what you are doing.
In fact, Lai's sister-in-law had already been mentally prepared. With his strength and status in the late Tang Dynasty, it was impossible for him to live in their small village isolated from the world for so long without any reason. Moreover, her behavior of asking Dayu to take her out to sea every day a few days ago was also noticed by Lai's sister-in-law. I was still a little unsure at first, but now that Tang Mo said it directly, Lai Sa felt like a stone had fallen to the ground. There were no rare treasures in their village, so whatever Miss Tang liked, she would give it to her.
I want a pattern. Probably something like this. I wonder if you have seen it before.
Tang Mo took out the pattern that helped her get the pearl of spiritual power and showed it to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Lai brought the pattern close to her and looked at it carefully.
I have actually seen this pattern before, but it was in a special place.
My sister-in-law only took one look at this thing and recognized where she had seen it before.
Have you seen it?
Tang Mo was a little surprised. She was overjoyed to find something that she thought would take a lot of effort to find so easily.
Miss Tang, could you please come with me back to my house?
As soon as he left, Tang Mo didn't want to waste a second on this matter. This is a pattern. A pearl of mental power can make her strength soar to the top of the rankings. Then no one knows how powerful she will be with another one of her own. She had a premonition that the next bead would appear soon. Or it might have appeared quietly but no one noticed it. When we arrived at Lai's sister-in-law's house, Uncle Bao was repairing his fence in the yard. He has been away for too long. So long that there is only one woman left in the house. Many places are in a makeshift state. And there are too many things that need to be repaired and sorted out.
Miss Tang is here.
When Uncle Bao saw Tang Mo coming, he happily put down the tools he was holding and went out to greet him.
Brother Bao, hurry up. Take off your clothes.
Then Lai's sister-in-law saw her man coming out and said. Uncle Bao was stunned when he heard this.
Isn't it good? There are outsiders after all. What did you say?
Perhaps thinking of last night. Uncle Bao and Sister Lai both blushed. Tang Mo lowered his head silently, trying to pretend that he didn't exist.
I want you to take off your clothes and show Miss Tang the pattern on the back. Miss Tang knows me. Hey. Okay.
After hearing his wife's explanation, Uncle Bao also knew that he had misunderstood. He was so embarrassed that he quickly took off his clothes and turned his back to Tang Mo.
This is the pattern. It's been on me since I was conscious. Has it been there since you were born?
Tang Mo asked. It was obvious that the end of the world had not yet begun when Uncle Bao was born.
No, I don't know when I was born, where my home is, who my parents are. I just know that I woke up at the beach. This is what I looked like when I was conscious.
Uncle Bao raised his thick and powerful arms and smiled helplessly. Tang Mo probably had an idea of what happened shortly before the end of the world began. She looked at the pattern on Uncle Bao's back. And like Lai's sister-in-law, she was sure at just one glance that it was what she was looking for. This is also the main purpose of my coming here this time. Unexpectedly, it turns out that patterns can still exist on people's bodies. Tang Mo silently remembered the pattern in his heart, then took out paper and pen and drew the pattern carefully.
Do you mind if I clear this for you?
At the end of the Tang Dynasty, this pattern had been written down, but it still exists here. If the next person comes looking for it, he will still find it. The bead corresponding to this pattern had not yet been born, and the late Tang Dynasty could not allow itself to have such a potential threat. That bead is what he must get. As long as this pattern is destroyed, no one can compete with me.
Do not mind.
This was probably related to some huge secret. Seeing how cautious Tang Mo was, Uncle Bao naturally knew it.
Since I married you, my past has nothing to do with me. From now on, I just want to live an ordinary life with her.
Uncle Bao's words were sincere. The sister-in-law's eyes sparkled, and she reached out to hold Uncle Bao's hand. Tang Mo nodded. She used mental power therapy to penetrate her mental power into Uncle Bao's body, and then into the subcutaneous tissue, destroying and reorganizing the structure of the skin tissue bit by bit. Soon, the black patterns on Uncle Bao's back disappeared little by little, leaving only slightly scarred skin. After all, Tang Mo was only a healer, not a magician. Therefore, It is normal for the damaged and reorganized skin to leave some scars. As a middle-aged man, Uncle Bao naturally doesn't mind. At this time, Uncle Bao still didn't know that it was the decision he made today that saved his life when other people came to find him in the future. You must know that not all people use such patient methods to remove patterns, like the late Tang dynasty. The fastest way to make the pattern disappear is to make the person disappear from the world. Chapter 245 Return to the Bottom of the Sea.
You mean you woke up from the seaside? Was that the first time you awakened?
Tang Emo asked.
Yes.
Uncle Bao actually doesn't know his identity. He only knows where he woke up. As for where he is going, how old he is, and who his parents are, he has no idea. Wake up by the sea. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was still thinking about this matter until he returned to Dayu's house. It's really strange. It seems like an extra person appears out of thin air in this world. And the meaning of this person's appearance seems to be to make this pattern appear. It seems as if a mysterious force has sent this pattern to this world. So if you want to send patterns out of thin air, why choose the seaside? Does it have any special meaning? At the end of Tang dynasty, he thought that the pattern of his spiritual power pearl was also found near City B, which was very close to the desert. Then, the pearl of spiritual power was hidden in the desert. Perhaps, the beads corresponding to this pattern are in the deep sea. At the end of Tang dynasty, he thought about the scenery he had seen in the vast ocean and everything he had experienced. It was so extraordinary. It is absolutely possible if the next attribute pearl appears there, regardless of whether it is the sea or not. I still have to do it again. The next day, Tang Emo rowed alone in the fisherman's boat to the place where he went to sea last time. She now knows a little about the secrets of the seabed, and is not worried about encountering any unknown dangers. She has already determined the direction and location, so she just needs to row according to the location. Dayu and Xiaoyu had just reunited with their parents. It was so unhumane for their family to let him take such a risk now. In fact, many times Tang Emo himself didn't realize that beneath his cold exterior, his heart was extremely delicate and soft. He jumped into the water in the same way. This time, Tang Emo felt less anxious. He was sinking while he was familiar with the road, while admiring the beautiful scenery in the ocean around him. There are not many times you can come to the seabed, so every opportunity must be cherished. Most of the creatures on the seafloor stayed away from Tang Mo's ball of light when they saw it. Some naughty ones would play next to the ball of light in the late Tang dynasty. But there are also some whose mouths reveal sharp teeth that are obviously not so friendly. In fact, since the last time the woman was dragged away by the trap set by the aquatic creature, Tang dynasty had already discovered that even if the underwater environment is friendly to people, not all creatures will be obedient. There will always be a few deviant and disobedient guys in the group. Tang Emo didn't know how long she had been falling, but she knew that she saw the same darkness underneath her body as last time, and felt the same suction as last time. But this time she was not prepared to go in again. After all, the process of coming out last time was too profound. If it was not necessary, she would never want to experience it again in her life.
Hey whale, are you there?
At the end of Tang dynasty, he used his mental power to greet the big whale, although the current location is a bit far away. With the hugeness of the whale's mental power, it is estimated that as long as you are in this sea, it can feel any movement. However, Tang Emo did not receive a response for a long time.
Well,
Tang Emo refused to give up and shouted over and over again that it was not easy for her to come down once. It made no sense that she could not contact her even though she saw it.
What are you doing? You made me uncomfortable for several days last time we went out. I don't want to deal with you now.
The whale pretended to be indifferent, but the combination of the deep voice and the childish words is a bit strange. But this is indeed the case. After the last few people left at the end of Tang dynasty, the big whale's stomach was really uncomfortable for several days. In fact, the presence of a few people passing by is completely invisible to the whale. But the energy emitted by the spiritual light ball at the end of Tang dynasty affected the big whale. It likes humans very much and will not kill humans wantonly. But it also wants to be unhappy, and not want to care about others.
I'm sorry. Are you feeling better now?
What can we do in the late Tang dynasty? I can only apologize first and then comfort him, treating him like a child. Snort. Although I'm not very satisfied. I feel good after all, and I feel much better.
Tell me, what's going on here this time?
The IQ of whales is very high. It is impossible for humans to come back this time, because they are addicted to living in their own bodies. Please prepare to become a permanent member.
There is indeed one thing. Do you know about a bead? The one with large energy fluctuations? Do you know where it is on the seabed?
There is nothing to hide at this time. The whales are in charge of this sea area. If the bead is really here, the whales must know it. She didn't know if that thing was useful against strange beasts. If it was really useful, it would probably have been absorbed by the whale. Then make your plans early, and simply give up on this to save a waste of time.
Beads? There is one. What do you want to do?
The big whale looked at the end of Tang Dynasty.
You want it? Why should I give it to you?
It seems that the bead is indeed at the whale.
What do you want? Or what do you need me to do for you? Can we exchange?
Tang Mo racked his brains and thought about whether there was anything in his space that was fish. Oh no. Mammals would need it.
Exchange? It's not impossible.
The big whale thought for a while, but didn't refuse immediately.
That bead is indeed with me, and it contains a huge power of life attributes. Our whales have a long lifespan. I live in this deep sea all year round and have no natural enemies. I really don't want to increase my vitality. I usually don't want to increase my life force. There is no need to talk about not fighting. If my lifespan is extended for another few decades, I will really be annoyed to death.
The whale meant what he said. It has no natural enemies in the deep sea, and it doesn't want to live for a long time. The pearl of life is indeed useless to it. Even useless. Pearl of life force? At the end of Tang Dynasty, I felt happy. She now has great mental strength, good physical fitness, and with the treasure of Tontian, she has already made some achievements in attack. But as for the most important aspect of saving her life, she felt that she still lacked too much. After all, the most important thing to survive in the apocalypse is to stay alive. This bead of life force can be said to be the thing she wants most at the moment.
What do you want?
Although he knew that he probably didn't have the requirements and things made by the other party, Tang Mo still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. It would be great if he could get the pearl of life.
I really have something I want. If you can give it to me, I can exchange it with you.
Chapter 246 in Exchange.
I live on the bottom of the sea all year round, because I am too big to move around. Even though I can observe every corner of the bottom of the sea with my mental power, I still lose too much fun. This is why I don't want to live too long as a bead that devours my life force. Long-term reasons. If you have a baby with the same agility attribute, I would be happy to trade with you.
The big whale has been at the bottom of the sea for too long, because it is inconvenient to move. Its irresponsible temper cannot be released at all. Even having to breathe oxygen regularly has become a very difficult moving process. So compared to the vitality attribute beads, the agility attribute treasure is what the whale really wants. A baby with agile attributes. This is not a very embarrassing request. Tang Mo thought about it, and found that there were some treasures with agility attributes in her space. But compared to the huge vitality attribute in the pillar, they were really not enough. Tang Mo took out all the treasures related to agility attributes in his space. In addition to the one she bought herself, there were also those she had collected in the Savage Tribe's warehouse. Even all the agility attribute crystal cores in her space were taken out and wrapped in a large spiritual aperture.
Not enough. Too little.
The big whale is not a fool. Even if he doesn't want to use the life force bead for the time being, he still knows that it is a big treasure. And there is absolutely no reason to trade sesame seeds for watermelon. Tang Mo also knew that these things she had were far from enough. But she was really short of money. What else is in her space? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought about it again and again, and realized that the big whale's request was actually to become more agile. If you want to play in the ocean since childhood, in addition to a large number of agile treasures, Tang Mo has another way.
Big whale, if I can support you to move freely and smoothly in the ocean with an agility attribute baby, I am indeed not enough. But although the baby is not enough, I have a way to let you play happily in the sea. I don't know if you are willing. Change.
The ocean is a vast and mysterious world, and the only thing that really hinders the whale is its heavy body.
Really?
The whale was dubious. If there really is such a way to achieve one's own freedom, it doesn't mind what the method is.
Okay. If your method really works, then I'll switch with you. It's a deal.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was not afraid that the whale would break its promise. After all, with its ability, if it really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape from the sea. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she used her mental power to transmit the entire method of strengthening her mental power, including the patterns and runes that needed to be condensed, to the big whale.
I know that you have huge mental power in your body. And my method is to use mental power to strengthen your body. Whales generally move by their tail fins. As long as you use this method to add spiritual power to your tail fins, you will naturally be able to move more smoothly.
In the late Tang Dynasty, whales were taught this method because they were not hostile to humans.
It sounds very reliable, but I don't know how to give it a try.
The whale looked at that method and thought it was somewhat feasible.
Get out of the way.
Tang Mo knew that the whale was about to inspect the goods, and hurriedly controlled himself to rise upwards. It's not like she was accidentally slapped to death by a big whale. That would be too frustrating. Just as Tang Mo was rising rapidly away from this dangerous place, she felt a huge wave rising below her, as fierce as a volcano erupting under the sea. The underwater creatures fled in all directions, but only for a moment, as if some big mountain was moving. Tang Mo looked down and couldn't see the whole picture. He could only see a huge black shadow moving to the side. The speed was very fast, and if it wasn't for its huge body, it would basically disappear from Tang Mo's sight very quickly. It seems that this big whale still takes good care of Tang Mo. If it really moves upward, Tang Mo will be pushed aside no matter how fast he floats.
Fast! So fast! Enjoyable!
The huge body kept shuttling in the water, feeling the taste of freedom. And the voice revealed joy. Since the end of the world came, and the whale's body became extremely huge, it has never been so happy in the water for such a long time. Due to the inconvenience of movement, it seemed to have become a mountain under the sea. Even if it catches prey, it only needs to open its mouth and do nothing. He has long been tired of living like this.
I wonder if I can use this method to exchange for the beads of life force. Are you satisfied?
Tang Mo naturally could see that the whale was satisfied. He was so satisfied that he had completely forgotten about her, and had no time to talk to her.
Satisfied! Satisfied!
Strictly speaking, most of the creatures in the ocean are spiritual creatures. The spiritual attributes of the big whale are even greater. Now that this method of strengthening mental attributes has been verified, it can not only be applied to the tail fin to set yourself free, it can also strengthen your intestines and stomach and promote digestion, so that you will never feel uncomfortable due to eating any messy things by mistake. The big whale happily thought of several different ways to use this mental strength enhancement. This transaction itself is really worth it. Trading a useless broken bead for such a useful thing. For the big whale, the small beads that have appeared in his territory since the end of the world are really of no use to him except for being shiny.
Give these to me too.
In front of Tang Mo, the agility treasure and crystal core light ball that was originally wrapped with mental power flew past like a whale in an instant.
Okay, here you go.
Tang Mo was helpless. Dealing with this big whale was really no different from coaxing a child. Waves of huge waves surged towards Tang Mo, and Tang Mo could feel the whale approaching him. Soon a huge mouth appeared below Tang Mo. Because of the close distance, it was no longer a dark hole, but the tender flesh inside was exposed.
Go in and find it yourself.
The big whale was a little embarrassed because the bead was too small for it, and it couldn't find a suitable place to put it. It also knew how precious the energy contained in it was. In desperation, he could only hide it in his mouth, so that he would not lose it if it followed him all the time. However, due to a period of time and lack of attention, the big whale can only feel that the bead containing huge energy is still in his mouth. But the specific location is not known. There was a black line on Tang Mo's face. Okay. After all, there is no way to escape the fate of going in again. Fortunately, this time it is just outside. She is satisfied that Brother Jing didn't accidentally swallow it and fall into her stomach. Chapter 247 Farewell. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, it was helpless, but the pearl of vitality was still needed. The whale's mouth had no taste, so Tang Mo controlled his body to sink and stand inside. Because it is a relatively docile whale, the big whale does not have any teeth in its mouth. This place was so big that for the late Tang Dynasty, it was like a big platform, the kind where one could run and dance. However, the ravines made of pink flesh cover the entire space, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable. It is not easy to find a small bead in it, but there is always a way for everything in the late Tang Dynasty. She probed out her mental power. Although she couldn't feel the various attributes, Tang Mo could still feel it for such a dense energy body at such a close distance. This space is very large for a person, but very small for the mental power to spread out. Tang Mo quickly found the bead in a gap. The bead was stuck in a gap. Tang Mo reached out and took out the bead, then put it into his own space. Prepare to wait until you are on land and use patterns to collect the beads into your body. After all, The beads are in hand. Is there still time to wait for a while?
Okay. If you find nothing, just leave. I'm going to play.
After knowing that Tang Mo had withdrawn from his mouth, the big whale saw him off impatiently. The hard-won freedom must be cherished, and not a single second should be wasted. It really is reality. Tang Mo said goodbye and quickly returned to the sea level. Then he found the boat he came from and rowed back. It wasn't until she was returning that she remembered that since she could control her mental power in the water, why did she need to row a boat? Just dive directly into the seaside of the fishing village and you're done. However, obviously that condition is no longer available. The boats for other big fishermen have been rowed out. So naturally they still have to be sent back. When he returned to Dayu's house at the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw the whole family sitting happily in the yard talking. Xiaoyu hasn't seen his parents for a year and doesn't remember them at all. After all, she was too young at the time. Dayu's mother held Xiaoyu in her arms and couldn't bear to let go for a second. She kept teaching Xiaoyu to call her daddy and mommy. These two children were the only thing that kept this woman alive for the past year. Being a mother means being strong. This saying is true at all times. Tang Mo said low and went back to his room, changed his clothes and sat on the bed, asking Jingjing to guard the door and not let anyone in. She took out the beads and memorized the pattern she had just obtained several times in her mind. Then try to condense your mental power into a pattern to touch the bead. Tang Mo was experienced in collecting the beads of spiritual power. So this time, he easily received the beads of vitality into his sea of consciousness. In the golden sea of consciousness at the end of the Tang Dynasty, a small bead was shining in it. The step of taking in the Lord of the Sea of Consciousness is okay. But it is not an easy task to completely integrate this bead. The last fusion of the pearl of spiritual power in the late Tang Dynasty was also a coincidence. She still remembered that the last time she hit bottom was when she was mentally exhausted. So what about this time? If her vitality is exhausted, she will say goodbye to this world. This is really not a good idea. But at the end of Tang Dynasty, he was not in a hurry. There were many things that were not useful if you were anxious. Instead, you must wait patiently for a suitable opportunity. Besides, now that Tang Mo has obtained the beads, she doesn't have to worry about being beaten to the throne by others. Her focus should be on finding the next pattern. This trip to Dong'an City brought great gains to the late Tang Dynasty. Not only did she gain this life force pearl, but she also learned a rule that no one else knew, which was also the biggest secret. That is, the pattern and the place where the beads appear are almost complementary to each other. As long as you find the pattern, you can naturally find the place where the beads appear nearby. Moreover, the first bead appeared in the desert, and the second one appeared on the seabed. Combined with the locations of the next few patterns in Tang Mo's hands, Tang Mo had a rough idea. Now only she knows where those patterns are, which undoubtedly gives her a lot of advantages over others. At this moment, Tang Mo was even more confident about the future. Maybe my future self can really collect 5 beads, and then be the one who fights against unknown disasters. For the first time in the late Tang Dynasty, he had such confidence in himself. Everything was done, and it was time to say goodbye. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he said goodbye to Dayu's family. It turned out that Dayu had already assumed the responsibility of taking care of his sister as the head of the family. Now that mom and dad are back, this family will naturally live better and better. There was also Lai Sa and Uncle Bao, and Tang Mo was also going to say goodbye to them. I don't know why, but in the late Tang Dynasty, I had an obsession with saying goodbye to these people who met by chance. It seemed that in the last life, he had met too many people whom he had not said goodbye to, and would never see him again. Only at the end of this life did Tang want to say goodbye to everyone except his relatives and loved ones. As if it was the last time. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he walked to Lai's sister-in-law's house, he saw Lai's sister-in-law and Uncle Bao playing with a little baby in the yard. When the baby is over 1 year old, it has just begun to speak simple words and has just learned to walk. This is the cutest time. Little baby, come to mother. Lai's sister-in-law stretched out her hand on the side, wanting the child to walk into her arms. Xiaobaozi is her new name for her child. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at this family of 3, as if they were as beautiful as they should be. She suddenly remembered that arrogant woman, the woman who was buried in the deep sea. When the child is only 1 year old, she is still at an age where she cannot remember anything. When she grows up, she may not even remember that she has a biological mother like that. There is a high probability that this child will never know this secret in his life. Maybe this is the best result. Tang Mo sighed. Things in the world are impermanent, and there is no distinction between black and white. She is not God and cannot define what is right and what is wrong. She just felt a little sad. Fate is always so fond of joking, making the gorgeous robe of life covered with lice. People are smiling happily, but they are aware of their warmth and coldness. How could Lia's sister-in-law not be clear about everything? After all, the child has been calling Uncle Bao and Dad from the first day. Tang Mo stood outside the yard for a while. Instead of opening the door and walking in, he turned around and left. Chapter 248 New Map. Tang Mo's next stop was Hulun City. Tang Mo had heard the name of Hulun City as early as when he was at S Base. Hulun City is located in the grassland. The Aboriginal people are characterized by their strong bodies, bravery and boldness. They established the Hulun base at the beginning of the apocalypse and quickly took the initiative in the apocalypse. Because of the environmental background and geographical location of Hulun City, it is not very controlled by the S base. It can be said to be a relatively independent and complete base. In fact, after the end of the world, even though it is under central control, because traffic is now completely paralyzed, many local bases have great freedom. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she came all the way from Donglan City. You must know that the fishing village did not have the conditions like Huaxi City to send a car to take her a while. However, with the addition of mental power on his legs, Tang Mo didn't feel hard, and he walked very fast. She is now certain that those beads have actually appeared in the world, hiding in the corners of the world waiting for people to pick them. So Tang Mo doesn't want to waste any time now. Along the way, she has discovered that these strange beasts have become stronger again. While Tang Mo continued to use his mental power, thinking of innovative ways, he was still thinking about how he could completely integrate the Pearl of Life Force in his mind with himself. In this way, without knowing it, the late Tang Dynasty arrived at the grassland of Hulun City. The grassland was originally extremely vast, but now it seems even more lonely. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he looked around, he couldn't see a single person or a flock of sheep. However, the grass is still as green as ever, and the sky is as blue as always, unaffected by any time and environment. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she slowed down her progress. She knew that the Hulun base was in this grassland. But, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at this empty environment. Could it be that this place was like a small fishing village and was not disturbed by strange beasts? It was a paradise? How had she heard before that everyone in Hulun base was very brave and good at fighting? However, soon, Tang Mo saw the roar of a giant beast in the distance. Tang Mo quickly heard the sound and rushed over, and then started to visit the battle on the grassland. It was a big black bear over 2 meters tall, surrounded by 5 or 6 strong men in nomadic costumes. The men each took a spear-like weapon in their hands, then surrounded the brown bear and stabbed it. The brown bear already had multiple wounds on its body, dripping with blood, and was driven crazy by stimulation. But as soon as it rushes towards one of them, that person quickly retreats, and then the other people around him rush up and attack the bear's eyes and lower body with spears. The strategic deployment is clear, and the bear's weaknesses are also clear. Tang Mo did not rush forward, but carefully observed the battle. Although the weapons held by those men were simple, every attack could cut through the bear's highly defensive fur and leave wounds. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. These people should have extremely high strength attributes. The fighting power of Hulun City is indeed well deserved. Each of the strong men looks like an excellent fighting machine. There is also the watertightness of the bear's siege, and the precise prediction of the bear's next attack. It seems they are old rivals. Just when Tang Mo was pondering the individual differences in strength between the two sides, the bear over there had fallen suddenly. Several men tied the bear tightly with ropes prepared in advance, and then 5 people carried it away together.
Hello! Are you from Hulun base?
Seeing several men finishing the fight and leaving, Tang Mo walked out.
A girl?
Several men looked at each other and showed lewd smiles. At the end of Tang Dynasty, there was a feeling of nausea in his heart, and his first impression of Hulun base was bad. A place that doesn't respect women is not a good place for civilization and progress. However, the location of this pattern was displayed on this grassland, so Tang Dynasty could only patiently go to this base to find out.
I strayed into the grassland. I wonder if I can go to Hulun base to rest.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had just arrived here. He was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know the rules. In order to enter the base smoothly, he couldn't do anything to these men easily.
Want to enter Hulun base? You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible and go back to your building.
Several men laughed.
I don't know why,
Tang Mo asked patiently.
There is a rule for entering the Holland base, which is to choose any person in the base. And as long as you can defeat him, you can enter. How about it? Can you do it?
The man raised his eyebrows at Tang Mo. Their Holland base has always been free. But there is only one rule. That is, strength is respected. As long as you are strong enough. No one will care about you even if you kill people and set fires in the base. Is it okay to just defeat one person? To be honest, the rules for entering are not strict. Tang Mo just looked at the performance of these Chinese characters while hunting. Apart from their outstanding strength attributes, there was nothing special about them. Besides, there are so many people in one base, and you only need to defeat one. You must know the spiritual attributes of the late Tang dynasty. Many attack methods have been created for a long time. Not to mention fighting one person. It is a group attack. One person fights a group. Judging from the current level of mental energy reserves in the late Tang dynasty, it is not a problem.
Okay. Then you can come with us.
Several men looked at Tang Mo's disinterested look and felt that this woman was ignorant of the world. The people in their Holland base have experienced countless battles and challenges. If anyone jumps out at random, even a child can knock down the thin woman in front of him. I don't know where her confidence comes from. She really doesn't look back until she hits the wall. In this way, Tang Mo leisurely led Jingjing and followed a few men to the base. Although Holland base is said to be on the grassland, its location is very remote. It is not in the center of the grassland, but at the far west. In the late Tang dynasty, the distance traveled by these men was not very short. She listened to several men talking along the way, and they seemed to mention that there was a forest in the far east, and that forest was the home of bears or something. However, until he reached the entrance of the base, Tang Mo did not see another strange beast. The only exotic animals here are bears that live in the forest. Right? A terrible thought arose in Tang Mo's mind. As an animal before the end of the world, the bear was a ferocious and terrifying animal. Not to mention the strange beasts that have undergone apocalyptic mutation. Holland City can still be famous for its bravery and good fighting skills under such a terrible threat, which is naturally something that cannot be underestimated. Chapter 249. The battle is over. The base in Holland City is obviously different from other bases visited in the late Tang dynasty. That is, there are no protective measures such as fences and high walls. Large and small semicircular tent houses are exposed in the open grassland without any protection. What kind of confidence is this that can make people here feel that they do not need any defensive measures to resist the attack of alien beasts? Thinking about the attitude of those people towards the bear and the rules for entering the base, Tang Mo was able to understand. The people here worship power supremely and are arrogant. Only he is the overlord of the grassland, and he must have such confidence to be so arrogant. The men who were fighting the bear went in first. And Su, a taller and stronger man, almost 2 meters tall, walked out. Later, 7 or 8 men and women followed. Each of those men and women looked very strong. No one was thin, and they all looked strong and powerful. But everyone's face was full of fear, and their bodies were a little stooped.
You just want to enter the base?
The 2-meter-tall man looked down at Tang Mo with some contempt in his eyes. This woman was even thinner than the weakest people in his base, and her strength was barely worth mentioning. Tang Mo had already known from the words of those men just now that the arrogant man in front of him was Qiangba, the leader of the Holland base.
As long as you can challenge any one of them, you can live in the base. You have 2 chances.
Jianba pointed at the group of people behind him with a whip in his hand. This was by far the weakest person in the base. Those who are weak will be challenged and are not qualified to stay here. Holland base does not accept weak people. The people who were pointed out by Jianba, both male and female, were trying hard to hold out their chests and make fierce expressions, hoping to make themselves appear more imposing and strong, so that the challengers in front of them would not pick on them. Tang Mo's eyes swept over. Most of these people were women, and only a few were men. They were obviously much thinner than the men in Holland base who hunted bears before. This Jamba is still very fair. Only the challenger needs to challenge the weakest person. And there are 2 chances.
I choose him.
Tang Mo glanced around several times, and finally pointed at a man. Everyone looked at the man. He was the strongest man among them. It was obvious at a glance that he was the strongest among them.
Are you sure?
Jamba asked. Previous challengers would naturally choose the weakest person to challenge. The last place was eliminated. This kind of system was fairer, so they never said anything. But now the thin woman in front of them has chosen the one who is obviously the strongest. which makes everyone confused.
I am sure.
The late Tang dynasty is certainly certain. In fact, it made no difference to the late Tang dynasty who to choose, because everyone in front of him, even Xiangba, in Tang Mo's eyes, was just a big guy with huge strength and no threat. But who to choose may be a fate-changing decision for these people in front of him. She still doesn't know what will happen if the person being challenged loses. Tang Mo guesses that there is a high probability that there will be no good results. It's better to choose someone with stronger strength. If you really lose, you will at least have some ability to protect yourself. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she didn't even realize that after experiencing various bases, large and small, and witnessing too many family, love, friendship, flesh and blood people and families, her whole person was much softer than when she first returned to the apocalypse. Of course, it may also be because she is getting stronger and stronger, and only powerful people are qualified to be compassionate.
Okay, that's him.
Seeing that Tang Mo didn't hesitate, Xianba's eyes showed appreciation. People with courage are equally worthy of admiration as those with strength. Of course, I hope this courage is not blind arrogance. The man who was called obviously didn't react for a moment. Although he was weak, he was at least the strongest here. When he came out, he thought about it. There were still several women in the team this time, and there was absolutely no way he would be picked out. But nothing is so absolute. The man walked out of the team, then looked Tang Mo up and down, and put his heart back in his stomach. She's just a woman who doesn't know what the world is like. However, the man's happiness did not last long. When he stepped forward, Tang Mo followed him. The man held a spear in his hand, which was exactly the same weapon used by those men when they besieged the Black Bear. For the sake of fairness, Tang Mo took out his phone from behind. She could see that this Holland base valued strength. Only by competing openly and winning could she live an easy life. Moreover, she hasn't figured out this place yet. Therefore, her mental power is her trump card, and she is not prepared to reveal it so early. Everyone except Tang Mo knows that this is a very important battle. So important that it is directly related to your future destiny.
Let's get started,
Tang Mo said to the man.
Then I won't be polite.
In this situation, everyone just wants to win. Crazy and desperate to win. In fact, the spear did not have an advantage in melee combat. But it was obvious that the man did not want to give up the only weapon in his hand. Instead, he stepped back a little, and then rushed towards Tang Mo with the spear raised. The sharpest point of the spear was right at the throat of the late Tang dynasty. There was no retreat to speak of, as the surrounding circle was already surrounded by Jamba's men. Tang Mo did not prepare to retreat, but raised the broken wind in her hand. It was rare that she did not pour mental power into it, nor did she use mental power to strengthen her arm. This time she wanted to try using her strength attributes and physical fitness to see if she could win this battle, because he didn't know the strength of the man opposite him. Tang Mo did not confront the man with his sword. Instead, he slashed from the side, trying to brush away the spear. The broken wind hit the spear, making a sharp and harsh metal friction sound. The spear was knocked out a little, and its position changed without touching Tang Mo. Instead, the man staggered a few steps before he regained his footing. But one blow missed, and the next hit right away. The spear changed its position. This time it was aimed at Tang Mo's eyes. After one blow, Tang Mo already had a good idea of the strength of the two people. Her strength attribute could firmly suppress the man in front of her. There was no need to continue the fight. Tang Mo sidestepped and kicked the man on the side of his knee. Before the man could stand still, he kicked the man on the back again. The man used all his strength to attack with the spear, and fell to his knees all of a sudden. When he wanted to stand up again, the woman's knife was already on his neck. After 2 rounds, the battle is over. Chapter 250 Natural Selection. The man opened his eyes wide and raised his head in disbelief to look at Tang Mo and the knife on his neck. He realized that he had lost. From Tang Mo's point of view, this was just a competition. As long as he won, he didn't have to kill someone else. Tang Mo took the phone back, then carried it back and stepped aside. The man was unharmed, but he did not stand up from the ground. Instead, he knelt on the ground, like a dog that has lost a fight. It has lost its last vitality, and will never regain its previous vigor.
What's your name?
The winner of the game has been decided. Xiangba asked Tang Mo.
Tang Chi. My name is Tang Chi.
This place was different from the previous places. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. So she made up a false name and went out. She didn't even use her mental power. And she didn't want others to know that she was number 1 on the Chinese rankings. If the seeds of fear were planted from the very beginning, there wouldn't necessarily be many open and covert attacks in my future life.
Okay, Tang Chi has won this challenge. She can join Holland base. But Donzong, according to the rules, you can't return to the base anymore. You can go by yourself.
Not being able to return to base doesn't sound like much of a punishment. But you must know that most of the people here are nomadic people who grew up on the grasslands. Their homes and roots are here. Letting them leave the base now is equivalent to depriving them of everything and banishing them. Homeless. Nowhere to return. They have no way to integrate into the city, let alone face the biggest natural enemy in the grassland. The bear. What greeted them was death and no way back. The Donzong knelt on the spot and did not get up for a long time. It was so long that at the end of Tang Dynasty, he seemed to hear a faint whimpering sound. The weak people in the row who were raped all covered their faces with mixed emotions. They were glad that the person chosen this time was not themselves. But at the same time, they were also very sad about the fate that Donzong would have to betray you next. Maybe the next person to kneel there and cry would be me. When Tang Mo followed Chang Ba's group of men in, she passed by Dan Zong, who was still lying on the ground. She saw a small puddle of water stains on the ground caused by tears, and then looked away. This Holland base on the grassland retains more primitive natural rules. The weak will eat the strong. The last ones will be eliminated, and those with poor strength will be exiled and face an unknown fate alone. Natural selection and the law of survival of the fittest are in full play here. In some respects, Doomsday does seem to want to push people to this level, and Holland base practices this very well. After entering the base, you have the greatest freedom and can leave at any time. If the base does not provide food or housing, you have to find a way by yourself. The first few men Tang Mo met did not expect Tang Mo to be able to successfully challenge and obtain the qualifications to enter the base. But they were somewhat sincerely impressed by a woman who could achieve such a level. But a woman like this couldn't stay long even after entering the base. And no one said much to Tang Mo. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she didn't care. She often went to various different and strange places alone. Adapting to new environments is her best skill. Tang Mo entered the base and looked at the tents in front of him. For a moment, he really didn't know where to start. Holland base is too small. Looking around, there are very few people except for large and small tents with different distances between them. Everyone seems to stay in the tent usually. Suddenly, Tang Mo's feet seemed to be hit by something soft. When he looked down, he saw that something was playing in the tent next to him and hit him. The touch didn't feel like that of a child. Tang Mo's mental power casually probed over, wanting to see what hit her. But after this inspection, her expression became subtle. Hello! Excuse me. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he came uninvited and opened the tent curtain to greet the people inside. Who are you? Get out! A very large man in the tent shouted immediately when he saw a stranger coming in. The man was probably in his 20s. Although his face was still a bit immature, his stature and body shape were even stronger than those men he first saw on the grassland in the late Tang Dynasty. Duoyang, don't be rude to your guests. Then, a gentle and kind voice spoke. Tang Mo looked over and saw an old man with white hair and a stooped back sitting on a carpet, smiling at her. Hello, Grandma. I'm Tang Chi. I just arrived at the base today. I wonder if there is any extra room in your house that I can use for a while. Tang Mo introduced himself politely. The tents at the Holland base are all very large, and the space inside each tent is divided into several areas that can be used by multiple people. It turns out we're staying overnight. There happens to be an empty room at home. If Miss Tang Chi doesn't mind, let's stay here, the old woman said with a smile. Grandma, it's such a mess now. How can we let an outsider of unknown origin live in our house? Duoyang became a little anxious when she heard her grandma say that she wanted this woman to stay. Why not? You also said that the world is in chaos. It's almost dark. Where can the little girl live? Hey, Grandma knows that she is old and useless now. Duoyang doesn't listen to Grandma anymore. The old woman stared at her grandson, then lowered her head in self-pity, looking very sad. Okay, Grandma said you can stay here, so just stay here. When the young man named Duoyang saw Grandma like this, he didn't say anything to make Grandma sad. He just glanced at Tang Mo secretly. Tang Mo didn't care and smiled at Duoyang like a good girl. This is your room. Don't wander around if you have nothing to do. Stay here obediently, or you'll be the one to look good. Tang Mo waited for Duoyang in the room outside for a long time before taking her into the room. Tang Mo looked around privately. The room was quite clean and spacious, but he could vaguely feel a strange smell.
Transferred out so quickly?
Tang Mo asked.
What?
Duyong's eyebrows were a little flustered.
I don't know what you were talking about. If you don't want to live here anymore, it's too late to leave now.
Duyong's reaction was within Tang Mo's expectation. She was not in a hurry, and just sat down slowly on the soft mattress.
Otherwise, just let it stay here. I'll live with it. I'm not afraid.
Tang Mo stared straight at Duyong. She came in just for that thing. It would be pointless to hide it like this. Chapter 251 Bear Bow.
How did you know?
Tang Mo's attitude was so determined that the man began to believe that the woman in front of him really knew something. That's right. If I didn't know something, I wouldn't just break into a stranger's house and ask to stay overnight.
Of course, I said that only after seeing it.
This is purely made up by the late Tang dynasty. But if you use your mental power to see it, it shouldn't be wrong to say that you saw it yourself.
Right? Okay. What do you want?
The man lowered his head, as if he had accepted his fate. Although this man looks big and always looks fierce, he actually doesn't have a bad heart, which Tang Mo can see. Children who treat their families with filial piety are not too bad.
Bring it here.
Now that the woman in front of him knows everything, the man has nothing to hide. After walking out and returning to his own room, he came back with something wrapped in a piece of clothing and closed the door of the room. The clothes were opened, revealing a bear cub, probably just after birth. It's really a bear. I didn't expect this young man to be so brave and raise a bear cub in his tent.
It's called Xiongbao. I picked it up. Its mother died on the grassland. It couldn't return to the forest by itself, so I brought it back to it.
The story of Duoyang picking up Bao Xiong was also a coincidence. At that time, he happened to be picking grass in the grassland and saw Bao Xiong's mother being besieged to death by people from the base. After everyone dispersed, he found Bao Xiong in a nearby place covered by branches. It seems that the mother bear accidentally gave birth to a baby bear when she came to the grassland to look for food, and then hid the baby when the enemy attacked. It was obvious that the newborn baby bear could not return to the forest alone. If it was not brought back at that time, it would die in the grassland. With this idea in mind, Duoyang secretly brought the baby bear back and has been raising it until now.
Then what will we do in the future? When it grows up, there will come a time when it cannot be hidden.
Tang Mo stretched out his hand to tease the little bear. The little bear was not afraid of life. Sushir saw Duoyang when he was just born, and he was quite friendly to humans. He extended his little paws to interact with Tang Mo.
I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time. I can't think too much right now. Will you tell me?
Duoyang looked a little nervous. If Jianba knew that he secretly kept a little bear in the tent, everything would be over.
If you keep letting me live here, then I don't think I have any reason to tell you. After all, it won't do me any good. Right.
Tang Mo entered this tent purely out of curiosity. And besides, she really had no other place to go at that time. Because of the shared secret, Duoyang's attitude toward Tang Mo became much more natural, and the relationship suddenly became much closer. I just arrived at the end of the Tang dynasty. I didn't know how long I would stay here, so I asked Duoyang a lot about Holland Base. In Duoyang's narration, Tang Mo gradually understood this base more comprehensively. The current leader of Holland Base is Xiongba. Xiongba is a superpower who gained high power attributes after the end of the world. So he defeated the old leader with absolute power and won the position of lord. After Xiongba came to power, he formulated a series of rules. Among them, new people have to challenge someone in the base. Only by winning the challenge can they enter the base. The indigenous people who were challenged and failed had no choice but to leave. Holland Base always welcomes strong people. This is the rule set by Xiongba for the base. However, this rule is not absolute. There are 3 types of people who can stay in this base without accepting challenges. One category is children under the age of 16 who have stayed at the Holland Base since birth. And the other category is the elderly, over 50 years old among the base's aborigines. The last category is women who are willing to sell their bodies to serve everyone. Tang Mo nodded. If you put it this way, then this rule is not so inhumane. After all, for an old man like Grandma Duoyang, there is no difference between letting them go out to accept challenges at any time and sending them to death. While the two were talking, Xiong Bao and Jingjing were already making a fuss on the ground. 2 little guys of different species are quite fun to play with.
What do you usually eat?
Ever since I came to the grassland in the late Tang dynasty, I have seen very few strange animals. Apparently due to hunting by both bears and humans. The number of exotic beasts in the nearby area is rapidly declining.
Exotic animals are one thing. Our main source of food is farming. Breeding those mutated sheep and letting them reproduce is actually no different from before the end of the world. The only difference is that these sheep are still aggressive, and they cannot be allowed to graze on the grassland. They can only pick the grass back for them to eat.
Breeding exotic animals in large quantities in the base is what Holland Base, a place with the best per capita, can do such a thing. No wonder they don't have any defenses in their base. It turns out there are strange beasts in the base. So how can they be afraid of the ones outside?
This is also the reason why those bears come to the grassland. On the one hand, hunting animals. These sheep are also a huge attraction to them. And there is not much food in the forest. Is bear one of your foods too?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw the excitement of the people in Holland Base after hunting a bear.
Not entirely. In fact, the sheep are enough to eat. Hunting bears is just to satisfy their disgusting idea of proving that they are the overlords of the grassland. If humans were not too hostile, the bears would have been very friendly to humans at the beginning and would not kill innocent people indiscriminately.
Duo Yang's expression was not very good, and he seemed to have a strong dislike for hunting bears.
Then what do you usually do at the base? I am usually responsible for picking grass, feeding sheep, and cleaning the excrement in the bear enclosure. Bear pen? Are you crazy? You don't keep bears anymore, do you?
The size and strength of bears cannot be resisted by a single person. If you raise a group of bears in the base, it is tantamount to planting a time bomb in the base that will explode at any time.
It's not adult bears. It's cubs that came out to play or whose mothers died. They take pleasure in abusing these bears.
Duo Yang held Bao Xiong in his arms, which is why he must keep Bao Xiong in his arms. He was unable to save the other bear cubs, but he must protect the baby bear and wait until one day to find a suitable opportunity to release it back into the forest. It seems that this man is kinder than he thought. Tang Yimo looked at the love for Xiong Bao in Duo Yang's eyes. Judging from his size and strength, he doesn't look like someone who doesn't pay attention to his own strength. But he only does some marginal chores because he doesn't want to hurt the bears. Chapter 252 Human Tragedy.
Can I go see them?
Tang Yimo said to Duo Yang. For some reason, Tang Yimo wanted to see those bear cubs. Maybe it was because the little bear next to Duo Yang was too cute, which made people feel a little pity for him.
Whatever you want. No one goes to that place except me anyway.
Duo Yang's words are true. Usually no one goes to Xiong Zaizi's tent except him. Others don't care whether these little bears are dead or alive. After catching them, there is no other meaning except to torture them to show their strength. Feeding sheep and bears is considered the most unpromising job in Holland Base, because anyone with a bit of ambition has gone out to fight. Hunting bears is the most proud job in Holland Base. And the next day, when Tang Yimo walked into the smelly tent, he realized how cruel the people here were.
How long can they live?
Inside the huge tent are small iron cages one after another, and in each iron cage is a little bear. Those cages were too crowded for them, so they could only curl up their bodies as much as possible, hoping to stay more comfortable. Every little bear had bloody wounds on its body, and most of them were dying. Without treatment, he will die soon.
The bear cubs here will die from injuries, infections, diseases, and other various reasons within a few months. There are 13 bear cubs here now.
Duo Yang put his hand into the cage and stroked the furry head of the little bear. The little bear rubbed its head against Duo Yang's hand very affectionately. This is why Duo Yang is willing to choose this job that no one cares about.
They don't seem to be afraid of people?
Tang Yimo tried to stretch his hand over, but before he could reach the position, a little bear rubbed his head over.
Quite proactive.
Tang Yimo looked at the little bear under her. Its eyes were round and wet, as if it had never been harmed by humans.
This is where Jumba and the others are cruel. These bears naturally like humans. If humans don't harm them, they want to be friends with humans.
Duo Yang threw some fruits and sheep bones he brought to the little bears. These things could not satisfy them, but they could still maintain their most basic life needs.
But those bears will come to the grassland and even the base.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, I had heard about the conflicts between these bears and humans before.
They just want sheep. They have no intention of harming humans. We can coexist peacefully with them.
Duo Yang loudly defended the lives in these cages. Tang Yimo was non-committal, his hand still stroking the little bear. She could understand some of Duo Yang's feelings, but she couldn't fully understand them. Every day after that, Tang Yimo would follow Duo Yang to the bear cub tent to feed the cubs.
Go to the grassland to pick some goat grass. And then go to the sheep tent to feed the sheep. These mutated sheep are no different from the previous sheep except for being larger in size. Since he has been tied up with a rope since he was born, he has no freedom of movement. So his remaining attack power is nothing to fear. Duo Yang said that the reproductive ability of this mutated sheep is very terrifying. And the sheep will give birth to a litter every 2 months. There are more than a dozen pups in a litter, which has a high survival rate and is easy to feed. So there is no shortage of food in Holland Base. Sometimes, because the demand for Lamus chinensis is too high, the reproduction of mutated sheep will be restricted, and supply exceeds demand. At the end of Tang Dynasty, looking at the densely packed flock of sheep in this tent, an idea came to his mind. If such amazingly fertile sheep were released to the grassland, wouldn't both humans and bears have enough food soon? With the per capita strength of the Holland Base, catching mutated sheep is not an easy task. Besides, putting their energy in the right place saves them from targeting the bears everywhere. Compared with bear cubs, there are many people who feed goat grass. Many elderly patients who have lost the ability to fight will pick goat grass to feed sheep to get some food. Mutton is the currency in Holland Base. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he lived here for a while. In addition to chatting with Grandma Duoyang, he would leave early and come back late every day. For someone with strong personal abilities like her, this Holland Base is not a bad place. Because there is something here that no other base has. And that is absolute freedom. In Holland Base, as long as you are capable enough, you can kill, set fire, and rob civilian girls as you please, and no one will restrain you. In the late Tang Dynasty, he also suffered a lot of harassment because of his outstanding appearance. The first time she encountered this situation, Duoyang was extremely nervous. She stood in front of Tang Imo and wanted to help her stop those men with malicious intentions. But he didn't expect that Tang Imo pushed him away and took out a big knife to kill all these people in 3 or 2 strokes. When something like this happened later, Duoyang was very aware of it and immediately hid behind Tang Imo and waited for her to handle it herself. Holland Base is not that big. After this happened several times, no one in the entire Holland Base dared to provoke the end of Tang Dynasty. Because during the day and night chat, Duoyang discovered that she was 1 year younger than Tang Imo, and was impressed by Tang Mo's toughness. So she always called Tang Imo's sister in the following days. It was a wonderful feeling to have a big guy following behind him every day and calling him sister. Tang Imo was a little uncomfortable at first, but he got used to it later on. However, it didn't take long for such a day to pass before Tang Dynasty saw a familiar figure on the grassland. Because they didn't want to have an argument with a bear, Tang Imo and Duoyang were timid every time they went out to pick goat grass. Occasionally, they met a bear twice, and the two of them stood there with their hands raised. The 2-meter-tall bear sniffed around them, and found that they were unusually non-hostile and left. Duoyang didn't want to hurt the bear because he liked it. But Tang Imo had no reason to hurt the bear. She didn't know where the beads she was looking for were. And now she didn't want to be enemies with either humans or bears. However, what touched Tang Imo was that the bears clearly knew how the people in the base were massacred and hurt. But they still chose to let go of the lone people who were not hostile. Perhaps Duoyang is right. Bears have never regarded humans as their enemies. All their resistance is just to protect themselves. But sheep are the only food resource that is scarce in this grassland and occupied by humans. As long as this problem exists, the conflict between humans and bears will never be resolved. Just because Tang Imo and Duoyang don't hurt bears doesn't mean that everyone doesn't hurt bears. And the familiar figure he saw on the grassland at the end of Tang Dynasty was carrying a recently dead bear to the base together with the aborigines of the Holland Base. That was Lin Yu. Chapter 253, Meeting an Acquaintance. Tang Imo recognized him at a glance. She had no news from Lin Yu since they broke up in Shajin. This time when she saw Lin Yu, his temperament was much calmer than when she first met him. He changed from a boy to a man. A real man. But perhaps because his sister is still alive in this life, Lin Yu has not turned into a cold-blooded and ruthless person like in his previous life. And the expression on his face is still warm. It seemed that he was doing well with Xian during this period. But what is Lin Yu doing here? Tang Imo took Duoyang and quietly followed them back to the base. Then he remembered the tent where Lin Yu lived, opened the door curtain, and walked in the evening. Inside the tent, Lin Yu was feeding his sister Xian, and she was eating the roast lamb. A specialty here. Sister Tang Imo! Xian was facing the door, and was the first to see Tang Imo walking in. You came! Lin Yu turned around calmly. He was also a person with mental powers. When he was on the grassland early today, he discovered Tang Imo, who had been following him. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was kind to him. The two of them had experienced the previous things and were not enemies. What are you doing here? Tang Imo calmly found a small bench and sat down. Then took out a handful of candies from his pocket and handed them to Xian Xian. Xian Xian, be good. Go eat some sweets in the house. My sister and your brother have something to say. Good. Xian Xian very obediently took the candy handed over by Tang Imo and returned to her room. This tent was obviously rented by Lin Yuzhen, and there was no one else except their brother and sister. What are you doing here? Tang Imo asked again. Holland Base is not a good place to live and work peacefully with children. Lin Yu also worked hard to bring Xian Xian in. Then what are you doing here? Lin Yu asked instead without answering. Tang Imo said nothing and looked straight into Lin Yu's eyes. She and Lin Yu were not enemies, and she did not want to lie to him. Whatever you are here to do, I am here to do. After a long time, it was Lin Yu who said it first. At that time, they competed for the Pearl of Spiritual Power. But everyone failed. Although no one saw Tang Imo taking the beads at the time, Lin Yu always felt something was wrong. Later, the sudden surge in Tang Mo's attributes confirmed Lin Yu's idea. The Pearl of Spiritual Power was definitely taken away by Tang Imo. A single bead can increase a person's strength to such a terrifying level and jump to the top of the rankings. It would be a lie to say that he is not tempted. They are all full-blooded young people. Who doesn't have a little ambition? For this purpose, Lin Yu took his sister to Holland Base and happened to meet Tang Imo again. The first time he met Tang Imo, Lin Yu knew that they were for the same purpose this time. Fair competition? Tang Imo didn't talk in circles. Of course it's fair competition. Lin Yu nodded. Tang Imo nodded. And the two even chatted some more about the five senses, which was probably what happened after Lin Yu and Xian Xian left Sha Town. Then Tang Imo left Lin Yu's tent. Knowing that he had a competitor, Tang Imo started to get a little nervous. She only knows that there is a pattern here, but she hasn't gotten the pattern yet, let alone where the corresponding beads are. If Lin Yu got the pattern first, she would really have no chance. With a sense of crisis, Tang Imo could no longer leisurely follow Duo Yan around every day. Instead, he began to observe every corner of the base alone and purposefully. Even if you don't finish your observations during the day, at night you will use your mental power to carefully explore the entire base, not sparing any corner. But after several days of this, Tang Imo still gained nothing at all. She was almost certain that the patterns and beads were no longer in the Holland base. The grassland is empty. If something is no longer in the base, it is in the forest. And that was where the bear tribe was. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he somewhat understood why Lin Yu went on missions to hunt bears with the people from Holland base every day. It was probably to find more useful information. Tang Imo and Duo Yang were used to feeding bear cubs, and did not want to hunt bears with the people at Holland base. I can only wander around the forest alone, hoping to find some useful information. The closer he got to the forest, the more aggressive bears he encountered at the end of Tang Dynasty became more and more aggressive. And they seemed to be very resistant to humans approaching this place. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he heard Duo Yang say that many of the bear cubs in the base were stolen from the forest by people in the base. Tang Imo didn't understand why they did such a crazy thing that was of no benefit to him. However, after mentally exploring the area, I found that there were so many bears in the forest, almost countless in number. It's no wonder why those bears often take risks and steal sheep from the base. They really can't fill their stomachs just by relying on the food in the forest and the few exotic animals on the grassland. Knowing that those bears were very resistant to people approaching the forest, Tang Imo did not dare to go in rashly. So he could only wander around to see if he could wait for a suitable opportunity. Within a few days, the opportunity soon presented itself to her. One day at the end of Tang Dynasty, he returned to the base from the forest and was chatting with Duo Yang's grandmother in the tent. The tent door was suddenly opened, and Xian Xian ran in with tears on her face. Sister Tang Imo, they said my brother is dead. The little girl cried so hard that she almost lost her breath. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Tang Imo reached out to hold Xian Xian and asked her to slowly tell the reason for the incident. It turned out that Lin Yu went out hunting as usual today, while Xian Xian stayed alone in the tent. But in the afternoon, Lin Yu still didn't come back. But a man who went hunting with Lin Yu during the day came to Xian Xian's tent, told her that Lin Yu was dead, and asked her to move out of the tent tomorrow at the latest. Xian Xian came in with Lin Yu. And since Lin Yu died, Xian Xian naturally could not stay at Holland base any longer. When she heard that her brother was dead,
The little girl was so frightened that she cried. She was helpless and helpless. She suddenly panicked. For a moment, she could only think of Sister Tangamo who came to see her brother a few days ago. So she asked people and came over.
Xian, please stop crying now. I'll go find your brother.
Tangamo knew Lin Yu's strength. His mental attributes were already very high, and he had absolutely rich combat experience over this period of time. There was no reason why everyone on the same team could come back, and he left his life there. You must know that what people with mental attributes are best at is escaping to save their lives. There must be something else behind this. The news of Lin Yu's death was unusual, whether it was for his acquaintances or to explore the secrets behind it. This trip to the end of Tang Dynasty was a must. Chapter 254. Lin Yu is in danger. Although he had not hunted bears with the people from Hulun Base in the late Tang Dynasty, he still had a general idea of their general movement trajectory. After all, after staying here for so long, this grassland is very familiar to her. The purpose of this trip at the end of Tang Dynasty was very clear. That is, to see people alive or dead or corpses. You can't just go out alone. You can't even see the body. Just let them say you are dead. After all, even if a bear eats it, it will spit out some clothes and bones. But at the end of Tang Dynasty, he used his mental power to explore the past as he walked, but still found no trace of Lin Yu. Not even signs of a fight. Is this strange? Didn't he say that Lin Yu was dead? How could there be no trace of the fight? Could it be that it disappeared out of thin air? With doubts, Tang Emma walked farther and farther, and the more she explored, the wider the scope. Finally, she came to the forest. At the entrance of the forest, Tang Mo finally saw very obvious signs of a fight. The ground was in a mess, and the nearby grass and trees seemed to have been destroyed. They fell crookedly to the side, like plants that had experienced some big scene. The blood on the ground is human blood. Tang Mo squatted down and looked at the large amount of blood on the ground, all indicating the tragic battle that had happened here before. Looking along the blood stain, there are obvious traces of dragging. If the owner of this blood stain is Lin Yu, then he should be in the forest now. But why did Lin Yu and the others fight at the entrance to the forest? You must know that the fighting power of bears is something that no one in Hulun Base dares to underestimate. It would take at least 5 or 6 adult men to besiege a bear. As we all know, this forest is where the bear tribe gathers. Isn't this causing trouble? Could it be? At this time, Tang Mo suddenly remembered that the people at Hulun Base also had a very perverted hobby, which was to steal bear cubs and bring them back for torture. Adult bears generally do not take their children with them when they go hunting. The little bears often play on the outskirts of the forest. It seems that this group of people did not form a group to steal the bear cubs and deliberately cause trouble. Aren't you here to die? Tang Mo rolled his eyes silently in his heart, looked at the blood on the ground, and said he deserves it. However, she did understand Lin Yu, and he definitely didn't have any perverted hobbies. He probably hadn't found a clue for so long, and wanted to try his luck in this forest. Unexpectedly, this touched me. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she stood up. She remembered the way Xian had cried heartbreakingly in her arms just now. She remembered the days when she stayed at Lin Yu's house in Shajin. She remembered that she had taken away the entirety of the Master of Spiritual Power. Shajin looked like it was buried under the rubble. Lin Yu and Xian are the 2 children who are the last fire in Nasha town. Perhaps the secret of this pattern is really hidden in that forest? Tang Mo took Pafong in his hand and walked in. The trees in the forest were all species that grew up after the apocalypse. Almost every one of them was unknown to the late Tang Dynasty. They were the type whose crowns could not be seen even when looking up. The chirping of birds one after another made Tang Mo a little nervous. It's too quiet here. So quiet that it feels a little weird. Tang Mo carefully spread his mental power around himself, paying attention to any slightest movement. But soon, a cute little girl that only reached her knees appeared in her field of vision. It was a little bear that had just been born. It hid its body behind a big tree, poked out its big furry head, and looked at Tang Mo timidly. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stopped and looked at the little bear from a distance. Seeing that he had been discovered, the little bear shyly hid his big head. But after a while, he couldn't help his curiosity and stuck his head out to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo was not idle either, looking through the space for whatever he could take out. After rummaging around, she finally found the high-grade exotic animal meat that she had left in the space for emergencies. Eating high-grade exotic animal meat has some physical effects and is a good thing. So even the late Tang Dynasty, when there was no shortage of food, would store these in the warehouse of space.
What do you think this is? Do you want to eat it?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he cut a piece of exotic animal meat with a knife and held it in his hand to seduce the little bear. Just like a human trafficker who abducted a well-behaved child. The little bear tilted his head and looked at the meat, his eyes hesitating.
Come here. Can you eat everything? I have a lot more.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he continued to seduce children. In the end, the unexperienced little bear could not resist the temptation of delicious food and staggered towards the end of Tang Dynasty. He wasn't too afraid of people. He walked up to Tang Mo and even stood up, grabbing Tang Mo's legs with his two front paws in an attempt to eat. Tang Mo threw the meat in his hand to the little bear. The little bear took the meat and put it in his mouth, chewing it bit by bit. This is the most delicious thing he has ever eaten since he was born. And the little bear's face is full of happiness. Soon the small piece of meat was finished, and the little bear stood up again, then looked at Tang Mo eagerly. Tang Mo cut another bigger piece of meat and threw it to it with a wink. The warehouse at the end of the Tang Dynasty was able to keep food fresh, since all the treasures and crystal cores with agility attributes were given to the big whale. A lot of space in the warehouse has become vacant. She has been able to store the meat of strange beasts along the way. The bears in this forest can usually hunt not many exotic animals, and the sheep can hardly steal many even if they risk their lives. They are so hungry that they have no choice but to eat the fruits on the trees now, and rarely get the smell of meat. After eating several pieces of meat in a row, the little bear was satisfied. It was so happy that it now completely trusted the human being in front of it who gave it meat to eat. How can human beings be bad people when they are willing to give themselves meat to eat? The little bear complained silently in his heart about his parents, brothers and sisters, who often warned him to stay away from humans. Tang Mo stretched out his hands and tried to hug the little bear. Unexpectedly, the little bear didn't resist at all. He just found a comfortable position in Tang Mo's arms and closed his eyes. Tang Mo just carried the little bear and continued walking into the forest. The dragging marks continued to extend. It seemed that Lin Yu was still further inside. But before Tang Mo had gone far, she quickly felt acutely that she seemed to be surrounded. Tang Mo stopped and stood still. The tall black shadows all around slowly appeared from behind the trees, and then approached towards the end of Tang Dynasty. Those were adult bears. A rough estimate was that there were at least a dozen of them. Seeing the bear cubs still held in human arms, the bears began to roar. A dozen bears roaring together is a very spectacular scene, startling countless birds. Chapter 255 Negotiation.
Don't get excited. I'm not here to steal your child.
Tang Mo immediately understood why these bears were so angry. It was not just that she had invaded their territory, but also because of the little guy in her arms. Tang Mo quickly opened his arms, trying to get the little bear out of his arms. This was not her fault. But at this time, the little bear was sleeping soundly and even chirping. His two little paws hugged him tightly and refused to leave Tang Mo's arms. Tang Mo really had a look of helplessness on her face. It was easy to ask the gods, but difficult to send them away. Why was she so embarrassed to provoke this little guy at that time?
Conscience of heaven and earth. As you can see, I really didn't hold it captive. It just didn't want to leave.
He died unjustly. He died unjustly. And he even fed him a few pieces of meat. How could he now become a thief who stole children? Why can't this little bear speak? He should explain to himself quickly. That meat can't be eaten in vain. Just when Tang Mo was depressed and unable to communicate verbally with the bear, a taller bear appeared opposite her.
Who are you? What are you doing in the forest?
The strongest bear spoke, and the expression on his face was obviously much calmer than that of the other bears. It was his son who was in Tang Mo's arms. But as he could talk, he could naturally understand and see that the human in front of him had no intention of harming his son.
I came in to see a friend of mine.
Tang Mo directly told her the reason why she came into the forest this time. What surprised her was that even though people from the Hulun base often hunted bears, these bears didn't seem to want to kill her immediately. On the contrary, he was very peaceful and rational and asked for the reason.
Friend? The one who wants to steal our child.
Hearing that Tang Mo was looking for someone, the leader Xiong's attitude suddenly became cold. He naturally had no good attitude toward people who wanted to harm them or even steal their children. The reproductive capacity of bears is very poor, and a female bear will only give birth to one baby at a time, because there is not enough food. The baby's survival rate is not high. Every baby bear is the apple of the bear family's eye. But those hateful humans always hurt them, and many children have been stolen. For this reason, many mother bears become depressed and cry all day long. Even bears have feelings. When the word mother appears in this world, It does not distinguish between races.
I know he made an unforgivable mistake against you, but I think he has been punished. How about I negotiate a deal with you?
Looking at the bear's attitude, Tang Mo probably guessed that Lin Yu might not be dead, but was just hidden by the bear tribe. The most important thing is that these bears are not unable to communicate.
Deal? Can you give us back the lives of our dead compatriots? If you can, then I will give them back to you right away.
The bear tribe has lived in this forest for generations and has very deep feelings.
I'm sorry for those of your dead kin, but some of the baby bears you lost before are still alive. Or I can bring them back to you.
The roar sounded again, but this time the sound was not angry, but anxious. This roar was made by the other bears, and obviously the only one here who could speak was the leader. Those bears roaring impatiently are mothers who have lost their babies. Since the loss of their babies, they have not missed their babies for a day.
They're still alive?
The leader Xiong spoke urgently. They never thought that their children would survive until now after being kidnapped by humans.
As of today, there are 15. No, 16 cubs alive.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he often followed Duo Yang to feed the cubs. So he naturally knew the number of cubs well. Counting the one in Duo Yang's hand, there were exactly 16.
16 babies. 16.
The leader bear kept saying that this was not the total number they lost, but it was still good. It's really great that 16 babies can come back alive. It's something I couldn't even imagine before.
Are they? Okay.
The leader Xiong asked cautiously, and the other bears looked at Tang Mo intently. Every mother among them fantasized that one of these 16 babies had their own child. They are too eager to know how their children are doing after leaving their arms.
Yeah, it's okay.
Tang Mo felt a little guilty. Although she was not the one who tortured Little Bear, she was still a human being after all. If these bears knew what kind of torture their children were suffering, they would go crazy. Obviously, these beasts are so friendly to humans. Why can't humans coexist peacefully with them? At the end of Tang Dynasty, for the first time, he thought about the relationship between humans and animals.
Are you sure you can bring them all back?
This question is the question that all the bears are most concerned about now. If those cubs could all go home, they didn't care what happened to the injured man.
If you cooperate with me, it should be fine. Can I go see my friends now?
At this time, the little bear in Tang Mo's arms opened his eyes. When he was full from sleep, he saw his father standing in front of him. He happily jumped out of Tang Mo's arms, then climbed onto his father's back, waving happily to Tang Mo on his father's back.
How can we trust you?
The bear leader had seen a lot of the people in Holland Base, and was very scheming. At this time, he was not sure whether the words of the humans in front of him were true. Are those 16 cubs really still alive? They really couldn't believe it.
I just want to see if my friend is alive, and won't take him away for the time being. Then I will go back to the base, pay you some interest first, and then take my friend away. How about we cooperate then?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he wanted to confirm whether Lin Yu was still alive. This suggestion was fair. The bear leader thought about it, and finally nodded. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he finally saw Lin Yu under a big tree in the middle of the forest. He left a lot of blood, due to the long distance dragging. The clothes on the back have been worn out. But fortunately, people still have breath. For Tang Mo, it was easy to deal with it as long as she had a breath. If she was really dead, there was really nothing she could do. Tang Mo attached his hand to Lin Yu's forehead, and then used his mental power to heal his injury. Lin Yu was also a person with mental powers, and his recovery ability was very fast. So Tang Mo probably gave him 70% treatment to ensure that his life was safe. After doing all this, Tang Mo left the forest alone. Now she wants to go back and get interest from these bears, and then redeem them. Chapter 256 delivered to your door. When Tang Mo returned to the base tent, Duo Yan was holding the crying Xian Xian at a loss. He has never even been in love, and he really doesn't know how to coax girls. Isn't this embarrassing? Duo Yan was immediately relieved when he saw Tang Mo coming in. But before he could speak, Tang Mo pulled him into the room where the bear cub was kept. Ever since he came to stay at the end of Tang Dynasty, Duo Yang ate and slept with Little Bear every day.
Do you want to send it back to the forest?
Tang Mo asked straight to the point. Duo Yang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Of course he thought that although he loved the bear cub very much, he also knew that his place was not a good home for the bear. Seeing the little bear growing bigger and bigger, he could no longer protect it. Once it was discovered by Qiangba and the others, it would face an extremely tragic fate. He was reluctant to part with it, but there was nothing he could do about it. Of course he knew that sending it back to the forest to be with its kindred would be the best destination.
But there is no way we can send it to the forest. There are adult bears near the forest. Once they find us with cubs, they will immediately tear us into pieces.
If the little bear could be sent back to the forest, Duo Yang would naturally be willing. But he had no choice but to do so.
I have a way. You come with me.
Tang Mo took out a big bag and stuffed the little bear into it.
Be honest. I will take you home now.
Tang Mo ordered before zipping up the bag, and then pressed the little bear's head in. The zipper was not completely tightened, so the little bear didn't have to worry about breathing inside. Duo Yang looked at Tang Mo's appearance, and thought of the eldest sister's fierce strength that he had seen recently. In the end, he didn't ask any more questions, but obediently shut his mouth and followed Tang Mo. If there is any advantage to Holland Base, the only advantage is freedom. As long as you pass the challenge and gain the qualification to enter the base, no one will check your subsequent entry or exit. There are not many people in the base, and the gatekeepers can still distinguish between strangers and acquaintances. And there is no need for ID watches or other complicated things that require technology. Tang Mo just walked out with Duo Yang carrying a huge bag in a swaggering manner. Behind Tang Mo, several sneaky figures quietly followed them out of the base. The bags in the late Tang dynasty were so big and eye-catching that everyone thought there must be something good inside. It was not until the end of Tang dynasty that they stopped walking. Tang Mo had noticed those tails a long time ago. But now that she was carrying a little bear, it would be inconvenient for her to cause trouble near the base. Now that we are on the grassland, we naturally have no worries anymore. She happened to be in a bad mood today, after seeing the friendly attitude of the bears toward humans and the pain of losing their children. Tang Mo was really disgusted with the people at the Holland base.
Put down your bag and spare one of your lives.
When they saw that there were only 2 people on the other side in the open space, the few people following them jumped out of the grass. It was a coincidence that these people in front of me were the same people who went out to steal bear cubs with Lin Yu today. They watched Lin Yu immediately escape back to the base after being discovered by a female bear near the forest, leaving a life behind. After returning to the base, they first told Lin Yu's sister about Lin Yu's death. But then, they remembered that Lin Yu's sister was the only one left now. Lin Yu was so strong. There must be a lot of good things left. Didn't they all belong to them now? But when they went back, they found that Lin Yu's sister had disappeared. The remaining empty tent didn't even have any daily necessities or food, let alone treasures. After searching around the base, I finally heard the little girl's voice in Duo Yang's tent. They were sure that the little girl took refuge with Duo Yang and this foreign woman, but they didn't know how they hooked up. The advantage cannot be taken by others. Now seeing Tang Mo coming out of the base with Duo Yang carrying such a big bag, they were even more convinced that it was the legacy left by Lin Yu. That's why this robbery happened now. But unfortunately, they should be in bad luck today. Of course they didn't know at this time that in order to protect their sister to the maximum extent, Lin Yu had already obtained a small space treasure and hung it on his sister as a necklace. All the supplies and food for the 2 of them were carried by Xian Xian. In this way, even if Lin Yu himself had an accident one day, Xian Xian would not be unable to survive. Now these unlucky guys probably know the strength of the woman in front of them. But there are several people on their side, and the other side only has one woman and a soft bag who only knows how to feed animals. So naturally there is nothing to be afraid of.
You hold the bag.
Tang Mo handed the bag containing the bear cub to Duo Yang's hand and broke his wrist. Now there are no outsiders, and there is no need to hide and tuck in the late Tang dynasty. The mental power turned into countless sewing threads and rolled up into a small tornado and rushed towards the men. The people in Holland Base were used to fighting naked, but they had never seen such a posture. While several people were still stunned, a tornado had already swept through. When the wind blade circled around them and then retracted into Tang Mo's body, several people had fallen to the ground covered in blood. Each of them had countless wounds on their bodies, as if they had been stabbed with knives, and blood was pouring out. The most terrifying thing is that they were not dead and had no vital injuries, but the numerous bleeding holes and cut flesh on their bodies made them miserable.
The pain you inflict on other animals will come back sooner or later.
Tang Mo watched as their company deformed due to pain, then gradually lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss, and finally died. The few people in front of me were the team most enthusiastic about hunting bears, and they were also the most perverted people who tortured Xiong Bao the most. After these people died, the stone in Tang Mo's heart seemed to have moved away slightly, and he felt a lot more relaxed.
It's great that you came to my door to let me vent my anger. Let's go! Tang Mo shook his hair. And in a good mood he took the little bear out of the bag, held it in his arms, and strode towards the forest. And Duo Yang opened his eyes wide, and saw that the few people in front of him, who were usually the most domineering and bullying the weak in the base, died in such tragic ways. And he felt very happy in his heart. Be a good boy. This sister is really not to be messed with. Duo Yang silently remembered in his heart that he should not offend anyone but the woman in front of him, and then quickly followed Tang Mo. Chapter 257 Interest is coming. Sister, do you think it's really okay for us to go in like this? Duo Yang had already followed Tang Mo into the forest, but he was still worried in his heart. He looked around with his eyes, fearing that danger would suddenly come. Aren't you still holding a bear cub? Don't worry. It's okay. Tang Mo comforted him without looking back. Just holding this cub will make him die faster. Duo Yang thought silently in his heart. However, he naturally did not dare to say this to Tang Mo. He could only hold the bear cub in his hand tighter and step more carefully. The forest is not too big or too small. At the end of Tang Dynasty, Lin Yu's location was remembered. And now the bear tribe must be there waiting for him to redeem people with interest. When he saw Lin Yu again at the end of Tang Dynasty, he was sitting under the big tree, holding a fruit and eating it. Due to excessive blood loss, although Tang Mo saved his life, his body was extremely lacking in energy. Seeing that the human was too weak, the bear leader was afraid that he would die. So he hurriedly found food for him. Several female bears, who had lost their children, were also squatting in front of Lin Yu at this time. As soon as they saw him taking the fruit away from their mouths, they immediately used their big paws to carefully push the fruit to Lin Yu's mouth. This is something you can exchange for your own child, and you have to take good care of it so that nothing can go wrong. Lin Yu felt as if he had risen from H.L. to heaven, but this paradise seems to make people feel a little bloated. Right? Seeing Tang Mo coming, Lin Yu immediately stood up with relief, his eyes shining. When he was seriously injured and dragged into the forest, he thought he was about to die. But as soon as Tang Mo's mental power entered his body, Lin Yu felt that his internal organs were slowly being repaired. As both a person with mental power, he was very familiar with who the mental power belonged to. It was Tang Mo. It was the end of Tang Dynasty that saved him. You're back? Seeing that the woman from before had returned, the bears who had been squatting stood up and looked at Tang Mo nervously. Your interest. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he took out the bear cub from Duo Yang's arms behind him. This. The bears on the opposite side all widened their eyes. This was obviously a child that had not been born long. This is a little bear that was born in the grassland. It is interest. Can I exchange it for my friend? The leader bear carefully took the cub into his arms. Its child died a long time ago. The little bear in his arms opened his round eyes and looked at the bear that looked exactly like him in front of him, waving his restless little paws, which made the bear leader's heart skip a beat. The little bear has been hidden by Duo Yang since he was born. He has not seen his own kind for a long time, and his eyes are full of curiosity. Seeing that the little bear he rescued finally returned to its big family, Duo Yang felt relieved. He no longer had to worry about the little bear being discovered by Jianba and others. And now he felt at ease. But, thinking that he could even deal with bears in the forest, Duo Yang's awe for Tang Mo deepened even more. I wonder if you are still satisfied with this interest rate. At this time, all the bear tribe had gathered around the little guy and were teasing him. How could they still understand what Tang Mo was talking about? Helpless, Lin Yu could only walk to stand behind Tang Mo with a wink. Thank you for taking such good care of this baby. I wonder how we can save the other babies in the future. Seeing with his own eyes that Bao Xiong was alive and kicking in his arms, the leader Xiong naturally believed what Tang Mo said. I have already planned this matter, and I still need your cooperation. Just in the next few days. Tang Mo and the leader Xiong carefully talked about her plan and what the other party needed to cooperate with. The leader nodded while listening. After listening, he immediately said that he would lead the bears to cooperate fully. As long as Tang Mo can bring out all the dozen little bears unscathed, she will be the great benefactor of the entire bear clan, and they can do whatever they want. After everything was settled, Tang Mo took Duo Yang and Lin Yu out of the forest. After walking to the grassland, Tang Mo finally asked Lin Yu, "What are you going to do next?" "I don't know." Lin Yu lowered his head. He didn't expect that his abilities were so far behind what he wanted. Just now when he watched Tang Mo show me doing everything in detail, he realized that the gap between himself and others was so big. Imagine Xian Xian doing such dangerous things in the future. She is still young, and she only has you as her only relative. If you die, She won't be able to survive in this cannibalistic world with that little space treasure.
Tang Mo's words were very direct.
I know.
Lin Yu thought about Xian being alone at the base. If he really died, I couldn't help but feel scared for a while.
In this world of cannibalism, who doesn't want to live a stable life? I also want Xian to live a carefree life like an ordinary little girl.
Lin Yu is working so hard now just to live with his sister for a long time.
Otherwise, I will take Xian to you. If you can let Xian grow up in a peaceful environment.
Lin Yu was joking. Of course, he knew what kind of peaceful environment there was in these last days. However, the late Tang dynasty did not listen to this sentence as a joke.
How about you come to me and I'll put Xian in a safer environment where you don't have to worry about her. And let her go to school with friends of the same age?
As a reborn person at the end of Tang dynasty, she naturally understood Lin Yu's value. Besides, Lin Yu's requirements were not high at all.
Really?
Lin Yu knew that Tang Mo was not someone who would lie casually.
It's a deal? It's a deal. Then since I have surrendered to you, I have something else to give you.
At the end of Tang dynasty, he saved himself again and again, and his kindness to him was greater than anyone else in the world. Lin Yu took out a piece of goat skin from close to his chest. There were strange patterns painted on the goat skin, but the patterns were very familiar to the late Tang dynasty.
Is this that thing?
Could this be the pattern that I had been searching for a long time, but couldn't find any clues about? Lin Yu nodded. He stole this thing from Qiangba, but he hadn't found the beads yet, so he kept it on his body carefully. Now it is no longer possible for him to obtain the beads, since he is already tied to Tang Mo. Giving it to Tang Mo is not considered as giving it to an outsider.
The beads should be in the forest. Good luck to you,
Lin Yu said sincerely.
I accept your good words.
At the end of Tang dynasty, he put away the sheepskin and finally felt that his trip to the grassland seemed to have made progress. Chapter 258 Take Action. Outside Hulun Base, Tang Mo stopped and asked Duoyang to go in and bring Xian out, while she and Lin Yu waited outside. Everyone in the base now thinks that Lin Yu is dead. If he goes in now, he may cause some unnecessary trouble and affect Tang Mo's next plan. Lin Yu has now given up looking for the bead, so there is no need to stay here. At the end of Tang dynasty, he contacted Qin Ling and asked him to send a small helicopter to pick up Lin Yu and his sister. The journey is long and dangerous. After all, Lin Yu has a child with him. It would be very convenient to have a helicopter. He can reach base at night. The place arranged for Lin Yu and Xian at the end of Tang dynasty was the S base. There, Lin Yu could receive systematic training with Xiao Tao, while Xian could enjoy her childhood in peace and receive post-apocalyptic special education with other children from powerful families. If there is anywhere in China that can give people peace, it is only S base. Although this peace is only relative. With Qin Ling and the Wen family present at S base, there was no problem in protecting a few people at S base in the late Tang dynasty. Lin Yu and Xian could basically walk sideways in S base. Of course, Lin Yu had no objection after learning about Tang Mo's arrangement and was very grateful to Tang Mo for his arrangement. Just kidding. Anyone can imagine how comfortable life would be with such a solid backstage at S base. Xian was quickly led out by Duoyang, her little head drooping as if she had no hope in life. But when she raised her head and saw her living brother again, light seemed to burst out of her eyes. My brother is still alive. She didn't lose her brother. Very nice. A group of 4 people waited for a long time some distance away from the Hulun base before the helicopter slowly landed not far from them. Qin Ling went out to do a mission, but he didn't come this time. Xiaoqi flew a helicopter to help his sister-in-law pick her up.
Remember to continue practicing well when you go back. You are mine now. If you don't make progress next time I go back, you will be in trouble. Do you understand?
Before Lin Yu and Xian got on the plane, Tang Mo gave instructions. In fact, it was not entirely for the purpose of admonition, but also for Lin Yu's peace of mind.
I understand. See you next time.
Lin Yu's expression was much more relaxed than before, and he smiled at Tang Mo and Duoyang.
Sister, what should we do next?
After Lin Yu and his sister left, Duoyang asked Tang Mo. He probably understood it just now in the forest. At the end of Tang dynasty, he and the Bear clan reached an agreement to let the dozen cubs in the base go home. But Duoyang still didn't understand the specific operation method.
Sister, you don't really want to fight Jumba, do you?
Duoyang has been living in this Hulun base all his life, and he is very clear about Qiangba's strength. He is a man who became the leader by relying on his strength.
Who do you think will win in a fight between Jumba and me?
Tang Mo did not answer Duoyang's question, but asked instead.
You can.
Duoyang said directly without hesitation. The most powerful thing about Jianba is that his strength attribute value is very high. In terms of strength, Sister Tang Mo should not be able to compare with Jianba. But Duoyang also understands that when two people fight, winning or losing does not entirely depend on strength. In addition to the powerful strength that Sister Tang Mo has shown, there are too many things that he doesn't know, based on intuition alone. Duoyang felt that Tang Mo would definitely win.
Then how do you think I compare with the people in the entire Holland base?
Tang Mo asked again.
Of course it is.
Duoyang didn't say any more, but his attitude was very obvious. Naturally, the base would win. You must know that almost everyone in Holland base is very strong, and they all listen to Qianba's words. 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. No matter how powerful Sister Tang Mo is, she can't stand up to the siege.
Next, just listen to me and say, okay.
After spending so long with Duoyang, Tang Mo already understood Duoyang's temperament. He is simple and kind-hearted, but has a straight mind and is a good executor. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stayed at Holland base for a long time, and he had a good understanding of the overall strength of Holland base. She didn't feel like she was no match for the entire Holland base. If she had other attributes, that probably wouldn't work. But she has a spiritual attribute. Her mental attributes determine that she can attack and defend. And her abilities in both individual combat and group combat are outstanding. As long as she wants to. And with a few tools, she can wipe out the Holland base at any time. But this time her purpose was just to release the dozen bear cubs. So there was no need to really waste the energy and brain cells. Tang Mo has always liked to do things with the highest cost performance. And now, she apparently has a way to make things easier. During the 2 times she went in and out of the forest at the end of Tang Dynasty, she was almost able to determine the location of the bead due to a coincidence. Lin Yu was right. The bead was in the forest, and it was even close to Lin Yu. Now that the pattern has been obtained, and the beads have been found in their specific location, the Holland base is of little use to the late Tang Dynasty. Despite the long nights and many dreams, Tang Mo still planned to complete the agreement with the Bear clan as soon as possible, and then go to the forest to obtain the beads. And the plan is tonight.
Let's go back to the base to feed the little bear.
Although Duoyang would feed the cubs regularly before, she would only feed them some bones and fruits, and give them some water, which could only ensure the cubs' basic physical needs. It can be said that the fact that those little bears can survive to this day is all due to Duoyang. But those are actually far from enough. In addition, they have to be beaten and suffered every day. And every little bear looks very sick. It's not okay to return it to the bear tribe like this. If the bears see their children being tortured like this, even if the children come back alive, they will hate humans even more deeply, which will not be conducive to the subsequent operations of the late Tang Dynasty. Tang Mo took out some of the best parts of the meat from the high-level beasts in his space, cut it into pieces, and fed it to the bear cubs together with Duoyang, so that they could be more energetic and regain some strength. Then he would use his mind to treat the cubs one by one, allowing their wounds to heal slowly. Those little bears had eaten such delicious food. Even if they lived in the forest most of the time, they could only eat some fruits. They wolfed them down one by one, and looked at Tang Mo as if they were looking at his biological mother. If you have breasts, you are a mother. This sentence is true everywhere. Tonight seeing that the bear's spirits were almost restored, Tang Mo leaned into Duoyang's ear and started talking to him about the next plan. Chapter 259 Careful Planning. Since there was no electricity at the Holland base, the night started very early. At around 9 o'clock, the tents were basically quiet, and people fell asleep early to survive the long night. There are no fortifications, so someone must be kept vigil 24 hours a day to prevent the Bear clan from sneaking up in the middle of the night. When the entire Holland base became quiet, it was also the best time to start the plan in the late Tang Dynasty. Everyone in the Holland base didn't know whether they followed Xiangba or something else. But most of them were arrogant, because there had never been a sneak attack by the Bear clan at night for so long. Even the night watchers sat on their chairs and took a nap, completely devoid of the vigilance they should have. It seems that in the entire grassland, only the people at the base are the masters of all things. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, it is the junction of the day, and the weather is cold. Tang Mo secretly sneaked into the tent where the little bear was kept with Duoyang. The cage with the little bear was locked, and Duoyang did not have the key. But this did not affect anything. Many times violence was the best tool. The cubs were already very familiar with Duo Yang and Tang Emo, and they rubbed the two of them affectionately after they came out of the cage.
You listen to me in a moment, and I will take you back to find your parents.
Tang Emo touched the little bear's head and said. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the bear leader had already been assigned. At this time, there was a group of bears not far behind the Holland base, always ready to take these cubs home. However, the tent containing the cubs was located closer to the middle. Even though Tang Emo and Duo Yang made very soft noises when they led the cubs out, there were more than a dozen bears after all, so it was impossible not to make any noise. The guard on duty had already asked Tang Emo to administer rosemary to knock him out. But soon, a bear accidentally bumped into the surrounding tents, and the sound made the people in the tents poke their heads out.
The bear escaped.
The first person who stuck his head out and saw all this immediately screamed, and soon everyone in the base woke up, and everyone got dressed and came out of the tent.
Quick! Take these bears and get out from behind!
Before those people could react and came out of the tent, Tang Emo quickly told Duo Yang. Duo Yang immediately reached out and picked up the two cubs, and then ran back. Those little bears also knew that they were going home, and they were all very obedient, rolling and crawling behind Duo Yang. Tang Emo took out the pistol that he had not used for a long time from the space, and then fired a shot into the sky. This was the signal she left to the bear leader, in addition to a team of bears at the back of the base to pick up the cubs. The bear leader also led a team of bears directly in front of the base gate, waiting for the signal from Tang Emo. Once you hear gunshots, move forward immediately and prepare to attack the Holland base. In fact, it was not really an attack on the Holland base. It was just a show, so that the people in the base had no time to take care of the little bear who had escaped. When making a fuss in the east and attacking in the west, Tang Emo always likes to think of more convenient ways to complete things with the least effort.
A large group of bears is coming from the front door. Everyone, get your weapons and get to the door.
Tang Emo took advantage of the chaos and shouted loudly. The hurried crowd in the night did not hear the first sentence clearly. They only heard how the bear was doing. Now Tang Mo's shout was heard very clearly. Everyone put on their clothes and took the grab your weapon and get ready to start a fight. At this time, Duo Yang had not completely walked out of the base with the little bear. People living behind the base saw the little bear slipping past their feet, and they all shouted. However, at this time, most of the people had already taken their weapons and arrived at the gate and saw the menacing bears. They had no time to pay attention to the shouts behind them. Those little bears were of no use to them. They were just for venting. Now the overall situation is at stake. If the little bear runs away, he will run away. He can just catch him later. How could they have thought at this time that all of today's events were a ploy arranged by the late Tang dynasty to make those little bears escape? The sounds in front became louder and louder, and the people behind realized that a bear was really coming to attack the city. They didn't bother to stop the bear anymore, but rushed to the door with weapons. This undoubtedly made it much smoother for Duo Yang to take the little bear. At this time, Duo Yang changed into his national costume and wore the clothes given by Tang Emo, with a mask and a hat. Anyone who looked at it would think that he was someone from outside. It didn't look like local people from Holland base. There is no other way. Duo Yang will have to live with her grandma in the Holland base in the future, and the necessary measures must be taken. In fact, if it weren't for Duo Yang's reasons, Tang Emo would have had a simpler plan. Just set a fire and that would be enough. And it would save the bear leader and the others the trouble of having to make another trip. However, Holland base was Duo Yang's home, so the late Tang dynasty chose a more roundabout approach. Tang Emo and the bear leader had already explained that the purpose of their coming here today was just to let the little bears go smoothly, not to really let them fight. The bear leader naturally understood Tang Mo's meaning very clearly, so he led a group of actors and moved towards the gate of Holland base at a very slow speed. After everyone at the Holland base gathered, the bear leader led the bears to a stop. The people at Holland base stepped forward with weapons in hand, preparing to fight, but found that the bears seemed to have retreated a little. What is this for? Can't sleep at night to entertain them? The two groups of people, bears, looked at each other from a distance, and for a moment it seemed as if time had stood still. At this time, Tang Emo stayed in the middle of the empty tent in the center of the base, mentally paying attention to the battle situation on both sides. I saw that Duo Yang, who was behind, had already brought the cubs to join the bear tribe, who had been waiting for a long time. The bear tribe led the cubs back to the forest quickly. Duo Yang immediately returned, took off his hat and mask and changed back into his original clothes, then rushed towards the door and mingled with the crowd holding weapons.
What's going on? Let's get in quickly. The people in Holland Base are not cowards.
Duo Yang shouted harsh words in the crowd and stared angrily at the enemy in front of him. After staying with Tang Mo for a long time, even Duo Yang became a bad learner. Afraid of arousing the suspicion of the base people later, he started acting now to attract everyone's attention and create the illusion that he was
Fighting side by side
with everyone at this moment. After Tang Mo saw that everything was ready, he raised his hand and fired a shot into the sky. The bear leader got the signal again and knew that all the children had been successfully received. So he immediately ordered all the bears to evacuate quickly backwards. The speed of evacuation was very fast, comparable to the best in Xiong's life. After all, everyone is anxious to meet their rescued children. So who has the time to care about this group of humans? Chapter 260. Everything goes well. They were still in a daze in their sleep. The people in Holland Base looked at the suddenly empty grassland in front of them, and couldn't help but began to wonder if what they had just experienced was their hallucination.
It seems that this group of bears came here tonight just for those little bears.
Jianba stood at the front of the crowd holding a weapon. After all, he was also the leader. It would be too stupid for him to still not understand his opponent's intentions.
Everyone, stay where you are. No one is allowed to leave. I want to see who is responsible for this tonight.
Everyone was holding things in front to meet the enemy, but the bear in the tent behind was let go. This showed that there must be a traitor in this base. So whoever is not present now is undoubtedly a traitor. Qianba's character flaws must be repaid. And there is absolutely no way tonight's incident can just be forgotten. The properties of Holland Base are not the same as those of urban bases. The population mobility is not very high, and most of them are fixed populations. After all, ordinary people would not stay on this grassland with almost no strange animals. And there is no way for people to stay overnight in the empty grassland. So everyone in the base will return to the base to rest at night. At this time, Duo Yang, who was hiding in the crowd, was very happy that he came back in time. Now he was completely clear to suspicion, and no one would doubt him. At this time, he secretly sent a message to Tang Mo on his ID watch. At the end of Tang Dynasty, people were already on their way to the forest. When they saw the message from Duo Yang that Qianba was checking people, they didn't panic at all. If everything goes well, and he can find what he wants in the forest, he will never go back to the Holland Base again. Qianba's move was destined to be disappointing. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it was only after the bear tribe retreated that they got up and left from the rear of the Holland Base, and had to go around in a circle to reach the forest. When Tang Dynasty arrived in the forest, although the sky was completely dark, there were bursts of lively sounds in the forest, which was not at all like midnight. It was the bear tribe in the forest happily welcoming their children. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he walked into the gathering place of the forest bear tribe, which was under the giant tree where Lin Yu had been. All the bears in the forest seemed to have come out and gathered around. When the bears outside saw Tang Mo coming, their faces turned into flowers with smiles. Originally, the bear tribe was naturally kind to humans, and Tang Mo was now the best friend in the hearts of all the bear tribe.
You're here!
The leader of the bear clan saw Tang Mo coming and hurriedly greeted him.
The kids are back. Really back.
Children are the foundation for the continuation of any race. And this is especially true for the bear tribe with poor fertility. Now that 16 little bears have been lost and found, how can they not be excited? Although this is not the total number of cubs they lost, they are lucky to have 16 healthy cubs back now. All 15 cubs were claimed by their mothers. At this time, the mother bear was holding the cubs and was reluctant to let go. The little bear that Duo Yang picked up, which lost its mother at birth, was always held in the arms of the bear leader.
It'll be good if the kids are back.
Tang Mo looked at the scene of the family members, and his heart felt warm. At this moment, she suddenly felt that it was really good to be a good person. But this time she didn't do all this just to be a good person. She also had her own purpose.
Thanks to you this time, the children can go home. I don't know how we can repay you.
The injured man had been picked up, and this time Tang Mo came naturally not just to watch their reunion. The bear leader still said it with a wink, but he just didn't know what their benefactor could see in their barren forest.
To tell you the truth, I came to this forest in the first place just for a treasure.
In the late Tang Dynasty, the purpose was always very clear. Just for the bead.
Baby, we have lived in this forest for a long time, and we haven't seen many rare treasures, let alone precious ones.
Leader Xiong really didn't know what the treasure Tang Mo mentioned was.
I am definitely not trying to evade this. You are the benefactor of our entire clan. No matter what you like in this huge forest, you can take it away even if it is my life.
Afraid that at the end of the Tang dynasty, he would think that his people were crossing the river and destroying the bridge. The bear leader hurriedly continued. But he was sincere. At the end of the Tang dynasty, it seemed that the words of the bear leader were sincere and did not seem to be deceptive. Maybe they really didn't know about the beads. But they don't know much about it. But they did know a little about it in the late Tang dynasty.
Since you say so, I'm going to take the liberty of disturbing you. The benefactor does as he pleases.
The bear leader immediately asked the bears to retreat and go back, and told them not to disturb him, no matter what Tang Mo was doing in the forest. Soon only the leader of the bear was left in the huge open space, standing behind Tang Mo with his little bear in his arms. At the end of Tang dynasty, he took out his sky-reaching giant axe from the space, and then walked to the giant tree in the middle of the open space. The trees in this forest are all tall, and the one in the middle stands out even more. At first, Tang Mo didn't notice anything abnormal, until she sent Lin Yu mental power for treatment. Lin Yu was leaning on the trunk of his tree at the time, and Tang Mo's mental power keenly felt the energy fluctuations as he wandered around. Based on the experience of the late Tang dynasty, there was a certain energy fluctuation around the bead, but you have to be extremely far away to feel it. And the energy fluctuations that Tang Mo felt on the tree where she was before were exactly the same as what she felt when she collected the beads before. If she guessed correctly, the beads were hidden under this tree. The tree has grown to such a towering height that it must be a very precious treasure to the bear tribe. But since the leader of the bear told her to let her do what she wanted, she was really rude. After all, he was not such a noble person in the late Tang dynasty when he gave up his goal in order to save the bear clan's tree. At the end of Tang dynasty, he stood under the tree and touched the rough trunk of the big tree with his hands. The trunk was so thick that even 5 people might not be able to hug it, and the mental power fluctuation was more than 1 meter up from the root of the tree. Tang Mo found the right spot and felt the fluctuation of energy again. This is it. She swung the giant axe and took a few steps back to use her strength, then hit the tree trunk hard. The power of Tantian was huge, and the first axe struck a mark half a meter deep on the tree. But this was not enough. Tang Mo continued to wield the axe. The bear leader next to him was stunned. What kind of special hobby was this? It must be his benefactor. Want this tree? Chapter 261 got the thing. Of course Tang Mo's target couldn't be that tree. Just kidding. Where would she move such a big tree? To be the treasure of the townhouse? Coupled with the strength added by the late Tang dynasty, the power of the heaven-bearing axe should not be underestimated. But fortunately, the area of the tree trunk was large enough, and Tang Mo was forced to dig a hole in it. The hole was over 1 meter, or almost 2 meters deep, but it only reached the middle of the tree trunk. The tree trunk was hollowed out, and what was hidden inside was revealed. It was a bead that Tang dynasty was very familiar with. A bead that was glowing with fluorescence, like the first bead obtained in the desert. This bead floated in the middle of the tree trunk, but it was also half virtual and half real. Tang Mo stretched out his hand to touch it, and it turned out to be empty. The life force bead would not be like this. Tang Mo didn't understand the reason why these beads were so different. In fact, she didn't know that the life attribute beads grew in unknown corners like this at the beginning. Only when it is acquired by a big whale, it will turn from fiction to reality. As for why the whale was able to get the bead without the pattern, it is of course because it is the master of this sea area. The owner means that no matter what appears in this sea area, it belongs to him. She had long memorized the pattern that Lin Yu had given her, and now it was condensed in her heart, and she quickly put the bead into the sea of consciousness. It wasn't until the bead completely entered his body that Tang Mo felt that it was a bead with a power attribute. At the end of the Tang dynasty, she was overjoyed. The beads with power attributes were exactly what she lacked the most nowadays. She knew that she was based on spiritual power, and she had already obtained the pearl of spiritual power and successfully integrated it. As for the attributes of life and strength that she lacked the most, she had obtained beads respectively. She has space, so there is not much need for beads with space attributes. As for agility, Tang Mo's mental power can be used as agility when combined. In addition, her agility attribute is not low. But she is not worried about this. Here Tang Mo was still immersed in his own joy. But over there the bear leader's mouth grew bigger. It has lived here with its tribe for so long, but it has never known that there is such a treasure hidden in the giant trees that can be seen every day. Although it doesn't know what it is. Just looking at the fluorescence on the outside, it's definitely not ordinary. However, the leader bear's thoughts were not disturbed at all. For him, the most important thing was that his children could come back safely.
This big hole in the tree can be used to store fruits and perishable food in the future. It is a natural fresh-keeping warehouse.
Although the things in the tree were taken away at the end of the Tang dynasty, the beads stayed in the tree for a long time, leaving a lot of energy residue. Even the surrounding tree trunks have now become rare treasures with special energy. Due to their huge energy, attribute beads will affect the surrounding environment. In other words, it is easier to find treasures near attribute beads. For example, in the late Tang dynasty, I initially thought that there would be a crystal mine around each attribute bead, but it wasn't until now that she realized that it was just randomly formed under the influence of the attribute pearl. And now this giant tree has obviously been affected and turned into a treasure.
Great! This way, we won't have to worry about the hard-earned fruits rotting. We can also save some of the hard-earned meat.
The bear leader was overjoyed. This freshness-preserving function could not be more practical for the bear clan.
I'm so happy today. I might as well give you another big gift.
Tang Mo got the beads so smoothly today. It was the strength attribute beads he wanted most. And he felt very happy. She has nothing to do in this grassland now, so she might as well mind her own business. On the other side, Qiangba investigated one by one and found out that Tang Mo, a woman who had just entered the base not long ago, was a serious suspect. Not only that, Jianba also discovered that a mysterious pattern he had accidentally obtained on a certain mutton had disappeared. Although he has not yet figured out what the pattern means, the loss of the pattern now confirms what he is thinking. It is not a simple thing, and it may be related to the big treasure. The more Qianba thought about it, the more suspicious he became in the late Tang dynasty. A woman with such a powerful ability came to live in the grassland alone. If you don't mean something, it doesn't make sense at all. Thinking about his lost things, the bear that was let go, and the teasing he got tonight, Jianba became angrier and angrier.
Don't let me see you again. When I see you again, it will be your death.
Jianba's eyes were full of blood due to too many killings, and he was even more terrifying at this time, making people fearful just by looking at him. Tang Mo, who was coming out of the forest, sneezed. At this time, she didn't know that she was suddenly carrying a big pot on her back. But if we dig deeper, although she didn't steal the pattern, she was the one who finally let her take the treasure. As the biggest beneficiary, she deserves to take the blame. At the end of Tang dynasty, she was rushing to Holland base. She had got the things and was not planning to go back. But now that he wanted to give this big gift to the bear clan, Tang Mo suddenly changed his mind. As for why, he didn't take a rest and go back in the early morning before it was completely bright. Tang Mo also had his own plan. Now that the Holland base has just been disturbed, when the bear clan retreats, they will definitely think that they will not come back in a short time. Relax their vigilance and go back to sleep. If we really wait until tomorrow, Rincher estimates that Holland base is so arrogant, and will be on guard. When Tang Mo walked back to the Holland base from behind, even Qianba, who was determined to make Tang Mo look good, fell asleep. She sneaked into the tent where the sheep were kept, and after dealing with the two men guarding the tent, she walked in and cut off the cages containing the sheep one by one. The original door of the tent was scratched by the late Tang dynasty, and the new sun suddenly shone through the open tent onto the sheep. Although those sheep have been raised in captivity since birth, they are still exotic animals after all. They had never seen the sky before, and when they saw such a scene, they all seemed to go crazy, spreading their hooves and running outside. Outside is the freshest air, the brightest sunshine, and the freedom they have never had in their lives. The tent housing these sheep is the largest tent in the Holland base, and there are a huge number of sheep inside. When Jianba heard the noise and came out, all he saw was sheep's butts running away frantically. The sight in front of him almost took his breath away. But at this time, the culprit had already disappeared among the sheep. Chapter 262 Going Home. Tang Mo had the idea of letting the sheep out from the moment he walked into the tent. The population base of Holland base is not large, and the reproductive capacity of mutated sheep is very terrible. The small base cannot digest so many sheep, whether it is the place where the sheep are raised or the food the sheep need to eat. It is a big problem. The vast grasslands are full of food for sheep. Instead of controlling the breeding of sheep because they don't have the energy to collect enough food, it is better to put them back into the grasslands. In fact, what he did in the late Tang dynasty was not entirely for the sake of the bear clan. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the current conflict between humans and the bear tribe seemed to be a problem that could be solved by letting these sheep go. In this way,
Humans will not be too full to cause trouble. And the bears will not be too hungry to steal sheep. In a way, what Tang did in the late Tang dynasty was for the sake of mankind. The apocalypse has just begun not long ago. If Holland Base has been controlling the only food on the grassland for so long, the bear clan will inevitably take some action under the control of hunger. Even if those bears have good intentions towards people in their hearts. Nothing is more important than surviving. At full strength, a man is no match for a bear. Returning the sheep to the grassland is the best way to maintain ecological balance. The vast grasslands are more suitable for sheep to thrive. And the excess energy of humans and bears can be spent on catching sheep instead of killing each other. Only by complying with the laws of nature can all co-inhabitants on the earth live a better life. There was something vaguely understood in the fishing village in the late Tang dynasty. And it was further confirmed here. Perhaps, the arrival at the end of the world is to remind people that human beings are not the masters of the earth. And harmonious symbiosis is the real meaning. It's a pity that not everyone can understand this truth. Tang Mo shook his head, put aside the grassland matters for the time being, and hurried back home. She is not going to go to the next pattern place. There are still 2 light balls in her sea of consciousness that have not been absorbed and fused. If you just find it but can't absorb it, then this thing has no meaning in existence. Tang Mo still understood the principle of biting off more than she could chew. So she was not in a hurry to continue looking for the remaining 2 beads, but was ready to improve herself first. Recently, she has been busy running around and has not practiced properly for a long time. It is not good to put the cart before the horse like this. Tang Mo looked at the ranking list and had an idea. If it weren't for the spiritual attribute beads that added attribute points to her, her own attributes would have fallen outside the top 100. I was never a person who liked to rely on external things. But now I have a sense of crisis. On the way back, Tang Mo was not idle except for rushing as fast as he could. The strange beasts she encounters on the road are the best opportunities for her to practice. There is still some distance between her current location and S base. In order to reach the destination faster, Tang Mo invented a new way of traveling. That is to use mental power to support your feet as a boost. And your body is slightly off the ground, so that you can go faster. Just like you are riding some kind of vehicle. If you could have seen a bin turning into a flying carpet with his spiritual power before the end of Tang Dynasty, you would have found that your imagination is not wide enough. There are too many people in this world with fantastic ideas. But now Tang Mo's speed is very fast. And she is very satisfied with it. Along the way, Tang Dynasty also discovered that there seemed to be fewer strange beasts. Especially the low-level alien beasts are almost rarely visible anymore. This is not a good phenomenon, because the alien beasts will not disappear out of thin air. There are only 2 reasons for the decrease in the number of primary alien beasts. One was devoured by higher-level beasts, and the other was promoted by them. Just like humans can become stronger by improving their attribute values, alien beasts can also advance through various methods. Tang Mo was startled by his own idea. Wouldn't it mean that in the later stages, the world would be filled with high-level exotic beasts? Even Earth-level, Heaven-level, and even God-level alien beasts. In fact, there is no need to be so surprised, because this idea in the late Tang Dynasty was soon confirmed. At this time, Tang Mo deeply doubted himself whether it was the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth that made the difficulty of survival in this apocalyptic world instantly rise from difficult to H.L. In her last life, she lived for a few years, but there weren't so many strange things at that time. However, it is still unclear whether many things are a blessing or a curse. It was evening again when Tang Dynasty arrived at Base S. She had been away from home for quite a long time this time. The defense fortifications of S Base have been built more perfectly. It may be because of the lessons learned from the last time alien beasts attacked the city. Now S Base makes people feel safe just standing outside. Tang Mo nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Uncle Wen and the others are very competent leaders. Although he was not in S Base, Tang Mo still knew many things in the base. Now Qin Ling basically no longer cares about the administrative affairs of the base, and spends most of his time leading his team outside to do various tasks, except for the military aspect of the base, which is still in the hands of Qin Ling. Other affairs in the base are completely handled by the Wen family and the Li family. Now, Qin Ling doesn't have to worry about its unstable position. As Qin Ling becomes more and more powerful, the Wen family and the Li family are not fools. At this time of the end of the world, money and power cannot be wielded with force. This time when he returned home at the end of Tang Dynasty, he had contacted Qin Ling in advance. But Qin Ling, the desperate Saburo, happened not to be at the base this time. and happened to lead the team out. I don't know if it was because he was surpassed by his wife. But Qinling, who was already very hardworking, worked even harder than before. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the first thing he did when he returned to the base was to go home, wash up, put away his things, and have a good meal with his mother, brother, and Uncle Wen. We haven't seen each other for a while, and Shipyong has grown up a lot. Children grow up really fast. Now Shipyong can walk very well, and can talk a lot. Tang Mo played with the sheep for a while. Then said Lo to his mother, Uncle Wen, and went out. She was going to see her people. Both Xiao Tao and Lin Yu were arranged by Qin Ling in a villa next to his team. Of course Qin Ling did this for selfish reasons, so that he could see his wife more often in the future. When Tang Dynasty arrived, only Lin Yu and Xian Xian were eating. Lin Yu seemed very happy to see Tang Mo. Since he came here, he has not relaxed for a day, because he is afraid of living up to the kindness of the late Tang Dynasty to him. Lin Yu's talent was already very good, and now he has entered the top 100 in the Chinese rankings. Although his current ranking is still very low, he believes that as long as he persists, he will definitely stand higher and higher. Chapter 263 Xiaotao's New Life. Seeing that Lin Yu was now so full of hope for a new life, Tang Mo felt relieved. With Lin Yu's talent, as long as he works hard, he will definitely be able to return to the top like in his previous life. The tragedy of his previous life will never happen again in this life. Where did Xiao Tao go? At the end of Tang Dynasty, they were looking for Xiao Tao everywhere. The place arranged by Qin Ling was a single-family villa. Xiao Tao and Lin Yu, brother and sister, lived here, so there was no inconvenience. It's dark now. Is Xiao Tao still training? Is this girl so hardworking? She knew how much progress Xiao Tao had made recently, but she didn't want the child to be too hasty and had to adapt to her own body's growth rate. That girl! Let's go fall in love! Lin Yu knew about Xiao Tao's love affair as soon as he arrived here. It seemed that Tang Mo didn't know about it yet. In love? Who? Tang Mo was shocked. Xiao Tao was actually in love. But it's normal when you think about it. Xiao Tao is about the same age as herself. Although she is a bit more powerful than the King Kong Barbie, she still looks very delicate and upright. Xiao Tao has been in S-base for a long time without realizing it, and it is normal for her to fall in love. It's just that she was the one who brought Xiao Tao out in the first place. She has to be responsible for the child. If she meets a scumbag and gets deceived, she still has to take care of it. You should know him. The man named third brother under Qin Ling. Third child? Tang Mo was really shocked. How could that big guy, the third child, abduct her little Tao? It was really outrageous. But if you think about it carefully, Xiao Tao and the third child still have a lot of interactions. When they first met, they had a battle about strength. Later, she was often away from the base. Xiao Tao also heard that the third brother took good care of her, and he took care of her here and there. However, thinking about the third person, it can be regarded as knowing the basics. There is absolutely no fault in his character, and he has both coarse and fine qualities. If he works hard under Qin Ling, he will have a bright future. Fine. Tang Mo slowly convinced himself to accept Xiao Tao and the big guy being together, but he still felt like his cabbage was being eaten by a pig. Lin Yu said that Xiao Tao usually came back very late, so Tang Mo did not wait any longer and left. After all, she would still have to stay at the S-base for a while, so there was no need to rush. When Tang Mo went out, he didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to the mission center and the auction house to look around. Now crystal coins have been fully circulated on the market. Although crystal cores continue to be used, crystal coins are no longer something that only the upper class can touch. Just relying on the crystal mines I found for them before, or what is left after picking them myself, is not enough to circulate the entire base. Could it be that Qin Ling and the others found another spar mine? Crystal minerals are not found next to attribute beads, and it is normal to find them in other places. Tang Mo immediately turned on his ID watch and browsed through the papers published by the latest research institute. Sure enough, I read the news about the spar mine. Crystal coins have been circulating in the market for a long time. This spar mine should not be a secret to the common people. It turned out that after the discovery of spar mines in the late Tang Dynasty, 2 more spar mines were discovered one after another. The discoverers originally planned to keep them for themselves, but huge energy fluctuations are often not something that individuals can hide. So in the end, they were all taken under public ownership by Qin Ling's leaders, and no one had any objections. Descent can only be provided by those with big enough fists. However, Qinling only circulated a small part of the crystal mines obtained to the market, and used more of them as a source of energy to support the operation of the entire base. Just like the oil minerals in the past, it is even more useful than those natural treasures. The Research Institute is even studying the use of crystals as energy sources for various means of transportation, so that industry can also develop in the future. It is no longer a dream for airplanes to take people to far places in a short time as before. The study also showed that before the discovery of crystals, crystal nuclei were used as an alternative energy source. But there are too many magazines from Qingning. It turns out that these crystals can also be used as energy. Tang Mo looked at the electronic versions of the papers and fell into thinking. She herself is not someone who likes to rely on these things to improve her attributes. But if these actions can be used as energy, then these crystals will be of great use in the future. It should be the most indispensable resource. After all, human beings are now tired of surviving, and it is difficult to care about the quality of life. But once the apocalypse stabilizes, humans will begin to think of ways to restore human civilization and gradually improve their quality of life. Tang Mo now began to feel that the crystal stones piled up in his space were not enough. If he had the opportunity in the future, he would still have to collect some more. Along the way, I also unknowingly collected a lot of rare materials from exotic beasts and some rare treasures that I couldn't use in the late Tang dynasty. These things were all sold to the Alliance Exchange like junk. But the trader was not very serious, and anyone would take it for granted that these were all the gains of a medium-sized team. Things that were regarded as rubbish in the late Tang dynasty were still regarded as treasures by many people. These things were worth a lot of money, and in the late Tang dynasty, they were all exchanged for crystal coins. There was no auction in the auction house right now. Tang Mo walked around on the first and second floors, but there was nothing special that caught his eye. There were some gadgets that he found very novel and interesting. Tang Mo changed a few of them and regarded them as toys bought for himself. In the eyes of the current Tang dynasty, the betting at the Colosseum was just a small matter, and there was no interest in going there anymore. What attracted her most to this huge base was the training camp. But it was getting very late now, so she might as well come back to the training camp tomorrow. The first night with Jingjing sleeping in her own room at home was very sweet. Tang Mo, who often spent the night in the wild, finally slept in a warm bed. He no longer had to worry about a strange beast suddenly rushing out from nowhere and trying to kill him. How happy it would be to lie on such a bed every day. Sure enough, comfort makes people fall. Tang Mo quickly shook his head and got rid of the depraved thoughts in his mind. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Such a comfortable life can only be maintained by continuous progress. You must work harder. With this thought in mind, Tang Mo quickly fell asleep. Even Jingjing curled up on the carpet in the room, covered her body with her big tail, and then fell asleep. Chapter 264. Everyone has his own destiny. Tang Mo had a good sleep the next day, and then strolled to the training camp alone to prepare to start his day's training. When Jingjing arrived at her home in Base S, she felt very comfortable. Unless necessary, she usually wouldn't go out with Tang Mo. Instead, she would spend some time at home making fun and flirting with Sesame. Tang Mo was extremely envious of her life. She even felt that she was not contracted to a divine beast at all, but rather a pet that was delicious and lazy. The two beads in Tang Mo's body now. One is the bead of vitality, and the other is the bead of strength. She does have her own method for the pearl of power, which is probably similar to the method of integrating the pearl with spiritual attributes. As long as the strength attribute in one's body is exhausted and the body is triggered to that point, there is a high probability that the fusion will be successful. She still had no idea about the life attribute pearl. After all, she couldn't really go to the gate of hell to conduct experiments. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she booked a room as usual, and then found a master to accompany her to communicate with her. The current communication was to completely abandon mental power and compete entirely with strength. Tang Mo did not use weapons, but used his hands and legs to fight. There are many levels of masters in this training camp, and the price of each level is different. Naturally, a rich woman like Tang Mo is looking for the highest level strength attribute master. The man who came was a relatively strong and thin man, and he didn't seem to have the word strength written on his face. But as soon as the expert takes action, he will know whether it is there or not. The man also didn't hold a weapon, but he used all his precise strength in every move. No more, no less. And the position was just right. Such an opponent was impossible to defeat in the late Tang Dynasty using only the strength attribute.
The master was hesitant at first. After roughly appraising Tang Mo's strength, he only used 5 points of his strength. But later, after Tang Mo's request, the master used all his strength. But Tang Mo could only retreat, was forced to the corner of the room, and even knelt on the ground. Every round was like this, and they all ended in a sweaty defeat at the end of Tang Dynasty. Tang Mo, who has always relied on his own strategy and mental strength to achieve victory, accepted so many defeats for the first time. And he also understood more clearly where he was lacking and where to work in the future. After each round, Tang Mo was soaked to the skin and exhausted. But he still didn't stop. She has no strength left and is holding on now. But this is all she can do if she wants to break through. Only by breaking through your own limits can you truly integrate the power attribute beads with yourself. But there was no call to stop at the end of Tang Dynasty. But the master couldn't stand it anymore. You must know that using your full strength again and again, even if you gain the upper hand every time, will consume a lot of strength. What's more, as long as Tang Mo could still stand up, he fought with all his strength. And it was not easy for the man to win every round. Later, Tang Mo had no choice but to find another teacher and continue his masochism course. Tang Mo went to the training camp after lunch and didn't end his classes until dark. There were a total of 3 teachers changed in one afternoon. Although I was beaten all the time in the process, my indomitable spirit deeply won the admiration of several teachers. For a little girl to work so hard, even the powerful men couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The class was over, but Tang Mo was completely unable to get up. I lay alone in that training room for a long time, but it still didn't work. My body was so sore. For such a long time, Tang Mo actually had very few opportunities to fight head-on. The substantial improvement and innovation in her mental power gave her many ways to be lazy. After all, her body hadn't been this tired in a long time. The sudden physical exhaustion made Tang Mo completely unable to digest it. After lying down for about half an hour, Tang Mo was able to sit up slightly. Then he took out a meal from the space and ate it slowly to replenish himself with energy. She was sure that the strength attribute value in her body had indeed been exhausted at that moment. But the strength attribute bead in the sea of consciousness showed no reaction. It seems that it is not possible to fuse the attribute beads just by consuming all the attribute values. It still requires some special timing. After eating and drinking enough, Tang Mo continued to sit for a while. Then he could barely support his body, and then moved out step by step, even without looking in the mirror. Tang Mo knew that he looked very much like a disabled elder sister with hemiplegia. She did not choose to use mental therapy to eliminate her fatigue because she wanted to adapt to the muscle soreness and get used to it. Only in this way can she really make progress and become stronger day by day. If you don't want to endure hardships but want to stand at a higher position, there is no such good thing in the world. Tang Mo was thick-skinned and didn't mind his hemiplegic walking posture. He just wanted to move home step by step. But Lao San, who came to the training camp to inspect his work, was shocked when he saw it. However, he still understands his sister-in-law. It is impossible for others to hurt her. The only one who can hurt her is herself. A ruthless person is still a ruthless person. Sister-in-law, let me find a car to take you back. The third child quickly supported Tang Mo. No. Walking properly after strenuous exercise can help relieve muscle tension. Tang Mo still knew her body well. And now was not the time for her to be lazy. That. Su Laosan knew that he could not compete with his sister-in-law. So he just walked beside her silently, hoping to escort her home. Although with my sister-in-law's ability, I think the word escort is a bit nonsense. But the basic form still needs to be walked through. Walking on the road, a group of people with blood on their clothes and carrying huge animal skin bags attracted the attention of everyone on the street. Tang Mo stood far away. But when he looked over, he still recognized his relatively familiar figure. Anyang. Is that team doing well recently? Tang Mo asked Su Laos, and that there was basically nothing big or small in this base that he didn't know about. Yes. That team has been quite popular recently. It has completed several big orders that no one dared to take. I heard that their captain Anyang is ranked among the top 100 in China. And his strength is pretty good. Tang Mo and Anyang had met at the S-base before. During the auction, Tang Mo also snatched a space treasure from Anyang. Anyang must have encountered some setbacks at that time. But he recovered so quickly, and even ranked among the top 100 in China. Chapter 265 Meet again. But I didn't expect that Anyang could cheer up so quickly after competing with her for the failed space ring. Not only has his strength been rapidly improved,
But he has also led his team to glory again. Even though there were many things about Anyang that she couldn't understand. And they were destined to be friends because they had different paths. But Tangmo still admired people who worked hard. In fact, she had never planned to become an enemy with Anyang. After all, Anyang had saved her once before when she was in school. Although she doesn't really need it. Anyang also saw Tang Momo in the crowd, nodded to her from afar, and walked over. Tang Mo smiled slightly. But he didn't expect that everyone's face-saving projects were done well. By the way, how could she forget that Anyang was the president of the student union when she was in school? And he was the best at superficial skills. Tang Mo had not forgotten the look in Anyang's gritted teeth when he saw him at the auction. But I think he later figured it out on his own. Going against Tang Mo in this S-base was not a smart choice. When Tang Mo returned home, Lin Yi was shocked. Why was such a good girl lame when she came back? Fortunately, Lin Yi had some understanding of her daughter's temperament after such a long time. So she let her go upstairs to rest without even eating. Tang Mo finished the bath, and then lay on the bed, wearing comfortable pajamas. When she was on the bed, she was still observing the motionless and unresponsive beads in her sea of consciousness. Why is there no response? Do you have to exhaust yourself to trigger it? With such resentment, Tang Mo fell asleep unconsciously. When I woke up again, it was already sunrise on the second day. Hi, it hurts. As soon as he thought about going to the toilet, Tang Mo felt the pain in his body. The amount of exercise the day before was too much, and the stretching the next day was not enough. The soreness of the muscles in my small body was an inevitable result. I'm afraid it will hurt for a while. Ling hadn't come back today. After lying on the bed for a while, Tang Mo decided that she couldn't waste time and had to do something. After all, she temporarily gave up searching for patterns and came back to fuse the beads. Not just to let herself sleep in the S-base, but she was really powerless to continue training today. After simply massaging his muscles in the room, and then doing some stretching exercises, Tang Mo set off to the mission center to pick up the mission. I haven't been to the mission center much in this life at the end of the Tang dynasty. But she was no stranger to this place. Because in her previous life, their team always accepted missions at the mission center, and then exchanged them for crystal cores to maintain the team's survival. It's just that at that time, due to limitations in strength, their team could only take on the simplest tasks. The risk and difficulty are not high, but in contrast, the benefits are also very low. So low that they can only keep each of them full. Later, when everyone took the risk to take on a difficult task, the end of Tang dynasty was a glorious game over. This truth tells us that people still need to have some self-awareness. Now Tang Mo was going to go to the mission center to see if there were any interesting missions. After all, those who posted the missions offered not only crystal cores, but also many strange, valuable and interesting things. It was already noon when Tang Mo arrived at the mission center. There were not many people inside. After all, those who really wanted to take on missions and support their families got up early. There were only a few wealthy and idle people like those in the late Tang dynasty who came to take over the task. But even though there were few people, Tang Mo still saw his old acquaintances at the mission center. Not just one, but a couple. At the end of Tang dynasty? You, the number one in China, also come to this mission center to take over the mission? Seeing Tang Mo, Fan, who was about to take over the task, stopped and walked over to say hello to Tang Mo. And the person next to Fan holding Chi's arm was Wenqing. I haven't cared about these gossips for a while, but I didn't expect Fan to get together with Wenqing. Tang Mo, who was always outside with nothing to eat, felt that the world was magical. How could she remember that Rong, a relative of the Li family with whom she had a quarrel at the auction house, had gotten together with Qin before? What's going on with Fan? How come you find a woman who is incompatible with you? At the end of Tang dynasty, he decided to stay away from Fan in the future. After all, he had a really unique eye for picking women. In fact, I remember correctly at the end of Tang dynasty, the person around Fan before was indeed Rong. At that time, both of them had ulterior motives and wanted to work together to cause trouble. But Tang Mo soon realized that if he offended Tang Mo, he offended Rong was soon completely abandoned by the Li family and could not help him at all. At this time, Wenqing, who had just won the favor of the old man of the Wen family, appeared. Although Wenqing was not as beautiful as Rong, she was better at knowing how to please and was useful to herself. So she naturally chose to be with her. But Fan still doesn't know that Wenqing also left Mr. Wen in the cold because she offended Tang Mo at the last family dinner. Speaking carefully, Wen Qing, who has no blood relationship with the Wen family, is worse than Rong Rong, who is related to the Li family. What? You, the Crane, are just the ones who take over the task. Why don't I take over? At the end of Tang Dynasty, she didn't have a good impression of Qin Fen. But she knew that Qin Fen had been making trouble against her Qinling family. So when you say angry words, you don't show any mercy. Okay. You're awesome. Take it. Qin Fen turned around and was disappointed. Now Qinling no longer cares about the base. And its strength is getting stronger and stronger. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she also jumped from an ordinary woman to the number one in China. Qin Fen has long understood that there is no need for him to be enemies with these two people anymore. What he wanted has not changed from beginning to end. That is, the power of S-Base. And now his opponents have become the Wen family and the Li family. He was also there when the beasts attacked the city last time and witnessed the whole process. Anyone who had seen that melee would not choose to be an enemy of Tang Mo as long as they had some brains. It's just that Qin Fen still has some brains left. But that doesn't mean the women around him do. When Qin looked at Tang Mo with a look in her eyes, and no matter how hard she tried to hide it, others could still see it. She worked hard to get into the Wen family and please the old man. Unexpectedly, just because Tang Mo came to have a meal, she immediately became an outsider. Now she finally managed to wrap up Qin Fen's thigh. She usually had to be careful to please her. Why could this woman talk to Qin Fen so arrogantly? When Qin felt it was extremely unfair. But she had never thought that the biggest difference between her and Tang Mo was that she relied on others for everything she wanted, while Tang Mo always relied on himself for what he wanted. Chapter 266. The same mission. The tasks in the task center are divided into 5 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, which represent the difficulty of the tasks from high to low. The team that Tang Mo was in his previous life all took on level 4 tasks. And the pay was not high. Tang Mo carefully looked at the tasks currently hanging in the task center, and finally chose one and took off the sign. It was a metal collection task, issued by a large processing company in the S-Base. The alliance is now relatively well developed, and each company still maintains semi-private ownership to maintain market activity and create a benign development atmosphere. The company is supported by the S-Base, and then recruits some ordinary people with low attribute values who cannot go out to hunt exotic beasts to work, and half of the income is handed over to the alliance every month. This is the system currently adopted by the S-Base. Benefit. The difficulty level of this task reached level 2, because the metals were buried very deep due to changes in the Earth's crust and landforms. Even the person who posted the task can only give an approximate location. The mission site is a large ruins with no green growth. It was the most prosperous city in the prosperous times. But it is called a doomsday garbage dump by people today. The garbage dumps are not all garbage, but are all the products left by modern civilization. Those little by little tracts of green are the last things of the mechanized era. In the garbage dump of the apocalypse, there live the lowest level of human beings in China. They make a living by scavenging, and the garbage dump has become their most natural refuge. The task Tang Mo accepted was to summon 10 superpowers, and then lead a digging team there to collect metal. Revenge is a rare space treasure for each person, which can be converted into crystal coins. 10 people, 1 space treasure each. This is a very high price. It can be imagined how important those metals are to the task publisher. And the difficulty of this task is definitely not just as simple as collecting metals. Even a space ring has to be put up for auction. Can this poster really show it as a space treasure? At the end of Tang Dynasty, a question mark was drawn in his heart. You also accept this mission? When Qing saw that Tang Mo had taken the same brand as herself, she felt annoyed because she couldn't avoid her anywhere. Looking at the signs with the same color as his own in the hands of Wen Qing and Qinling, Tang Mo also burst into laughter. This was really a bad fate. Wen Qing naturally lost her spatial treasure, so she was anxious to find another spatial treasure. This Qin Fen is not someone who lacks space for rare treasures. Could it be that Wen Qing is so obsessed with him that he is willing to accompany him to the garbage dump to do such physical work? The environment in the apocalyptic garbage dump is extremely poor, with fish and dragons mixed together, and most people are not willing to go there. She rarely went there in her last life at the end of Tang Dynasty. But in this life, she went there just for the garbage dump. I heard that it's not all garbage there. There are also quite a few treasures. The task was to gather the next morning. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Tang Mo took Jingjing and carried a backpack to the designated place on time. She arrived neither early nor late. Just right. Several people had already arrived in front of her. There was a man leading the group with a dragon tattooed on his arm, and he was talking to everyone. Behind the man were a dozen or so uniformly dressed people, who seemed to be the excavation team. Everyone went into battle lightly, carrying no tools except a backpack and weapons in their hands. It seems that he also has a space treasure. Otherwise, it would not be possible to summon so many people to dig for metal. But Tang Mo looked at the dozen or so people wearing uniform work clothes. They were all in their 30s, and there was an unstoppable fierce aura between their eyebrows. No matter how you look at it, they don't look like ordinary workers with low attribute values, who can only be used as cheap labor. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at the team leader. The man's eyes were like a leopard's, scanning over the recruited people one by one, as if he was sizing up something, and then nodded with satisfaction. The man's eyes did not stop at Tang Mo. It was obvious that he did not recognize this legendary figure who ranked first in the Chinese rankings. After a while, a few minutes past the set time, an impatient look appeared on the leader's face, and he began to look at the ID watch on his hand frequently. Just when he was about to say something, when Qin walked up close to Qin Fen's arm, wearing shorts, and the eyes of all the men lit up. I knew I was here on a mission, but those who didn't know thought I was here to walk some kind of red carpet. Brother Qin, why are you here? Seeing that the people waiting had finally arrived, the leader of the group frowned. He never expected that Qin Fen from the Qin family could actually take on such a dirty and tiring task. Does the Qin family, which has a huge business, still take that rare space treasure seriously? This mission requires you to stay in the apocalyptic garbage dump for a while. That place is dirty and smelly. You'd better please come back. The man who led the team was concerned that Qin Fen was from the Qin family, so he spoke more politely. When Qin held Qin Fen's arm tightly, fearing that Qin Fen would take away the opportunity he finally got. Although she is now on good terms with Qin Fen is not generous to her. It is okay to give her some food and toys, but it is impossible for Qin Fen to give her such things as rare space treasures. After all, Qin Fen doesn't have any real power in the Qin family, and everything he has now depends on his surname Qin. The reward for this mission was a space ring, and when Qin was excited, she just asked Qin Fen with the attitude of giving it a try. But she didn't expect that he really agreed immediately. When Qin's own strength is well known to her, and with Qin Fen by her side, she is sure of it this time. Why? Everyone else can do this task, but I can't do it? Who gave you the courage to look down on me so much? Qin Ling became angry all of a sudden, and his eyebrows were fierce to the man who led the team. Normally, he would not have such a big reaction, mainly because this time Tang Mo was still standing in the team, with his arms folded as if he was indifferent. This made Qin Fen, who was already unhappy, even more depressed. How could she be a woman but be afraid of hardship and fatigue as a man? Could it be that in the eyes of this group of people, I was just a second-generation rich man and a second-generation official who was not doing his job properly? Actually, it really is. Qin Fen usually spends his time in the base besides picking up girls and going to major auction houses to spend money on people. It's really hard for people to have a positive impression of him. The man who led the team saw that he had good intentions, but was criticized directly in front of everyone and was unable to stand down. He felt good and angry in his heart. The dog bit Lu Dongmin and did not know what was good or bad. The leader's eyes changed and he became worried. How could it be possible? Who dares to look down on you? Am I afraid of condescension? Only with you can this task be completed smoothly. Chapter 267 The Doomsday Garbage Dump. Tang Mo couldn't help but purse his lips when he saw the conflict between these people. Really interesting. She originally thought that this trip was just a simple trip for her to relax, but she didn't expect that she would encounter such interesting things. It was really not in vain. Base S is considered a place with a better environment in the apocalypse, and it has been completely covered by the green plants that grew in the later period. The geographical environment is also good, and it can be attacked or defended. If such a good geographical location was not arranged in advance before the end of the world, I would not believe it at the end of Tang Dynasty. But the apocalyptic garbage dump is different. I don't know why, but it is the only place that has not been invaded by green plants. It is the last relic of industrial civilization. Precisely because of this, a lot of garbage that had nowhere to put it was dumped there, and it became more and more a large garbage dump. It was very far away from Base S. The man with the flowery arms who led the team was called Zhang Chao. When he saw that everyone had arrived, he took everyone onto 2 small helicopters. He took the 10 diggers to make one, and the remaining 10 people he recruited sat on one. These 2 helicopters are very small, and completely different from those that visited the Qi Mountains before the late Tang dynasty. It's more like a simplified version. And it looks like it was modified by myself. The 10 diggers didn't say anything, and got on the plane in silence. But the recruits all flinched. I don't know if this thing is safe or not. However, thinking that such a simple task can be replaced by a rare space treasure. And there must be a brave man with a lot of money. Everyone just took it as it came, and stepped onto the helicopter with a heart. Qin Fan naturally walked up neatly, because he had just let go of harsh words with Zhang Chao. When the helicopter took off, everyone wiped away the fear they had felt before, and instead looked down through the windows. Not everyone has the opportunity to ride in a helicopter, so it is normal to feel a little novel. Tang Mo closed his eyes, and leaned on the wall panel behind him to take a nap. Even if it took a helicopter to reach the apocalyptic garbage dump, it would take at least 4 hours, and he could only spend this time sleeping. Tang Mo didn't know the details of the people here. He didn't know if there were any people with mental attributes. So Tang Mo didn't want to exercise his mental power on this plane. Looking at the current situation, nothing may happen when we get there. So don't act rashly. Qin Fan often used helicopters to go out for fun. So he closed his eyes at this time, so as not to be upset by looking at those ignorant people. It was also the first time for Wen Qin to fly in a helicopter, and she was very excited about the scenery outside the window. However, when she saw Qin Fan and Tang Mo, she closed her eyes, and did not continue to look outside, for fear of making others think that she was a country bumpkin. I have never seen the world, because we knew the journey was long. Everyone brought dry food with them, and they all took out food and started eating when they were halfway through the journey. Tang Mo also took out a bottle of water, and a piece of chocolate from his backpack and ate it. By the time the plane landed slowly, it was already approaching evening. Tang Mo glanced at the ID watch in his hand. It took him 6 hours to get here. Stepping out of the helicopter's hatch, what you see is a desolate scene. The area is covered with rubble and ruins, and there are many unknown machine materials piled there like scrap iron. There are signs scattered all over the ground at your feet. These things all point to the glory of the past, but it has become a thing of the past in a blink of an eye. The transformation between treasure and garbage was completed in this short period of time. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he carefully paid attention to the gravel and nails and plastic pieces on the ground. If you are not careful, your soles will be torn, leaving you bleeding. Most of these people have heard the name of the apocalyptic garbage dump, but this is their first time actually coming here. The visual impact at this time was huge. Everything was broken, and even the air was filled with the smell of decay. After Zhang Chao brought the diggers down, his eyes lit up. It was also his first time here. Everyone has different concerns. The first thing they see is the scrap metal scattered on the ground. These are what they are looking for. I originally thought that they were all buried underground and required digging to take them out. I didn't expect that there were so many of them out there. It really took no effort to get them. I don't know how many times the value of so many steel materials will be generated after being recast. After successfully delivering the people to the place, the helicopter left quickly, leaving only the 21 people standing in the empty sky above the rubble. Everyone, don't be idle. Start working now. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Chao took out a lot of tools from the space. The diggers stepped forward to take advantage of them, and they went to collect metals in groups of 3. The remaining digger carried something and followed Zhang Chao as his little follower. After riding in a helicopter for more than 6 hours, we have to give us a rest. There is no such thing as being so demanding. Among the 10 people recruited, except for Tang Mo and Wen Qin, there was only one woman. At this time, she said to Zhang Chao dissatisfied. Just on the helicopter, Tang Mo listened to their conversation and found out that this woman was called Lin Xian, and she was an agility attribute user. She said she was the captain of a team, and she came here for this rare space treasure. Are you not satisfied? If you are not satisfied, just walk back now. No one will stop you. Zhang Chao changed his polite attitude before and changed his face. Now that the helicopters are gone, they have no choice but to go back even if they want to. They can only stay here and work honestly. That's right. The 6-hour flight distance is not easily covered by human power. The people here, Zhang Chaolong, don't have the ability to call a helicopter. As for Qin Fan, if he wants to leave now, he can go. If you don't leave now, then don't blame anyone else. Seeing the expression on Chao's face so quickly, the recruits were furious. But now there is no way. And seeing that every 3 diggers have one spatial treasure, Their wealth also makes them look forward to their rewards even more. Forget it. It was a hard job to be mentally prepared when arriving at this apocalyptic garbage dump. It was not bad to work early in the morning and later in the evening, and disperse one by one to join the digging teams. As long as there is anything that cannot be dug out, you should help. If you encounter any small strange beasts living in the garbage dump, you should immediately take out your weapons and deal with them. Everyone moved very quickly, and no one wanted to stay in this garbage dump for one more day. Of course, except for Qin Fen and Wen Qing. These two people seemed to be on vacation. They found a relatively clean big stone to sit there and watch the fun. Chapter 268 Mysterious Tunnel. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he didn't pay so much attention. Since he was already here, he naturally had to do things. Moreover, this work is not cumbersome. It is simply digging out some of the exposed metal buried in the ruins. And then the digger will collect the things into the space treasure. Everyone knows that items that are not completely exposed cannot be directly stored in the space. Tang Mo didn't even use tools. He only put on a pair of gloves and started pulling out the metal with his bare hands. This was purely a competition with his own strength. She did not use her mental power. Now was a good opportunity to exercise her strength attributes. And Tang Mo would not waste it in vain. Some of the large pieces of metal in the ruins that can be exposed are large-scale industrial waste. And the weight is not something that ordinary people can easily lift. Tang Mo also used all his strength to barely be able to move it alone. But other people were not working so hard. They all gathered together and paddled while doing it. From time to time, some large mutated rats that reached the height of a person's calf emerged from the garbage pile. They were not very strong and were quickly eliminated by these people. The group of people worked until it got dark. And then Zhang Chao announced that they would set up camp and rest. There are 5 tents in total. 5 people live in one room. And Zhang Chao lives in one room by himself. What they ate was some vacuum-packed food and water that Zhang Chao took out from the space. The portions for each person were not much, and they were only enough to fill their stomachs. Naturally, Qin Fen would not squeeze into a tent with these people. He took out a tent from the space and lived in it with warmth. At the end of Tang Dynasty, 2. He took out his own tent from the space. The apocalyptic garbage dump is a large area, and everyone is in it now. There are ruins under their feet, and there is no flat land at all. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he laid 2 thick and flat wooden boards in his tent, and then laid 2 layers of thick mattresses on top of the wooden boards. Then he put his sleeping bag on it, and created a comfortable environment. After getting into the tent, Tang Mo took out a portion of sausage fried rice, added 2 large chicken drumsticks for himself, and started his delicious dinner time. She worked so hard just to improve and stimulate her own strength attributes, not to abuse herself. The body is already working so hard. So sleep and diet should be arranged to be more comfortable for oneself to be in line with the life philosophy of the late Tang Dynasty. As for the other people, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only endure it. Everyone was tired after a long day, and after eating half full, they huddled together and fell asleep. Early the next morning, when the sun had just risen, Zhang Chao called everyone up to work. As a contractor, Zhang Chao really showed his nature of squeezing the working people. But he didn't know whether he would be owed wages to migrant workers. Tang Mo woke up from his warm and soft sleeping bag, and after briefly washing himself with a basin of water in the tent, he took the entire tent and its contents back into his own space, and took them out again at night. When he was working again today, Tang Mo obviously felt that he seemed to have more control over his power. It seems that no matter what it is, as long as you persist in working hard, you will always gain something. Although the ball of light in the sea of consciousness still didn't change at all, Tang Mo felt the changes in his body and worked harder today. She even exerted all her energy to suck milk, and tired sweat flowed down her face. But she didn't stop at all and continued to move things. At the end of Tang Dynasty, Zhang Chao was startled by his strength. Could it be that this girl was sent by the superiors and was one of his own? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Qin Fen and Wen Qing sat aside and watched, with the same thought in their hearts. She was sick in the late Tang Dynasty. Right? But at this time, Tang Mo didn't care what others thought. As the power attributes in his body became more active and easier to mobilize, Tang Mo's mood became more excited. After all the metal on the surface was removed, she began to dig through the garbage pile again, trying to find more metal to move out. The deeper the metal is buried, the harder it is to get it out, and the more strength it requires, and the more excited Tang Mo becomes. In the end, even Zhang Chao
and the 10 diggers were tired and sat down to rest. Tang Mo still kept wandering around the garbage dump and rummaging through it, refusing to stop for a moment. Everyone watched Tang Mo working, and couldn't help but feel a little moved in their hearts. It's the end of the world, but there are still people who are so dedicated and hardworking. It's really touching. In the afternoon, when everyone was engaged in the intense business of picking up rags, a shrill female voice came to mind from the west. Tang Mo recognized it as Lin Xion's voice. The alien beasts in this apocalyptic garbage dump are all very small, and do not appear in groups. Logically speaking, they are not Lin Xion's opponents. Tang Mo rushed over quickly, and when everyone gathered around Lin Xion, he discovered that a big hole had been dug here. It was no ordinary hole. It seemed like a tunnel had been opened in the ruins, extending downward. No one knows how long the two-person wide tunnel is, or where it ends. What's this? After Lin Xingong and 2 diggers moved a large metal machine away, such a mysterious passage was revealed. This is definitely not something that can be caused by manpower. The ruins and broken garbage seem to be firmly excluded from the passage by a mysterious force, keeping the passage extremely smooth. Tang Mo glanced at the sudden appearance, and then observed everyone's expressions. She had always known that this trip to the apocalyptic garbage dump would not be that simple. And now that something not simple had finally appeared, she wanted to see who was the person controlling this situation. Lin Xion's shout caused everyone to gather around. At this moment, except for Zhang Chao and Qin Qin, everyone had expressions of fear, curiosity and hesitation on their faces. For unfamiliar things, especially when they appear in this unfamiliar environment, it is impossible for anyone to feel uneasy. But the expressions of Zhang Chao and Qin Fen were different from everyone else's. It was obvious that they knew something about this tunnel and what was underneath. Or maybe, the mission is just a cover, and these 2 people are here for what is under the tunnel. So, what's down here? Tang Mo looked at the bottomless tunnel and wanted to detect his spiritual power. But as soon as the mental power entered 200 meters, it was blocked by a barrier. The feeling of this barrier was very familiar to Tang Mo. It was very similar to the barrier she had encountered in Sandtown before. Is it here? Chapter 269. It is the treasure. Let's go down and take a look. Maybe there's something good in here? Looking at the bottomless tunnel, some people began to be eager to try. Soon, people began to echo this voice. Mostly the diggers. From the time they met until now, this was the most talk that Tang Dynasty had heard from these people. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chao's lips. Since everyone wants to go down and have a look, the more people there are, the greater the power. So let's go down together. I happen to have all the tools here, so maybe we can find something good. Zhang Chao's people naturally obeyed his decision unconditionally, while those who were recruited looked at each other in confusion. No one knows what's down here. The task they took on was a bit dirty and tiring, and the reward was high, but it was not dangerous. Now this unknown situation has disrupted everyone's plans. This is also an emergency. It's not part of the mission. If those who follow us find any treasure, we will share it equally. Zhang Chao's words were quite grand, but they were not at all consistent with his character as a contractor who ruthlessly exploited his husband. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If this is the case, then you can really go down this tunnel. After all, everyone knows that there are no powerful strange beasts in this apocalyptic garbage dump. And this is the first time for everyone to see such a strange tunnel. Maybe it is really inside. It doesn't matter if there is any treasure. It was impossible not to be moved. Everyone looked at each other, and it seemed that they were all ready to leave. Are we going down? Wenqing pulled Qin Fen's arm tightly. She naturally listened to Qin Fen. She couldn't stand the garbage dump anymore. If she wanted to leave earlier, she naturally didn't want to go down there. Go and have a look. Qin Fen stared at the tunnel entrance, as if he was seeing something below through the tunnel entrance. This apocalyptic garbage dump. If he hadn't received the information that there was a treasure here, how could he have come to such a dirty place to suffer for a woman? Okay. Wenqing didn't expect Qin Fen, the young master, to be willing to go down, so she had no choice but to follow. After all, Qin Fen will still play a big role in her future plans. Needless to say, at the end of Tang Dynasty, how could such a thing happen without her? Naturally, he wanted to go down and find out. And if she guessed correctly, she should be familiar with the things below. It is very similar to when she discovered the spar mine in Sha Town. If there is also a spar mine down here, then the end of Tang Dynasty will make a fortune this time. After all, whether it is now or in the future, crystals are the most valuable thing. They have a wider range of uses, and are a must-have for home and on the road. In the end, everyone reached a consensus. That is, everyone agreed to go and have a look. In this desolate and decaying place, everyone is worried about what if something goes wrong in the tunnel, and they are unable to get up. In the end, one of Zhang Chao's people, and the people recruited were left to watch the entrance of the tunnel. If something unexpected happened, there would be someone who could respond and deliver the message. The person who will stay outside has been decided. And the next step is who will go in first. And someone must go first to explore the way.
I'll go down first. I can run fast.
Tang Mo volunteered and raised his hand. Just kidding. If this thing is really what she guessed, then whoever goes down first will get the upper hand.
Good.
Everyone took a step back, and then looked at Tang Mo with admiration. But it's really reality. Tang Mo looked at the big guy who was instantly distanced from him. And there was really a tacit understanding at this time.
Jingjing, you will be able to keep up soon.
Tang Mo gave instructions to Jingjing who had been following him. And then he neatly raised his feet and jumped into the tunnel entrance. The tunnel entrance, which is 2 people wide, is spacious enough to accommodate 1 person in the late Tang dynasty. As soon as Tang Mo jumped in, he felt huge friction under his body before sliding down for long. This tunnel seemed to be made of some kind of mineral and was very rough. If he let it slide down like this, he wouldn't want his pants anymore. Tang Mo didn't want to go down with his clothes disheveled. So he quickly took out a slightly curved animal bone from the space. And then he felt that it was much smoother. After passing 100 meters through the tunnel, Tang Mo finally felt an invisible barrier. The fluctuations of the barrier are not aimed at the mental attributes, like Sandtown, but are aimed at all attributes. In other words, as long as your attribute value reaches a certain standard, you can pass, which is not difficult. The tunnel behind the barrier seemed to be different from before. It no longer seemed to be made up of rubble with broken walls, but large blocks of stone. At the end of the Tang dynasty, I couldn't tell what kind of stone it was. It looked very much like jade seeds from Yunnan. Why is the tunnel made of this stone? If the tunnel is naturally formed, then where did this stone come from? What is the use? Just when Tang Mo was still thinking about what the stone was, the tunnel suddenly took a sharp turn, and the acceleration made Tang Mo's hand tighten on the alien animal bone sitting under him. But even so, the bone still scratched the ore at the corner when turning. The speed was so fast, and the force was so strong that sparks were caused by the friction at that moment. The corner was so sudden that Tang Mo turned his head and looked over. But after the spark, Tang Mo saw a small opening in the huge ore at the corner, leaking out the red flesh. It's very familiar to eat red food in the late Tang dynasty. After all, Jingjing was transported out of the underground of Nasha town little by little. Tang Mo set his spiritual power over and sensed that, yes, the high-grade crystal was correct. This crimson crystal was wrapped inside the stone. And surprisingly no energy leaked out. Unexpectedly, all the ores that make up this tunnel are crystal stones. At the end of the Tang dynasty, I had been skiing for so long and still had not reached the end. Who would have thought that this magical or tunnel was all made of crystal stones? If she hadn't accidentally made a hole in the stone, she would never have imagined that the biggest treasure in the tunnel was actually this tunnel. No matter how hard she thought, thinking of the huge value of this tunnel, Tang Mo quickly used a small piece of his mental power to seal the small opening in the stone. Once energy leaks out, it's not so easy to hide. No matter Zhang Chao or Qin Fen, they are not easy to fool. Tang Mo guessed that the 2 people only knew that there was a treasure down there, but they didn't know exactly what the treasure was. Chapter 270 City of Fantasy. By the time Tang Mo's feet hit the ground again, it was already a long time later. During this period, Qin Fen sent messages to Tang Mo many times asking about her situation. But Tang Mo did not reply. After Tang Mo landed on the ground and surveyed the situation, everyone went down. This was the consensus they had reached at the tunnel entrance. There was no news about Tang Mo for such a long time. And people outside the tunnel were also panicking. They couldn't help but think there could be something bad in the tunnel, and Tang Mo might have encountered an accident. Right? But only Qin Fen knew in her heart that even if something happened to someone here, nothing would happen to Tang Mo. She didn't know what she was holding back. After Tang Mo stepped on the ground, he was not in a hurry to send a message to the ground, but looked at the situation below. This place is like a huge cave. The most shocking thing is that there is nothing in the cave, except for the stone ground in the outermost circle where Tang Mo is now. There is a huge side on the ground in the center of the cave. Mirror. Calling it a mirror doesn't seem to be particularly accurate. After all, there seems to be a huge painting reflected in the mirror. It's just that Tang Mo is a little far away now, and can't see clearly what kind of scene is printed in the mirror. She touched the stone wall of the cave with her hand, feeling it gently, then took out Pafong from her backpack and rubbed it against the ore on the cave wall a few times. At the end of the Tang dynasty, it was determined that the stones that made up the cave were just the most common stones, and the location of the spar was only in the tunnel, which meant that only the entire tunnel was the real treasure. Little by little, Tang Mo leaned closer to the huge mirror, trying to see the scene in the mirror clearly. But when Tang Mao's eyes really saw what was in the mirror, his heart was filled with disbelief.
How can this be?
In shock, Tang Mo slipped and fell straight into the mirror. But what came with it was not pain all over his body, but like falling into an inexplicable soft swamp. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, what he saw was a very familiar world. That was the world before the end of the world. In that world, there were wide roads, busy streets, children playing and playing around on the streets, and people with smiling faces. There was no trace of fear of life on the faces of all the people, but an inexplicable calmness. There is no happiness, no unhappiness, no emotion at all.
What's going on? Am I dead? Or am I reborn?
Tang Mo looked at himself and saw that he was still wearing the same clothes he had just worn, and his backpack was still on his back. She lowered her head and looked at her wrist where the ID watch was staying. Seeing the ID watch on his hand, Tang Mo knew for sure. It seemed that he was still in the current world, and everything must have been caused by the inexplicable mirror. Some strange things really happen in this cave, but make peace with it as it comes. This mirror naturally has its purpose for letting it in, and the cave does not exist casually. Since Tang Dynasty can feel that there is huge energy here, there must be some treasure. The crystal stone at the entrance of the tunnel is just an introduction. If there is a treasure in the cave over there, it is really anticlimactic. Having already come in, they were not in a hurry to go out, but leisurely wandered around in this pre-apocalyptic world. Although the world in the mirror is said to be the world before the end of the world, it is not the city where people lived in the late Tang Dynasty.
Don't run! Little dog, don't run!
At the end of Tang Dynasty, a child's voice suddenly came to his ears. He looked over and saw that they were several children who had just finished school. They were still wearing school uniforms, carrying school bags, and chasing a puppy with stones in their hands. Yes, that little one. That little one is obviously a stray dog. The hair on its body is dirty, and blood has oozed from the skin where it was hit by stones. It looks like it is in unbearable pain, but it is still frightened and scared. Dodge.
It hurts so much. Why are they doing this? I just want to play with them. I'm so hungry. Where do I want to go? Where is my home?
When the puppy passed by them, Tang Mo seemed to suddenly hear a sound.
Jingjing, did you hear this sound?
From the beginning to now, Jingjing has been resting in their backpacks, and now she has followed Tang Mo to the world in the mirror.
I heard it. That was the voice of the dog.
Jingjing only appeared in this world after the apocalypse began. He had never seen the world before the apocalypse. This was also the first time he saw the animals in the world before the apocalypse. They were so pitiful.
Why didn't this dog resist? Its sharp teeth could easily bite them to death.
Jingjing didn't understand that all the alien beasts in his world would attack humans. Human cubs like these who had no backhand power were even too scared to see the alien beasts. How could they make themselves so embarrassed?
This is the world before the end of the world. In the current world, most animals are docile and will not resist humans, even if they have sharp teeth and sharp claws.
Tang Mo sighed softly. He didn't know how to tell Jingjing that the status of all animals in this world was not as high as after the apocalypse. People's attitude towards animals is not fear, but bullying.
I don't understand. Is this the world before the end of the world that you humans miss?
Jingjing's question made Tang Mo even more speechless. Everything seemed to have gone wrong a long time ago. Tang Mo continued to walk forward, his eyes always observing the world. This world seems to be slightly different from her original world. The roads here seem to be wider and smoother. There seem to be more types of cars, and the people seem to be dressed in a more Western style. The clothes they wear are all styles that have never been seen in the late Tang Dynasty. Looking at the shops on both sides of the street, many sold products that Tang Mo had never seen before, and some were products of newly developed new energy and new technology that Tang Mo had only seen in magazines before. She seemed to understand that this was not the world before the apocalypse, but what the world before the apocalypse would look like in a few decades. In other words, if the end of the world does not come, This is what human society will look like in a few decades of normal development. Tang Mo always felt that there were always some places in this world that made him feel a little weird. After looking at it carefully for a long time, she realized that what made him feel strange was that there was no trace of green in this world. There are no trees, no flowers, and no accompanying butterflies and bees. Tang Mo took Jingjing around and walked into a building, which was a shopping mall. She wanted to see if the shopping mall would be different in a few decades compared to the past. Chapter 271 Close to the Truth. This was not the shopping mall in the world that Tang Mo was familiar with. Compared with the bustling streets, this shopping mall seemed much empty. Tang Mo looked around and saw not even a single person. What is even more strange is that not only are there no customers, there are not even salespersons at each counter. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he casually walked into a counter selling fashionable clothes. When he walked in, he found that, let alone the salesperson, there were not even the clothes that were supposed to be on sale. Instead, there are huge touch LCD screens with pictures of various fashions on them. Tang Mo clicked on one randomly with his finger, and his appearance wearing that piece of clothing was displayed on the LCD screen. So advanced? Such advanced technology had indeed been heard of before the end of the Tang Dynasty, but it was still on a theoretical level at that time. Unexpectedly, it was actually realized in a parallel era. However, good-looking clothes did not arouse much interest in the late Tang Dynasty. After all, after staying in such an environment in the apocalypse for a long time, what clothes to wear is no longer an important thing. After leaving the fashion counter, Tang Mo and Jingjing continued shopping. The empty shopping mall made Tang Mo feel a little boring. After staying there for a while, he went out and returned to the street. At this time, the tunnel exit.
The girl has been down for so long. Why hasn't there been any news?
The people who had been guarding the entrance of the tunnel were a little anxious. Zhang Chao looked at Qin Fen and asked. After all, Qin Fen is the only person here who can contact Tang Mo. As for the other people, they don't even know Tang Mo's name. Could it be that Qin Fen got some news, but didn't tell everyone? After all, it's already very suspicious for him to come to a place like the Doomsday Garbage Dump. Does he also know about the treasure here? Seeing Zhang Chao looking at him with suspicious eyes, Qin Fen was also very unhappy. After all, he himself had been anxiously waiting for the news. However, after waiting for so long, if nothing happened at the end of Tang Dynasty, there is a high probability that he never thought of telling them the information obtained below. Considering Tang Dynasty's current position on the rankings, I have to say that the possibility of this is quite high. Thinking of the unknown treasure down there, the longer Tang Mo stayed down there, the more likely he was to discover the treasure first. Thinking of this, Qin Fen finally lost his temper.
It's not an option to wait like this. Let's go down.
Seeing that the sky is getting dark again and the day is about to pass, no one wants to delay this day in vain. In the end, there was nothing they could do. So the group rearranged their order, with Zhang Chao's people at the head, Qin Fen and Wenqing in the middle, and the recruiters at the back, and everyone jumped down the tunnel one by one. Over there, Tang Mo had been strolling on that street for a long time.
Mo, look! There is a sapling here!
Jingjing jumped out of Tang Mo's backpack and ran towards the touch of green excitedly. This is the first time they see plants in this world. Tang Mo also went over and knelt down to carefully observe the sapling. It was a life squeezed out of a stone-paved path beside the road. I don't know where the seeds floated, and I don't know how long they have been dormant here. Finally, they burst out with their own vitality in the thin earth under the stone. The branches of the sapling were very slender, but strong and powerful, as if they had accumulated strength for a long time and finally carved a place for themselves in this world. I don't know why, but in this modern world, Tang Mo felt a little moved when he looked at this unexpected green.
Give way! Give way!
Just when Tang Mo and Jingjing were still admiring this little life, a sound suddenly came from behind. Several people in yellow work clothes wearing hats and gloves, holding shovels in their hands, pushed Tang away. And,
what are you doing?
Tang Mo was unprepared and almost sat down on the ground. But she did not plan to care about it, but stared closely at the shovels in their hands. The goal of these people is very clear. That green seedling. They want to uproot that tree. Seeing the shovel falling down immediately, Tang Mo grabbed the shovel and stood in front of the seedling.
It's growing on the roadside. Why pull it out? It will grow into a tree in the future. Of course, it must be cleaned up in advance.
The shovels were taken away from the hands of those people, and they looked at Tang Mo inexplicably.
What's wrong with the trees? Isn't it good to grow into trees? Now the streets are bare. In summer, there is no shade. The carbon dioxide emitted by the cars cannot be absorbed. You don't know how serious the environmental pollution is.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had long been unhappy with the bare world. And now, he was able to express all his dissatisfaction. However, those people in work clothes looked at Tang Mo as if they were crazy.
Now is the era of high-tech and new energy. There is a protective shield above the city to protect human skin from direct sunlight. Cars have already used new energy materials. So what else is there about carbon dioxide? Everyone, are you a person who traveled through time in the last century? You still use such old words now.
Several men laughed at Tang Mo, but they didn't know the truth. The sun is blocked by the protective cover. The carbon dioxide that pollutes the environment is no longer there. And the world no longer needs trees. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he was stunned, the leading man stretched out his hand and pulled the seedling out of the ground. The life that had not taken root deeply and had just come into this world was held in the man's hand.
Plant it back. Even if these plants have no effect, people still need scenery when walking on this street. Not a cold world. Walking on the street? Do you think that people like you can't stay at home and enjoy the convenience brought by technology and go out to the street? Is there anyone else on the street besides you?
The man's words shocked Tang Mo. Was she insane? Or was the man blind? Aren't all the people on this street bustling with people? She raised her eyes and looked at the surrounding streets. But what she saw was empty streets, as the man said. It seemed that since these people appeared, all the people on the street seemed to have disappeared. This strange scene made Tang Mo suddenly feel uneasy.
Just now I saw several children chasing and beating a puppy. I couldn't have seen it wrong. That's just a 5D image projected onto this street. Dog? This kind of useless creature was exterminated by the country decades ago.
Jingjing jumped into Tang Mo's backpack as soon as these men appeared. So they didn't see Jingjing's presence. Chapter 272 Cruel Reality.
This image was just projected to create a prosperous and harmonious atmosphere for everyone because we were afraid that the empty streets would affect the mood of the residents. If it weren't for an inexplicable plant that appeared in the radar reality, you would think we wouldn't stay in the house properly. Are you still out there wasting energy on the street? Now that technology is so advanced, there is no need to go out at all. Okay?
Several people looked at Tang Mo with their eyes gradually filled with sympathy. It was so pitiful. This woman must have some problem in her brain to ask such a stupid question. In this world of high-tech and new energy, most jobs can be replaced by AI. And humans have long been free from heavy work and can enjoy life. As for the problem of environmental pollution, it has been solved long ago. The emergence of new energy has made many problems no longer a problem. Humans no longer need to perform any work. AI's production and service programs have even been preset for hundreds of years, allowing humans to just enjoy themselves comfortably. As for things that have no specific value, such as plants and animals, they have long been eliminated in order to simplify the procedures of this world. But what is left now are the types that can be eaten by humans, and have long been invisible in life. The world was cold and cold without even the concept of pets. Tang Mo looked at the sapling in the man's hand with soil still attached to its roots with a sense of loss. Thinking about the bruised puppy I saw on the street before, I couldn't help but feel desolate in my heart. Human beings are really selfish. They have turned themselves into the masters of the earth. And all other types of life have become existences that serve human beings. It seems that as long as humans don't like it, those lives will disappear from this world unconditionally. But should this really be the case? Do humans really have such a high status on the earth as they imagine? Tang Mo watched the men put the saplings into a bag like throwing away garbage, and then quickly got into a new energy car and drove away. Soon, the figures of those men disappeared into the street. The bustling figures of people reappeared on the empty streets. But this time Tang Mo knew that they were projections and not real. Tang Mo once saw the bruised puppy, with its tail hanging down, hiding in the corner behind the trash can next to her, curling up into a ball and licking its own body. Tang Mo knelt down and looked at the puppy's wet and pitiful eyes. He couldn't help but want to reach out and touch its blood-stained hair. But as expected, his hand came up empty. After the puppy finished licking the bleeding spots on his body, he laid down on his front legs and curled up into a small ball to keep warm. But it seemed that the weather was really too cold. And the ground was cold. I don't know whether it was because of the cold, or because of fear, but the puppy's body was trembling uncontrollably, and couldn't stop no matter what. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he kept squatting there, and did not get up for a long time. She has experienced the apocalypse twice.
And she has seen too much blood and corpses. She has killed too many strange beasts. And even many people. But Tang Mo, whose hands were already stained with blood, couldn't help but feel softer because of this puppy from parallel time and space. Tang Mo looked at the trembling puppy, and his eyes couldn't help but get wet. In the peaceful world she lives in, scenes like this should exist everywhere. At that time, people were enjoying their prosperous life as a matter of course. But they were cutting down green life wantonly, driving these furry creatures to a dead end and trampling on them at will. People at that time just felt that everything was as it should be, and that they should be the masters of the world. No one realizes that what humans are doing is wrong. And perhaps many people do. But in order to continue to protect the interests they have gained, everyone silently acts as an accomplice. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he was thinking about the wildly growing trees and flowers in the apocalypse, and the strange beasts that had become extremely ferocious and hateful towards humans. She seemed to suddenly understand something. People always have a fearful attitude towards the end of the world, thinking that those crazy plants and strange beasts are too scary things. But they never thought that everything was just a change of roles. And what people now experience is nothing more than the life of those plants and animals back then. Even at the end of the Tang dynasty, it seemed that God had been kind enough to give humans 5 physical attributes, so that they could survive in the sudden and cruel environment of the end of the world. You must know that in the previous world, these plants and animals were powerless to fight back. They could only let humans decide their own fate at will, and they were not even qualified to resist. Perhaps the purpose of this apocalypse is to make people think clearly about this. What unforgivable mistakes they made at the beginning, and how they should get along with the creatures on the earth in the future. Perhaps, if one day humans can realize all this and reconcile with other life on earth, this apocalypse will truly end. Tang Mo looked at the fragile and vulnerable life in front of him, and suddenly felt that the end of the world was not completely meaningless. Although she is a human being, it does not mean that she unconditionally believes that all human decisions are correct. Unknowingly, a tear fell from the corner of Tang Mo's eye and landed squarely on the puppy. It was obviously just a projection, but Tang Mo actually saw the tears hitting the puppy's body and making a small tuft of hair wet. Just when Tang Mo hadn't figured out what was going on, the puppy seemed to feel something falling on him and raised his head and looked around. Then, the puppy's eyes froze. Tang Mo felt clearly that the puppy must have seen his presence, as his shadow was still reflected in its pupils, even though she didn't know the reason. At this moment, Tang Mo knew that she and the puppy were in the same time and space. The puppy saw Tang Mo, got up and walked to Tang Mo's feet on his short legs, then sniffed left and right. This human was different from the one who bullied him before. The puppy didn't smell danger on Tang Mo's body, but instead felt a warm feeling. Tang Mo cautiously stretched out his hand again, and the puppy gently licked Tang Mo's fingertips with his tongue, expressing his trust and friendship. Even though he suffered too much, this little life was still willing to believe in humans. Tang Mo's already moist eyes turned even redder the moment Tang Mo felt the moist and hot touch. The scene of this world slowly began to blur in Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo knew that he was about to come out of this illusion. At the last moment, she shook her hand at the puppy. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Chapter 273. All enter. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he was back under the tunnel, sitting on the stone wall, already a certain distance away from the weird mirror world in the center of the cave. "What happened to you? What happened down there?" Coincidentally, just when Tang Mo came out of the world in the mirror, the people on the tunnel slipped down one by one. They naturally saw the scene in the mirror. But Tang Mo, who was the first to come down, was sleeping beside him for unknown reasons. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. "What's wrong?" Tang Mo immediately realized what was going on. He squinted his eyes slightly and rubbed his head with his hands. "Why are you down here? Didn't you agree that you would come down first and then send a message to the higher-ups?" Wen Qin asked in a questioning tone while holding Qin Fen's arm. "I bumped too hard when I came down. You came down just as soon as I woke up. Why didn't you come down first in such a hurry?" "I owe you," Tang Mo retorted. She couldn't bear anyone's anger now. "You?" He didn't expect Tang Mo to criticize him directly in front of so many people. And Wen Qin's face turned red with anger. "Okay. Now is not the time to argue." Qin Fen pulled Wen Qin aside. He still knew what was more important at this time. Obviously, the treasure below was more important than arguing with Tang Mo. "Except for the large mirror in the center. There is no other place to hide the treasure in this cave. It seems that the thing is under there." The area of this cave is not large. It is only 180 square meters when it is full. It is so empty that everyone can see it at a glance. Anyone can get it. If there is a treasure, it must be in the strange mirror. Since Tang Mo had just woken up, everyone had nothing to ask her. I don't care about you. I have to go down here. Qin Fen looked at the scenery inside the mirror. Before he came here, he actually had a certain understanding of the things here. Some people have long felt that there is huge energy here. The energy is exactly the same as the energy contained in the crystal coins. But in terms of the size, it must be a crystal mine. When Qin Fen came down, he had already quietly polished the tool on the stone wall next to him. The stone walls in Shandong are just simple stones. Not crystals at all. Let alone crystal mines. The only explanation is that the crystal mine is under the mirror. Now that everyone is down, I naturally want to go over and have a look. Zhang Chao's force naturally also got the news about the crystal mine. If it weren't for the things below, who would bring 10 top-notch superpowers with such high attributes to this apocalyptic garbage dump to pick up rubbish? 10 high-attribute superpowers. I'm not talking about the 10 people recruited by Zhang Chao. It was the 10 diggers who had followed him from the very beginning. Each of them is a very powerful presence in Zhang Chao's force. As for the people recruited, they are purely to gather cannon fodder for the mission. When he saw Qin Fen, Zhang Chao didn't want him to come. After all, the Qin family still had to worry. But at first Qin Fen's attitude annoyed him. So he simply left him here forever without anyone noticing. Zhang Chao was also cruel. Except for his own people. No one here could get out alive. So his attitude changed 180 degrees. And he was not polite to Qin Fen at all. The 10 diggers were obviously headed by Zhang Chao. And the people gathered later were now headed by Qin Fen. The reason is simple. Zhang Chao's change in attitude made everyone very uneasy. If something goes wrong later and Zhang Chao doesn't take them back, then Qin Fen is the only one who can get a helicopter to take them back to base S. So now, pleasing Qin Fen's has become the most important thing in everyone's mind besides the baby. Qin Fen obviously enjoyed this kind of flattery. His whole back seemed to be straighter. And he began to speak with a full leadership style, which made Tang Mo feel a little funny when he looked at it. I want you to go down. My head still hurts from the bump. I'll take a rest. Tang Mo had already gone in once. So naturally he didn't want to go in a second time. She didn't want to stay in that cold, impersonal world for a second. It was boring. What's more, she has more important things to do up there now. You go down first. Zhang Chao pointed to a digger beside him. The digger didn't know how he was trained. Faced with such a scene, he walked towards the mirror without even a rebuttal. Just when one of his feet stepped on the mirror, his whole person disappeared. He really disappeared out of thin air, disappearing into the air under everyone's gaze, leaving not even his clothes behind. Zhang Chao immediately turned on his ID watch to contact the missing person. Failed to contact. It seems that there should be another world under this mirror. The people here were not surprised but overjoyed. Doesn't it mean that there is another space below? Which means that the crystal is probably stored below. Since Zhou Zhang came here after deposing such a big man this time, there is no reason to turn around and leave without going down. Everyone come down with me. Zhang Chao was also a decisive person. After thinking clearly, he led his men to step on the mirror one by one and disappeared into the space. As long as you listen to me, I will not only take you back to base S, but when you get back, everyone will have 10 high-level crystal coins. 10 high-grade crystal coins. Except for the late Tang dynasty. No one here has ever seen such a huge fortune. Everyone nodded. Not to mention that Qin Fen could take them back and promised to give them something as precious as 10 high-grade crystal coins. Even the treasure under the mirror was impossible for them to give up. And they agreed happily one by one. Qin Fen was also very satisfied when he saw this group of people acting as if they were all following the arrangements. The reason why he came out in such a covert manner without bringing his own people out was that he was afraid that if he touched the Qin family, Qin Ling would notice something unusual. This crystal stone news was obtained by him with great difficulty. Everyone knows how precious the crystal stone is now, and how much potential it will have in the future. He will not give it to others. As for the rewards promised to them, when they get the spar mine, won't they get as much spar as they want? In this way, after reaching a consensus, the group followed Qin Fen and stepped into the mirror one after another. Tang Mo looked at the people who were now clearly divided into two camps and shook his head. She probably knows how to get out of the world below. It is really not easy for these people to come out again. But these have nothing to do with her. She has the most important things to do now. Chapter 274 Getting Rich. The empty cave soon became empty, leaving only Tang Mo alone and Jingjing in his backpack. Tang Mo looked at the ID watch in her hand. She remembered clearly the time she had just arrived in the cave. More than 3 hours had passed. She had never stayed in that fantasy world for such a long time. The time there and the real world should be out of sync. But even so, Tang Mo also made up his mind that he must move quickly to take all the crystal tunnel into his own pocket. At least this work must be completed before the first person comes out. Otherwise, there is no telling how much trouble it will cause if others see it. The apocalyptic garbage dump is too far away from the S-base. No one knows when this tunnel and cave appeared or how long it will exist. So since we have encountered it now, there is no reason to wait to retrieve it later. Just do it. Tang Mo took out the giant axe from the space. If you want to dig this crystal stone, ordinary tools will naturally not work. The tunnel is almost integrated with the cave and the surrounding garbage dumps. There is no way for such a solidly embedded thing to be collected into its own space as desired. The entrance of the tunnel below is about 2 meters away from the end of Tang Dynasty. It is not high or short. Tang Mo looked at the entrance of the tunnel, and another idea rose in her mind. It was an idea that she had in mind but had never tried. That is to use mental power to condense a cloud, and then step on it with your feet, which can achieve the effect of flying into the sky. With such a bonus, it would be much easier for her to harvest tunnel crystals. Sure enough, only encountering difficulties can stimulate human growth. And the cloud quickly condensed in the late Tang Dynasty. I wasn't very good at it at first, so when I stepped on it with both feet, I missed the point. But after trying a few more times, the cloud quickly became Tang Mo's good helper and took her flying into the sky. However, the late Tang Dynasty also discovered that the higher it is from the ground, the greater the mental power required. Tang Mo, who was gradually becoming more proficient, was a little dissatisfied with the clouds and began to make his own innovations. She condensed her spiritual power into images of cars, ponies, and even unicorns, and then rode them up into the air, which was a lot of fun. The mental power condensed in this way has a light golden color, which is related to Tang Mo's own mental power. No matter what it is condensed into, it looks extremely beautiful. However, this also has a disadvantage. That is, it is too gorgeous and very conspicuous. So if he didn't want to expose it yet, Tang Mo would try his best not to use this trick in front of others. There are still serious things to do. Obviously, this is not the time to have fun. Tang Mo quickly stepped on her little cloud and rose to the tunnel entrance with the sky-reaching axe. Tang Mo got into the tunnel with the help of his mental power, and then climbed up to the exit of the tunnel. This tunnel is very long, but Tang Mo doesn't want to give up any of the crystal stones inside. She has seen what new energy will look like in that future world, although she does not know what the new energy in that parallel time and space is. But in today's world, using crystals as new energy is definitely the most perfect method that will solve countless energy, environmental, pollution and other problems. Therefore, whether now or in the future, crystals will be a very important resource for the entire human race and the entire world. The hardness of the crystal is very hard, but it pales in comparison to the heavenly axe. The tunnel is not too spacious, probably just enough to accommodate 2 people. Tang Mo took the axe and began to complete her cutting project. Because the space was small and difficult to use, Tang Dynasty just cut them piece by piece into small cubes of half a cubic meter. After cutting it, let go and let the crystal cube slide down the tunnel. The hardness of the crystal is not something that can be broken, and there are crystals underneath to support it. This is also the reason why Tang Mo deliberately climbed to the top and started working. Starting from the beginning, every piece must be collected completely. When the first square was cut out, Tang Mo couldn't take his eyes away. Whether it is the cut crystal cube or the crystals around it after the cube is taken out, they are all large areas of crimson red. The red color was as rich as blood. This is a high-grade crystal. It was even redder than the high-grade crystals in the crystal mine that we had seen before at the end of Tang Dynasty. And the energy contained in them was even richer. Looking at the red color, Tang Mo instantly felt like he had been given a shot of blood, and he became even more motivated to work. The axe under his command kept working without stopping. This is a labor of strength. First of all, the axe requires a lot of strength to use, coupled with the hardness of the crystal. Tang Mo also added mental power to his arms, and there is a small cloud under his feet that requires continuous output of mental power to condense. Every small square dug out was red, which made Tang Mo even more delighted. And an idea came to his mind. This tunnel won't all be filled with high-grade crystals. Then I will really make a fortune. They all use this garbage dump as a cover for digging. But in the end, I am the only one doing the digging. My life is miserable.
While Tang Mo complained, his men kept moving. And everyone who is still in the fantasy world now would not know how they would feel if they knew that the treasure they had worked so hard to stir up the situation was poached away by Tang Mo with an axe. Time passed slowly. Tang Mo only regarded himself as a machine that could only dig, and his movements became more and more skillful. But even so, after all this time, she still hadn't even finished digging half of the tunnel. Tang Mo glanced at his ID watch and saw that nearly 5 hours had passed. She is someone who has personally experienced the illusion. If she wants to come out of it, she must truly feel the true meaning of the illusion. Only by sincerely recognizing the correct relationship between man, nature, and animals, and feeling guilty and repentant for what humans have done before, can we truly come out of that illusion. But obviously, the people who are trapped in the illusion at this moment do not feel what the illusion wants to bring to them. That's right. The people who go in now all go in for some profit purposes. Maybe the world in the illusion is the perfect world in their minds. So how can they reflect on it? After thinking about all this, Tang Mo finally put away the axe and returned to the cave. After such a long time, it was time for her to eat something to replenish her energy. After all, there was still more than half of the tunnel to be dug. Chapter 275, In the Pocket. After Tang Mo had eaten and drank enough, he neatly moved the crystal cubes he had just cut into the space. Jingjing had not been idle down there just now, but helped Tang Mo neatly stack the crystal stones aside. Jingjing's strength doesn't seem to be very strong at ordinary times, but when it comes to things related to crystal stones, she suddenly becomes extremely powerful. Tang Mo looked at that small ball of furry things and was really speechless. It is said to be a mythical beast, the crystal-swallowing beast, but after raising her for so long, I have not seen any use. And its combat power is not even as good as that of an ordinary junior alien beast. However, Tang Mo was already used to having such a little thing by his side, and he didn't feel bored or lonely along the way. So even though Jingjing was just a useless little beast, Tang Mo still felt quite happy. No, it can't be useless. At least it can eat crystal stones here. Manually at Tang Mo's smile. After eating and resting enough, it was time to continue working at the end of Tang Dynasty. Stepping onto the small mental cloud, Tang Mo returned to the tunnel, raised the sky-reaching giant axe, and started cutting crystal stones. Pieces of crimson crystals were transported down, and Tang Mo's spirit also felt great satisfaction. This is all money. He stayed in the tunnel for another 5 or 6 hours, and he didn't stop until he reached the end of the tunnel in the late Tang Dynasty. The tunnel is surrounded by crystal stones, but the crystal stones only spread to a depth of 1 meter. And the material beyond 1 meter is ordinary stone. In the late Tang Dynasty, it was a very big project to cut all these high-grade red crystals. Fortunately, she is becoming more and more skilled in post-cutting, so that she can complete this job. Otherwise she would not know how long it would take to complete it. When Tang Mo came out of the cave again, he saw Jingjing lying on the ground in a large shape. Obviously the diggers suffered from the top, and the porters suffered from the bottom. It was not easy for anyone or anyone. Next to Jingjing, the huge mirror was already filled with red crystal squares. Tang Mo brought them all into the space bit by bit, and then carefully adjusted the order of placing things in the space. The small supermarket has barely been used since the last upgrade, but it is still full. As for those 2 warehouses, the fresh-keeping warehouse contains all the food collected in the late Tang Dynasty, as well as some edible exotic treasures of plants. For example, there were flowers of spiritual power, and some treasures that could increase attributes. Tang Mo himself had no place to use them, so they simply collected them and put them all in this space. Anyway, time stands still in this warehouse, and you are not afraid that things will break if you put them here. There are also a lot of hot foods that have been prepared inside, so you can take them out at any time when you are hungry. Every time Tang Mo returned to his base, he would replenish a lot of hot meals, so that she could eat them outside at any time. The other warehouse stores exotic treasures and strange treasures collected from various places in the late Tang Dynasty, including those collected by the savage tribes before the end of the Tang Dynasty, as well as small things bought in the auction house, as well as those from before, those patterns, and all kinds of strange things I met on the road. There were some useless things that Tang Mo didn't like, so he would go to the exchange to sell them when he returned to his base. And all the little things he liked were placed in this warehouse, except for these small things. This warehouse is now filled with crystal cubes cut from the tunnel. This warehouse is extremely tall and huge,
and it is just right to put all these crimson crystal cubes inside. But in this way, the previous crystal stones can no longer be placed. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he could only put all the high-grade crystals that were not so red and the mid-level crystals in the open space outside, and pile them into piles. As for the primary crystals, they were originally piled into 2 hills in the open space outside the warehouse in the late Tang Dynasty. Looking at so many crystal stones, Tang Mo couldn't help but feel like a nouveau riche. Is she rich now? Not only is she very rich, Tang Mo may not be aware of it, but now not only is her attribute value #1 in China, her wealth value is definitely worthy of the title of the richest man in China. After sorting everything out, Tang Mo panted and sat next to Jingjing, who was still lying down and unable to get up. All these spar mines, which are all high-grade spar, have been collected. Her trip to the apocalyptic garbage dump was not in vain. But Tang Mo looked at the huge illusion in front of him. A whole day had passed, and still no one came out of this illusion. What exactly is going on? What is the relationship between this illusion and this crystal mine? This crystal mine is just a tunnel. It is unreasonable to say that this illusion is used to protect the crystal mine. But if this crystal mine is just the appetizer of this illusion, then is there anything else underneath that people don't know about? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was thinking, is the treasure that Zhang Chao and Qin Fan are looking for the crystal mine? Or is it really a treasure that exists in this illusion? With such doubts, Tang Mo took out his sleeping bag, put Jingjing in his arms, and prepared to sleep first. She was really too tired. Let's wait until she woke up to talk about big things. If she continued to stay like this, if anything happened to her, she would have no way to deal with it. This cave is very unsafe, and someone may come out of the illusion at any time. The tunnel entrance above the cave is also open. The people in the apocalyptic garbage dump are notorious desperados, and no one dares to provoke them easily. Tang Mo condensed her mental power into a golden wall around herself, creating an artificial comfort nest for herself. As long as someone came close to her, her mental power could be sensed immediately. In this way, Tang Mo fell asleep peacefully here. It was a very satisfying sleep at the end of Tang Dynasty. And since there was no one to disturb him, he slept right away until the next day. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he was shocked when he looked at the time on his ID watch. She just stayed under this cave for 2 days? None of those people came out? Tang Mo saw that the illusion had not changed at all, and he couldn't help but guess that those people would never come back. Right? Are there any secrets under the illusion that I don't know about? Tang Mo looked at the huge mirror and couldn't help but leave like this. She always felt that somehow this matter shouldn't be so simple. But it was still unknown what secrets there were down there. He felt a little bored going down there alone. Tang Mo planned to climb out of the tunnel first and do something up there. Chapter 276 Beggars Gang in the End of the World. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had long heard that although the rules of the entire alliance were not followed in this apocalyptic garbage dump, there were also gangs of their own. Alien beasts rarely appear in apocalyptic garbage dumps, and the people there make a living by picking up garbage. So the gangs here are a bit like the beggars' gangs in the past. It's just that it's not begging, it's scavenging. Tang Mo climbed out of the tunnel and looked for people everywhere in the garbage dump. When they were rummaging around here for the past 2 days, the aborigines from the apocalyptic garbage dump did not bother them. Instead, they kept a certain distance, not wanting to have any interactions. But this time Tang Mo wanted to take the initiative to find them. After all, she had already collected all the crystal minerals in the tunnel, so the rest of the work was naturally made as big as possible. The bigger the deal, the faster the secret will be found out, and it will be easier for her to fish in troubled waters. Little sister, where are your adults? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked around and found that there were many young children among the people scavenging in this apocalyptic garbage dump. It was said that the people in this garbage dump were extremely fierce, and all of them were desperados. She thought they had to be the kind of tall and thick men. The little girl who was looking down to pick up things was frightened when she saw a strange person talking to her. When she realized what she was doing, she immediately took a few steps back and ran away. Am I that scary? Tang Mo touched her face. She felt that her words were quite gentle. There was no other way. After the little girl was scared away, Tang Mo could only look for other targets. But what made Tang Mo helpless was that he found several people. But as soon as he approached or spoke, the other person immediately ran away, completely unwilling to have any interaction with strangers. It's not going to be easy now. At this time, Tang Mo really hoped that the people here would be as cruel as the rumors and come to trouble him, so that he could have a breakthrough. Seeing themselves one by one now is like a mouse seeing a cat, which makes it impossible for him to do the next thing. Just when Tang Mo was at a loss what to do, he suddenly saw a little baby crawling under his feet. Baby! Come back quickly! Not far away, a 7 or 8-year-old girl was shouting anxiously, apparently calling for the baby. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he easily held the baby in his arms. The child was about 2 years old. He was wearing thick clothes and his hands and feet were covered with a protective sheath made of animal skin. He must have been crawling in the ruins. The middle was scratched. The little baby was not afraid of Tang Mo. He was still giggling when he saw himself being held in his arms. Give me the baby back! The little girl felt nervous when she saw her sister being held in the arms of a stranger. But she kept Teacher Hu's words in mind and did not dare to come forward. Come here! Tang Mo looked at the little girl who didn't dare to step forward and said. She was worried about not being able to get close to the Aborigines in this apocalyptic garbage dump. So this little hostage came to her door by herself. It seemed like it took no effort at all. You? The little girl looked at her sister worriedly, then stamped her feet and ran away. Tang Mo was not in a hurry, so he sat and waited with the child in his arms. Judging from the girl's posture just now, she must have gone back to call for someone. With this child in her hands, she is not afraid that no one will come to her. Sure enough, just when Tang Mo was teasing the child in his arms, the person called by the girl arrived. Sister Tang Mo? A familiar voice sounded. Tang Mo took a closer look. Xiao Mo. Tang Mo didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Xiao Mo was a girl Tang Mo met not long after the end of the world. At that time, Tang Mo arrived at a small base and was almost sold. But Xiao Mo secretly let her out. Although Tang Mo didn't need the little girl's help at the time, Tang Mo still admired the girl for her courage to defy her mother and do what she felt was right in such an environment. She still remembered that little girl came to her and said she wanted to be friends with her. With that kind of bravery and the courage to resist, one can survive in this apocalyptic world. Teacher Hu, this is my friend Tang Mo. She is a good person. The girl in front of him had grown into a big girl, and Tang Mo remembered that the last time he saw her was 2 years ago, when Xiao Mo was only 12 years old. The end of Tang Dynasty? The man named Teacher Hu next to Xiao Mo is a gentleman with glasses, about 30 years old, and he looks like an intellectual. Are you the late Tang Dynasty who ranked first in the Chinese rankings? Although living in a garbage dump is not connected to the outside world, people inside are still paying attention to all kinds of information from the outside world. Especially those on the Chinese ranking list remember it clearly. Are you the leader here? Tang Mo walked over and put the child into Xiao Mo's arms. Since they knew each other, there would be a better way to cooperate, and she didn't want to use violence. Tang Mo looked at the people around Teacher Hu, including Xiao Mo and the 7 or 8-year-old girl who ran away just now. None of them looked like they could fight. He who comes as a guest, since he is Xiao Mo's friend, if it is convenient, you can go and sit in the humble house. Teacher Hu extended the invitation and spoke and acted very appropriately. Naturally, he knew in his heart that people like Tang Mo couldn't possibly be child traffickers. There must be something going on to attract his attention in this way. Teacher Hu's invitation just took advantage of Tang Mo's wishes, and he followed them without shirk. The humble house that Teacher Hu was talking about was built in a corner of the ruins. There was a huge rubble blocking the corner, leaving only one person to pass through the small opening. And the outside of the small opening was blocked by a billboard. It can be said that if someone hadn't led the way, others would never have imagined that there was a place for people to live behind it. But after walking in from that entrance, you will truly find yourself in a different world. Behind the boulders, there are actually a few small houses that are intact and can be lived in. In other open spaces, there are small houses built with wooden boards after the garbage on the ground has been cleaned up. This is a small base. Most of the people inside are children, women, and some elderly people. They are sorting garbage collected from the garbage dump in the open space. There are relatively few young and middle-aged men. Teacher Hu invited Tang Mo into Wei Er's small house, then took out a very clean teacup and poured mineral water into it. The conditions are limited, so please don't dislike it. How could Tang Mo dislike it? He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although this place is simple, everyone's care and maintenance can be seen everywhere. It is just right to call it a cozy home. Chapter 277 The World's Misunderstanding. Everyone in the world says that you are all extremely evil people. But I don't think so. This is the purest pure land. Most of the people here were children and old people. And Tang Mo could probably tell that they were all a group of people who couldn't survive in the world of the jungle outside.
or people who hated the strife of the last days and wanted to live in peace.
What outsiders say about us is none of their business. We just need to live comfortably here.
Teacher Who smiled and said. Obviously, he didn't care about these opinions from outside. And he was even a little relaxed. People here know about the misunderstandings outside but do not explain them. Instead, they follow Teacher Who's words and try to avoid people from the outside world in order to continue the inherent impressions of those people. Everyone in the world knows that the people in the garbage dump in the last days are extremely vicious people. So there will be fewer people who will disturb them. So that's it. Seeing Teacher Who's unsurprised look, Tang Mo finally realized that everything was just the result of the people here's active choices.
This ruins was formerly a university. Most of the people here are faculty and staff of this university. Those young and strong people have gone out long ago, leaving only the old and weak who cannot adapt to the outside environment. Many old people stayed. There were also some people who came from outside for various reasons. Most of them were desperate children or some people who still had some persistence in their hearts. Over time, it turned into a small base.
Teacher Who is not very old, only in his 30s. Tang Mo watched him explain all this to himself and nodded.
Then why are you still here? I probably can't bear to leave. Although the environment here is a little messy and the living conditions are bad, it is a place different from the outside after all. If you were allowed to return to a peaceful world, would you be willing? Come. Come.
Tang Mo finally revealed her true purpose after laying the groundwork for so long. She originally thought that the people here were vicious people, and was prepared to use some violent means to throw them in. But now it seems that what the people here need more is understanding and communication. Perhaps for them, a peaceful world without killing is attractive enough in itself.
Stop joking. There is no peaceful world anymore in this world.
Teacher Who is already in his 30s and is not an innocent child. He still knows what the current world is like and will not believe anything based on a few words from others.
If there is one, you can find out if you go and see it.
Teacher Who knew that the woman in front of him was currently the #1 woman on the Chinese rankings, and what she said should not be false. Otherwise, what is the picture? There were only old people and children here, and there was nothing but garbage all over the floor. There was nothing here that Tang Mo could look at. So maybe there really is such a place in this world now.
Can I stay in it for the rest of my life?
There was hope in Teacher Who's tone.
Not necessarily. It is an unstable environment. No one can say how long it will stay there.
That was actually an illusion, not a real world. Tang Mo didn't say that. But she still couldn't bear to completely deceive the kind and gentle man in front of her. So she still told him about the instability of that world. As for whether to go or not, it was up to him to make his own choice.
I'm sorry. Could you please wait a moment? I want to talk to everyone about this.
Now this small base in the apocalyptic garbage dump is basically presided over by Teacher Who. When he learned that there was such a peaceful paradise, he did not rush to go in by himself. Instead, he told everyone the news and discussed it with everyone. Tang Mo admired him in his heart. One more point. There are not many people in this small base. Only about 20 people in total. In addition to Xiao Mo. Tang Mo also saw an acquaintance here and a familiar dog. Xiao Fei and Ponyo. Xiu Fei and Ponyo are the same people who met Xiaomo in the base at the end of Tang Dynasty. She remembered clearly that the mental short sleeves she first wore came from this child. Xiao Fei had obviously forgotten who Tang Mo was, and stood next to Xiao Mo holding Ponyo in his hand. It seems that the two children have a good relationship and probably escaped from the base together. Teacher Who quickly told everyone the news and asked everyone if they wanted to go and see it.
I have never been to this place. I don't know how long I will stay there.
And I don't know what I will encounter. Everyone still needs to think clearly. If you don't want to go, you can stay here.
After all, Teacher Who is the person in charge here, and he has to be responsible for everyone. So the pros and cons must be explained clearly. On the other hand, he had never been to that place, and he had not known Tang Mo for a long time, so he could not completely trust her.
Go.
Let's go.
Yes. Go. Of course. Teacher Who. Let's set off now.
As soon as Teacher Who's words came to light, the crowd responded immediately, without even a minute of thinking. They are now slumped in this apocalyptic garbage dump, and only they know what kind of life they live every day. Those old people were originally professors in universities, and they knew nothing but teaching in their lives. But now that the world has changed, they are unable to adapt to the apocalyptic world and are lingering in this world, thinking about death countless times every day. If it weren't for Teacher Who here, Who has to cheer everyone up and provide psychological counseling every day? People here must be dead. No matter how bad the life is. It is nothing more than this. No matter how bad it is. How much worse can it get? Not to mention that we still don't know where that place is. Even if they knew that there was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire blocking their way, they would still give it a try as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of being able to break in. The worst thing is to die? Anyway, I have already lived enough. If I really die, I will follow my own wish. This is also Teacher Who's idea. The reason why I decided to take everyone there just after hearing what Tang Mo said was because we actually didn't have any better choice. Even as the person in charge, he understands that everyone's time here is not a long-term solution. No matter how hard he tried to maintain, there was almost nothing he could do. Instead of doing this, he might as well seize the opportunity in front of him. No matter it was good or bad, he had to take a look and give it a try. Tang Mo looked at the group of people in front of him. Their originally timid faces were now shining with hope that they had not yet seen or touched. And the last bit of guilt in his heart disappeared. Perhaps for these people, reality or fantasy is far less important. Perhaps this lish world in front of them is the real illusion for them. An illusion they can never escape from. Chapter 278 The Halo of the Holy Father. That night, Tang Mo provided a full meal to each of the 20 or so people in this small base. Only when you are full can you meet tomorrow's new challenge and help Tang Mo find the truth in the illusion and unlock the true meaning and secret of the illusion. These people in the garbage dump haven't had a full meal in a long time. If people outside can't find food and can still eat the meat of alien animals, then if people in the garbage dump can't pick up anything valuable and go out to exchange for food, the only things they can eat are the rats and various animals that wander around the garbage dump. Various insects. When Tang Mo was in school, he saw hungry people cooking bugs to eat. The unpleasant smell was still fresh in Tang Mo's memory. But now the fresh milk and instant noodles in hand bring tears to the eyes of those young or old faces. Although the food in my hand has passed its expiration date, it still tastes like fresh food. If they could go back to the days when they could fill their stomachs without plundering and killing, they would be willing to pay anything. Because it was a little late. Teacher Who decided that everyone should take a good rest, pack their things, and set off tomorrow to the place mentioned in the end of Tang Dynasty. Naturally, there was no objection at the end of the Tang Dynasty. Anyway, Xin Fen, Zhang Chao, and the others wouldn't be able to get out for a while. So it didn't matter when they went in. At night, Tang Mo sat at the door of her tent and looked at the moon in the sky, reviewing everything she had experienced in the fantasy world today, and extracting information that might be helpful to her. Not only everyone. She also wants to go down together this time. She always feels that there is something down there, or the purpose of the existence of the illusion. It cannot be as simple as this. Just when Tang Mo was thinking about something in a daze, a big furry head came over. It's Ponyo. During the day today, Tang Mo fed Pani a little while eating. And this time he got into trouble. Next, whenever she gets a chance, Ponyo will come and nuzzle her, hoping to get some food from this boss. Ponyo, come back! Xiaofei saw his dog nuzzling someone again and ran over to stop it, fearing that Ponyo would make the boss unhappy and turn it into a dog meat hot pot. Ponyo seems to be a little fatter than before. It seems that the food after leaving the base was not bad. At the end of Tang Dynasty, his family had a Labrador called Jima, so he still liked dogs very much. He touched Ponyo's big furry head inside. Have you seen us before? Xiaofei was originally a little afraid of this person on the list. But when he heard that Tang Mo seemed to know Ponyo, he boldly sat next to Tang Mo. Obviously Xiaofei has no memory of ever meeting Tang Mo. I bought things from you when you were setting up a stall before. But you may not remember. Xiaofei nodded. The period when he had no choice but to set up a stall was the most difficult time. How could he remember all kinds of people who passed by? You came here with Xiao Mo? At the end of Tang Dynasty, Xiaofei and Xiao Mo seemed to have a good relationship. They were from the same base, so they probably came out together. Well, I couldn't stay there anymore, so I happened to see Xiao Mo's mother passing away. So I took Ponyo out with me. Xiaofei answered truthfully that it was not easy for him and Xiao Mo to come all the way here. Both of them had almost no attribute values, and they were not very old. They almost ran away hungry all the way. By the time they got here, there was almost only one breath left. If Teacher Who hadn't taken them in and given them food, he and Xiao Mo wouldn't have seen the sun today. How are your days here? The death of Xiao Mo's mother was not unexpected at the end of the Tang Dynasty.
She chose to rely on men and help do evil things to maintain her own life. Such people have long lived a life of licking blood on the tip of a knife. However, at such a young age, Xiao Mo left the protection of adults in the apocalypse and was able to be safe until now, which was beyond Tang Mo's expectations. The little girl still had something. From the day she first met and asked to be friends with her, Tang Mo felt that this little girl was not simple. People who have their own independent thoughts, are independent, and have the courage to live can survive.
It's good here. Although I don't have enough to eat. At least I don't have to live that kind of fear anymore. I can just make do with it day by day,
Xiafei said with a smile while stroking Ponyo's fur. The expression on his face does not look like optimism, but rather like an appointment after seeing the truth of life clearly, no longer struggling, and letting the torrent of time throw him wherever he wants.
Mr. Hu is a really nice person. Not only does he take care of the 20 or so people in the base, old and young, but he also takes good care of Ponyo.
When mentioning Teacher Hu, Xiafei's face was full of admiration, and he was deeply attracted by Teacher Hu's personality charm. When he was in that small base, there were too many people plotting against Ponyo, so he escaped. But later he discovered that no matter where he escaped, people looked at Ponyo with coveted eyes, as if they were going to put it on the stove in the next second. The meat of alien beasts can only satisfy the hunger, and it has no taste at all. But in the eyes of those people, Ponyo is just dozens of kilograms of fresh meat. So Xiafei had no choice but to keep running and running. Until I met Teacher Hu. He not only gave me food, but even Ponyo's food. Teacher Hu provided it every day. Although the food is not good and most of the time it is not full. But someone's share is definitely Ponyo's share. It seems that in Teacher Hu's eyes, Ponyo is not just food or a pet, but more like their partner.
Whether it is before or after the apocalypse, I have never seen anyone as good as Teacher Hu. Why doesn't he leave here? For the sake of these people in the base?
There is no reason for a man in his 30s, like Teacher Hu, to stay in this place. Is it really for the dozen people here, old and young? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he didn't quite believe that one person could achieve such greatness.
It is indeed for people like us. But it is more than that. If Teacher Hu leaves the apocalyptic garbage dump, he will not be able to survive.
Xiao Fei has been here for a long time, and knows many things very well.
Why? His attributes are low?
But even a man with 0 attribute values, in his prime, can still rely on his own efforts as long as he has weapons.
No. Teacher Hu's attributes are very high. He is a power attribute user. He can't survive outside because he doesn't kill. Ahimsa?
Tang Mo was really surprised when he heard what Xiao Fei said. Chapter 279, Entering the Illusion. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, I heard that before the end of the world, there was a kind of people who neither killed nor ate meat. It was probably related to their beliefs. But she has never seen anyone who does not kill living things after the end of the world. Because if you don't kill living beings, they will kill you. And people cannot just sit back and wait to die. If it is really what Xiafei said, then Teacher Hu really can't survive in the illusion outside.
Then what does he usually eat? Most of the time, we eat the edible roots and stems we brought back. If that doesn't work, we eat some small exotic animals that everyone has packed away. Most of them are mice and pests.
After listening to Xiao Fei's explanation, Tang Mo nodded clearly. The world is huge and strange things are everywhere. It is really not easy for people like Teacher Hu to survive for such a long time in an environment like the apocalypse. However, Tang Mo did not comment on such personal beliefs and habits. After all, as long as a person does not harm other people, he is free to do whatever he wants. The next day, Tang Mo took more than 20 people from the garbage dump to the mysterious tunnel. Because they didn't have much belongings, everyone traveled lightly, and most of them hardly even had bags on them.
This is it.
Tang Mo pointed to the tunnel entrance and jumped in first. All the crystal stones in the tunnel were dug away by the end of Tang Dynasty, making it much wider than before. The people behind saw Tang Mo jumping down, and they all jumped down without hesitation. When they arrived at the cave, Tang Mo led everyone to stand beside the cave and did not rush to let them all enter the illusion.
The huge mirror in the middle is the entrance to that peaceful world. But before entering, I have something to tell you.
Tang Mo told everyone that the civilization of that world was probably nearly 100 years ahead of their original world, and then briefly talked about the scenes she saw in that world last time, including the disappearance of all plants and animals. Among these 20 or so people, children have the fastest acceptance ability, so there is no need to worry. All the old people are university teachers and professors. And their cultural level is not to mention. After Tang Mo explained a little bit, they roughly understood what kind of world it was.
I just went there briefly. There is no guarantee what you will encounter when you get there. I don't even know how to get out of that world. If that's the case, are you still willing to go in?
No one spoke. But the firm looks in their eyes had already told Tang Mo the answer. Since they followed Tang Mo here without hesitation, they naturally couldn't retreat in the face of the battle. No matter whether there was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire ahead, they had to take a look. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he told everyone this again. Perhaps because he was moved by the sincerity and hope of the people here. She has never been a kind person. And she still brought so many people in even though she knew that this was just a fantasy, and not a real paradise that might carry huge risks. Tang Mo's initial purpose was not to find a suitable place for this group of people to live. Her initial purpose was very simple. She felt that this fantasy world was not simple, and it might contain too many secrets. So she wanted to drag a large number of people in, mix with Qin Fen, Zhang Chao and others, and reap the benefits by fishing in troubled waters. As for the consequences of bringing people into the illusion, she has never thought about it, and that is not within her scope of consideration. But what went beyond the plan was that the people in this apocalyptic garbage dump were not bad guys, but a group of simple and poor people. Tang Mo suddenly couldn't bear to deceive them into it. So she began to tell them the real situation in the illusion very close to them. If they regret now, it's still too late. Tang Mo wants to give them a chance to make their own choice. But it's like a person who has been living in H.L. suddenly encounters a door. No matter whether there is a beautiful scenery outside the door or a more cruel H.L. Who can resist opening it?
Okay, if that's the case, let's go down. After we get down, everyone will be on their own and be happy.
Tang Mo saw that everyone was extremely determined and felt less guilty, and then took the lead into the illusion. Seeing Tang Mo disappear in front of his eyes, the rest of the people also stepped into the mirror and disappeared into the cave. When they opened their eyes again, they were already on a busy street. People were coming and going on the street, but no one cast a strange look at the 20-odd people dressed out of place who suddenly appeared. When everyone first entered this world, no one moved, and everyone observed the world.
I didn't expect that new energy technology would be successfully applied in the future world, and our country's technology would undergo a qualitative improvement and move to a new level.
An old man looked at the passing vehicles and sighed. This was the first time that Tang Dynasty heard this old man speak. Before that, he had always looked expressionless, and every move he made seemed as if his soul was not in him.
The projections made by these 5D technologies on the street are really lifelike. If the images were spread out like this across the country, it would not be electronic technology, but satellite technology.
When they were outside, they heard Tang Mo say that the scenes on the streets here were all projections, and not real. Some old people originally studied photography, electronics, and AI intelligence. So naturally they are no strangers to these. And they are even deducing the principles behind them. The originally cloudy eyes of every old man burst out with great vitality, as if they had returned to their home court. They are too old and frail to adapt to the post-apocalyptic world, where everything is solved by force, and the weak rely on force. This high-tech world is what they really love after a lifetime of research. There are no strange beasts, wildly growing and deadly plants, and no humans who have lost their moral integrity and lost their minds. Everyone's expressions relaxed. At least, this is an orderly and civilized world. Just when everyone was still wondering how different this world was from the world they knew before, a car suddenly stopped in front of everyone. Soon, several people in uniforms got out of the car.
Who are you? And why don't you keep them at home and gather outside?
The people who came down were very friendly, and didn't seem to be accountable. Although people in this world can do everything at home, everyone is not prohibited from going out. It's just that there are very few incidents of people going out in groups like this. The staff on duty in Skynet, who saw this situation, immediately sent someone to inquire. Chapter 280 Settlement. In this world, citizens have more power than anything else. All human needs should be met.
We don't have a place to stay. Can you help us find a place to stay?
Looking at the law enforcement officer's attitude, Tang Mo was probably able to figure it out a bit, and he boldly made the request. The brave ones will be exhausted, and the timid ones will be starved to death. Anyway, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes.
No place to live. Where is your house?
Several people in uniforms looked at the people in front of them with suspicion. Houses have been distributed to everyone for free since the birth of human beings. How could someone have no place to live?
We originally lived together. But then an accident happened and our house was destroyed. So we wandered here.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, this was really all nonsense. If those law enforcement officers really wanted to check their IDs, they really had nothing to do. However, she bet that since this illusion allowed them to come in and not let them out easily, it would never separate them from the world in this environment. They will always be given an identity. At least they will not be regarded as outsiders. How can they better understand the meaning of this illusion to them?
Put your wrists out.
The law enforcement officers looked at these people suspiciously. Tang Mo immediately looked at his wrist. And sure enough, a barcode appeared on his wrist at some point. It seemed that this thing was their legitimate identity certificate for existing in this world. She stretched out her arm widely and asked the law enforcement officer to scan the barcode on her arm. The other 20 or so people didn't panic anymore after seeing it, and all raised their arms.
It's strange. They really don't have a place to live.
In this world, everyone does not need to buy a house. The government allocates a living space to everyone according to their needs. There is no need to buy a house and allocate it according to needs, which means that you cannot sell the house, let alone move. And everyone's unique place of residence is engraved in their identity information. Although I don't know why this happens. It is obviously not acceptable in this world to leave a house on the road for a citizen without a house. The law enforcement officer quickly reported the situation to his superiors and received feedback within 2 minutes.
I'm sorry. Come with me. I'll take you to the house assigned to you.
One car definitely couldn't fit so many people. So the man in uniform called another minibus, so that all the 20-some people could be loaded in. The car stopped on a grassy field. And when everyone got out of the car, they saw a villa area. There was no fence or door lock. So the uniformed man led everyone and gently pushed open the door of a villa.
This house has 3 floors and a total of 25 rooms, which is just enough for you guys. If you have anything to do in the future, please feel free to contact me via the all-in-one message on the room screen.
The law enforcement officers watched these people enter the room one by one, touching and looking around, and made their own judgments. There must be something wrong with these people's brains. Probably because they are not in a good mental state. After explaining these things, the man who was enforcing the law drove away without wanting to stay for a second.
I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see the common prosperity of human society. People in the past always said that this was a utopian world. But I didn't expect that such a utopia would actually come true.
Everyone was so shocked in the villa that they didn't know what to say. So they were assigned a house just after arriving? The surprise comes so violently that it always makes people feel flattered. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he found a room on the first floor and walked in. The room was very empty with almost no extra furniture. Just a bed, a table, and a chair. There is also a single sofa that is similar to the previous esports chairs, which allows people to fully lie down on it. There is also a small helmet on the sofa. Tang Mo wanted to lock the door, but found that his room door was not locked at all. Not only her room, but every room and even the door of the villa seemed to be in good condition. There were no anti-theft measures around, as if no one had considered the possibility of someone stealing things. That's right. In this world where all human beings have achieved common prosperity, how can they still think of embezzling other people's property? Tang Mo sat on the sofa chair and put on the helmet. Soon a screen appeared in front of her out of thin air, with many sections on it. Every specific human need is listed above, including consumption, entertainment, education, learning, and even love and making friends. Tang Mo casually ordered the consumption plate, chose a bowl of chicken curry rice, and clicked delivery. In about 3 minutes, Tang Mo found a bowl of steaming curry rice on the table in her room. It was only then that Tang Mo discovered that there was a circular hole in the wall where the table in her room depended. On the other side of the hole was a pipe, and he didn't know where it led. Tang Mo took off his helmet and started eating the bowl of curry rice with relish. The taste is not bad, but it has the smell of heated instant food from a convenience store. Since everything here is free, why not order some more and pack them into the space to take out? As soon as this bold idea appeared in Tang Mo's mind, he was immediately rejected. Others don't know, but she knows it in her heart. Although this world feels like it is real, the illusion is an illusion, and nothing in the illusion can be taken out. So did the food I ate here actually enter my stomach? After all, the feeling of fullness is real now. Tang Mo couldn't think clearly about this issue, so he decided to put it aside for the time being. I continued to go back to the chair to work on the things on the screen. And after searching for a lot of information, I finally roughly understood the working mechanism of this world. In fact, in the final analysis, the development of science and technology has achieved the liberation of mankind. Now people can directly enjoy the benefits of AI without doing any work. Moreover, the convenient and fast smart life allows people to complete everything you can imagine without leaving home. And gradually everyone is staying at home.
Is this the life humans want?
This seems to be the life that people in the past really wanted. You can get everything you want without having to work or bear any social pressure in life. Living becomes a thing where the whole world is helping you, making you extremely relaxed. However, now that Tang Mo is really enjoying all this, why does he feel that everything is so boring?